get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Welcome back, one and all, on the road to the Esports World Cup. David, we are here now in the final day of the closed qualifier for all 8 teams who came in trying to get their way through either to straight to the main event or perhaps instead to the closed qualifier itself. But what a journey it's been. 2 days so far, 2 eliminations so far.
That's right. On that day one, Koi and Gamax ended their road to EWC, but still a lot of teams have a chance to make it either directly still today on that 3rd and 4th place match. Whoever wins that makes, direct qualification to EWC later in August, and then the chance to guarantee your spot in the 4th or 5th place finish, which slots you into the global closed qualifier later this month. And that's going to be also a whole nother story with teams from CN, APAC, Americas, and EMEA joining together for the first time.
And we want to take a second just to recognize, of course, concurrently running the Americas qualifier, Team Vitality, of course, getting in there as the #1 seed. Of course, if you stick around later today, once we're done, we'll of course be seeing a very similar broadcast being set up to end out the Americas bracket as well. But for now, David, let's go and look at our bracket overall and where everything is right now.
And it's mostly going to be just the lower bracket for today. These are the results from yesterday. That one match we saw at the very end between Aegis and Medici to lock in their spot in the grand finals. And Aegis came out ahead 2-1 in what I think was the best series up until now in this tournament. But looking at the lower bracket for today, Peter, first match of the day will be Fnatic versus Alcatia Esport Gaming. Whoever wins there directly qualifies to EWC in that 3rd place position. And later on, we'll have the final match between Team Secret and Mouse, a repeat of the very first series in day 1 between these 2 teams, which Mouse won 2-1. Whoever wins there guarantees their spot in the global closed qualifier.
Yes, and whoever loses exits the tournament entirely. Then we'll be ending the day. And Richie, as you said, waiting there for the winner of Fnatic and Alcatia to face off against them. At the very tail end there, that will be a battle for 2nd and 3rd seed. Now, that may not seem like a big thing in the face of it, but once we come to the main EWC event in August, as we mentioned before, that will make a difference as to where you end up and who you end up playing against. But I think, this first matchup really exemplifies this so well for us. That we've got the initial setup here where one team can go on and get that EWC spot, the other team going straight to the closed qualifier.
I'm extremely excited for the meta for today. We've seen, I think, very big developments across the last 2 days. Yesterday, especially, we're seeing, I think, comps like AMP really taking over in terms of being that win-out comp. I think players are identifying many more spots and augments, like that freestyling forward-thinking combo we saw a lot of yesterday. But we also saw the rise of other comps that, were, maybe not new comps, but at least new ways to get to the standard strong comps like AMP, which Shredden and Medici showcased a lot of yesterday. So I think this patch is not yet solved. I think there's still a lot of innovation, and I'm really excited for today.
Yeah, and I mean, particularly in the context that we're working with it here. Again, for any of you folks who may be just joining us for the final day, just a very quick primer as to how this whole thing works. Teams playing 4v4 against each other. They add up their own scores in between. We will cover the individual win conditions as they come up, because it does get a little bit complicated. But don't worry, our teams know exactly how everything's going to be working here. So we'll bring you guys along with us as we go. David, let's talk a little bit about the individual members then on Fnatic and Alcatia coming into this one. Certainly, we did have Fnatic playing yesterday, doing an incredible job. Armored Truck as well. I think I'm just going to start calling him Armored Truck because he went absolutely through that last series. Got first places in both of them. I mean, we talk about, you get players, you always have to play flexible in each game, but that's quite a statement performance to just come in and annihilate 2 games in a row.
And Armored Truck seems like the win-out player for Fnatic. At least he showcased that yesterday. I think overall as a whole, that might be his role. If he has a spot for AMP, he will be the one to take it. He seems to have a lot of familiarity on the line and how to really cap out that comp to guarantee the win, which is one of the most important things in 4v4. You need to have a win-out player. AMP is a more traditional path to get there, but Clemu, for example, also explored the Renekton line 2 times across this weekend already. And I think one of the key things is if you have the win-out player, you have your stable, either reroll or like Vanguard marksman kind of player that's trying to just finish in that 3rd to 6th place position. It's really important to find avenues to have a stable player become a win-out player. And that's through augments like Trait Tracker, that's through lines like Renekton Rapid Fire, for example. So the more players can transition into having a chance to win out altogether in stage 5 and 6, the more chances the team has of dominating that late game.
Yeah, and I think Uriah and Bansack really fill that role for Fnatic. You know, they've definitely shown that first or eighth potential, and you need that little bit of explosivity. Like I see it on the other side, of course, headed up by Volto, who was part of the branching out squad, who were the best performing EMEA squad in the last EWC. I mean, I'm hoping to see some really good stuff here coming from some of the other players. Rabanav in particular has been, talking about the amp boards, so we've been playing a lot of that kind of style. And, while Volta may be kind of the name that everybody is first front and center of the mind, I really like what we've been seeing from Rabanav so far.
Yeah, Rabanav seems to be the AMP player, the win-out player for Alcatia. He has three or maybe even 4 games of AMP. He also had some just insane starts. There's one series we saw him play, I think 3 games in just that series, or at least 2 at the very least, with the freestyling combo. And then there's a player like Espad, who I think has to really bring it back in this day 3. I think his results have not been fantastic across the first 2 days. It may be that that's simply his role on the team. There is going to be sometimes a designated role where your chances of top 4ing are not very high, but your role is to play reroll, to contest any other rerollers, to hold units, to grief other players on the opposing team, and you're happy with a 6th place finish every game, essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're talking about people who are taking different approaches in there, Espat has been spotted on the Twisted Fate reroll, which I do like because, it's a general topic I actually wanted to bring up with you, David, because we see some games where people, are playing those lower cap competitions, they finish 6th. I personally like that more than seeing someone who's got most of a really high, win-out composition, but they never got that comp together.
And your finish in the final result doesn't really reflect the work you put in throughout the game. Most of the time, the griefing player is a player who's sacrificing his own econ and thus his cap by, in stage 3 and 4 especially, to stay strong and spike earlier, to tax the opposing team for HP, especially the greeting win-out players, and force them to take 12, 14 points of damage in stage 3 and 4 every time you fight the opposing team, and end up going 6th while holding, a ton of important forecasts, holding reroll units as well. And that might be the role some players have moving into this game 1. But we're starting things off. French TFT is the name of the game for this series. Alcatia, represented by Volta and company, and of course Fnatic joining forces with a European squad this time around.
Yeah, and as we said before, it is a huge divergence points this best of 3. One team gets a guaranteed spot at the EWC if they win the series, and they'll just be playing for 2nd or 3rd seed later on today. The other team going down to the closed qualifier, and they may not even make it to the EWC at all. Such a lot of pressure to be putting on our teams now, as we will go into, as I said, game 1 of series 1 of the day, and we've got an extra augment just to flesh things out.
Extra augment can really spice up a game quite a lot, right? Depending where it's coming in and how, what comp you're playing. If you need an extra little bit of econ of items, it can really be that extra bit of resources where you have to adjust the way that you read into your spot in stage 4 in terms of how strong or weak you are, considering that there is going to be a 4th augment coming through.
So one question I want to bring up as we, if we start to see the players starting off here is, I think we're just talking a little bit with Lasher from the Maz team about the idea of once we do see these augments come in and our players start to build up the kind of power levels, what can you do if you're on the opposite team from, and you see one of these players maybe early on really positioning themselves to be the win-out player and potentially become unstoppable beyond a certain point?
For the most part, we've seen it happen a few times already throughout the day. You can try and grief their carousels if you have one of your players also lose streaking and having prio. We saw it yesterday denying tiers, for example, for the Morgana reroll player or the AMP player. You can obviously try and hold the key units that they have. Be very vigilant on the carousel to try and stop them from getting free Samiras, free Zax later on in the game. And more importantly, if you identify you cannot win the game, you have to stabilize and roll down to 0 on stage 4 so that you win all your fights in stage 4, you tax the opposing team, and you stay as healthy as possible.
Yes, and this is a good chance as we get our silver augments coming in here to remind people. We'll kind of like, we'll drip feed out the different kind of ideas before again, assuming we've got probably quite a lot of new people coming in as of this being the final day. The big one, which will come up again and again, is if you can get 3 of the opposing team into the bottom 4, then your team wins, no questions asked, even if you don't secure the first place otherwise.
That's right, and we're seeing a few econ augments picked up here in the silver category. Someone like Armor Truck going for Pandora's items, a chance to have BIS for all of his carries. He has an Elise online, but he also has a Shaco and has already slammed an IE, indicating that he's going to be going for an AD route in this game 1. Could be just a Shaco reroll if he sees that there's a good spot for it, or if there's many players playing one cost rerolls in general. It has been a well-performing comp in terms of top scoring, or he could transition to something like a marksman game later on.
Well, I mean, you were bringing up some of the edge comps we've been seeing. I was absolutely going to say that the Shaco board has, I think, really been impressing, particularly when it starts and gets off to a very, very good start. Get those stacks rolling in. Just incredibly hard for some of these boards to put together. Particularly like comps like the AMP comp, which you already mentioned as being a part of pretty much every game. Getting those backline units sniped off early by a Shaco and a Zed together, very hard to deal with.
Bensak once again seems to be going into the plan and kind of the execution he has been most used to this weekend, which is being the stable player for Fnatic. He's a player who is never winning games, but he's trying to almost never go 8th as well. He wants to play a stable game plan, level 8 roll downs on 4-2, mostly around Vanguard Marksman, and just try and stay as healthy as possible, finish around that 3rd to 6th range.
I really like the silver spoon for that, as you're saying. Just a little bit of an injection of power. Taking note, Espat, pick up the Nitro for this game and a decent start to get that one ticking away. We can see the Vega on the backside of that one. That's certainly been one of the more popular versions of Nitro we've seen across the weekend.
And Espat is a player who had some success playing Nitro in the final game of day 1. I remember he had a really good tempo start where he was, I think, 90 HP going to stage 4. Maybe that's going to be the same game plan here with mentorship. You have the extra body getting mentorship value with the little robot. So some little optimization there for Espat to find some extra value from his augment.
Yeah, I certainly don't mind this at all. Currently, Alcatzia, they've got themselves a decent early start. They've got the 2 win-streaking players between the 2 of them, as Volta from Katsir also lurking down the bottom as well, trying to rack up the money. Interesting bringing up the component ambush there. I want to check another side for Flouders. Has managed to find a early strategist emblem. We know that branching out, of course, can be very, very powerful to give you that direction early on.
And you can really just tell by the units that players are holding, the items they slam, what direction they're going in, almost for a guarantee at 2-1. It's been the case in TFT for the last few sets where, yes, you can play flexible TFT in terms of how many different lines you can play in a game, but you usually don't flex from your game plan. You kind of stick to it from 2-1 onward for the most part. And Flouders there already indicating he'll be going into AMP with the Strategist +1 and a JG.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a whole other aspect to the 44 experience as well. Is, you can only really make the decisions as a squad if you've got that very clear idea of what everybody is trying to do in the game from early on, exactly as you said. So we'll see how everything ties together. Again, Alcatzia, they have managed to get the early wins in, so they will be last out onto the carousel. We'll see whether or not it's Flouders or Rabanav who will carry the early torch forwards.
I'm actually curious which way, what armor truck will be playing for with the IE slam, because it looks like Bentek is also playing towards Vanguard Mark, at least for his current board that he had. So I'm curious to see, maybe we've seen some Urgot from a lot of the French teams throughout the weekend, but IE is usually not the most traditional slam for the Urgot itself. Could still be MF Zeri, for example, as a side option.
Yes, not something we've seen as much of, but definitely a viable option. Keeping out here for Camus. We've got the eye for the ISO, building up those components a long time, but instead, looking like we've got ourselves a decent start here. The Quincy's Rage Blade already slammed in. We can even go for the Even Shroud if we wanted to try and push power, but Camus is currently lost streaking, which is honestly pretty decent considering that his board is otherwise not too bad.
We're seeing 100 HP still for Rebanev, a 4-win streak now, and I really, really like Rebanev's spot. If I was playing a ladder right now, this is the board that I would pick at this point in stage 2 to guarantee me the best chances at a top 4 possible. But Econ augments coming through here on the left-hand side, and gold augments. This is where you can really start accelerating your econ when you have 2 augments in stage 2. It is a little bit later, that is true, but you can have some crazy things happen with how the ramping effect of the econ works out.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how this works out overall, because again, we always knew coming into this one, we're going to be seeing some very high-end action coming in. As we come to close of stage 6, and with this extra augment in place, again, Alcatzia, they still got 2 win-streaking players in place, so they can duck each other. That's economically huge. As Rebnev, we're going to bring out some immediate power. I mean, I already like this board. The 2 releases already in place. Admittedly, no tiers whatsoever to make these units fly, but while we are locked into AP, otherwise it's still fairly open.
Heads up play, they're not slamming any items just yet, just to see who he's facing to deal less damage, considering he knows he is going to be very strong. And yeah, Armatruck, okay, he is going to be locked into Shaco, it looks like, despite not starting with that many copies. In most cases, you are only playing Shaco if you have, 3-4 copies at the start, and then it's just going to be much easier to hit that 3-star, but Armatruck decides to go for it right away, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, the items are really, really good, particularly for this early on. Imagine we'll be looking for a tier as well to complete the set, get the Hand of Justice online, and make this Shaco very, very hard to shift overall. But Armatruck not being completely dominant, so we do see a couple of upgrades sneaking through. It looks like Flouders and Rabnev for Alcaceres Esports, they have managed to maintain their streaks going forward. So you can see they're pushing in upgrades to their boards as well. It looks like the game plan for Alcaceres is to go for early dominance.
And Armatruck, we'll see what his rollout's going to look like. He's only going to be on, not really that much econ right now. He hasn't been leveling at all. Obviously, he's going to try and stay on 4 to roll for Shaco, I assume. There's a big injection that he really desperately needed to find some rolls on level 4 still.
Yes, no tier, but the gold he will need is checking with Captain Volta. And of course, a more than familiar board across the weekend as well. The shot glitch being brought in for Volta. We've definitely seen a lot of people, David, making those commitments in and saying, I'm definitely going to make sure my board hits ahead of anybody else trying.
Actually, the shop glitch, if you think about augments and what you're sacrificing when you pick them, shop glitch is an augment that's offered on the start of a stage, right? 2-1, 3-2, 4-2, or 2-1 mostly, not 3-2 and 4-2. And then you have to wait until the PB round to get the value from the augment. Whereas because it's picked up at the very end with a hacked augment, you're only waiting 1 round, so there's way more upside. There's no downtime that you're losing value where other players have gotten an item or econ or an immediate injection of strength or power on their board. So really smart from Volta here to pick up shop glitch that late.
It's not going to be enough to keep Volta from getting it pushed around our Armatruck, but yeah, I mean, in terms of itemization, looking pretty decent. Of course, we're getting the component add-ons coming as well, so we should be fine for the time being. Just the 5 more gunners I can see, but it looks like we're going to be operating on the augment side mostly in just sheer numbers rather than necessarily in raw powers. Volta looks for even more econ coming in.
There's going to be a roll down coming through. He has essentially items already with his first augment and then now double econ. So he's really going to be hoping to hit at the very least at the end of this stage 3 and no later than that, and then have a chance of tempo into that 6th bastion at the very end of the game and try and finish not in that 7th or 8th position that we see a lot of Morgana reroll finish, but hopefully near the top, maybe even with the right augment at the end, capping out for a first or second. And Armatruck already, Dr. Mundo 3-star. I believe he rolled down heavily for Shaco. So these are the 2 1-cost rerollers, and Armatruck is very much ahead of Volta.
I mean, that's going to be really scary to be able to punch through and just get an absolute ton of stacks in a hurry. I believe this is let's see, this would be Flouders board? No, not Flouders board, sorry. Ravenous board from before. There's no strategist emblem on here, of course. The Elise did get upgraded from before, so it's looking like, again, that we do see QAD, Alcaceres, keeping both of their win streaks intact for now as Volta takes another hit.
That's going to be a really strong upgrade. At least 2 can carry through all of stage 3 and 4, pretty much, into the late game. All you need to do is really upgrade your front line, find a Misfortune or Aurora on stage 4, then you can even just go 9 and play for the win out yourself if you hit enough.
Let's see what Uri is up to. Interesting. So Uri, we have seen him go for and have some of the lower finishes here before, but I really like the combinations. We've got the 4 Cypher in place already, the Fire Sail as well for a little bit of extra economy. I like that, Fnatic feel like they've got a pretty good player here with very high potential.
Ooh, and we see a cooking pot picked up at the end of stage 2 for Bensak. So Bensak is now going to be a potential win-out player if he high rolls his roll down for the Renekton line. And it's looking like there's a very big difference in game plans for both of these teams. Fnatic is playing for the win-out. They have potentially an amp strategy from Yoroi. They have a Renekton strategy from Bensak here. They have the stable strategies with the Shaco for Armatruck and the Marksman from Clemu. And their goal is to hope that either the amp player, Yoroi, or Bensack, the Renekton player, can stabilize and play for the win essentially, while the other teammates try and preserve HP in stage 4.
I like as well having the multiple players with that kind of win out capacity to make sure you can't be as focused down as you could be otherwise. If it comes to the next carousel though, of course tears will be in short supply. You're going to scoop up his collection. Just taking a quick look at the HP totals across the field at the moment. Of course, we've got Uri and Volta, both the loss-streaking players for team. Looking like it's honestly pretty even across the field, of course, with the exception of Flouders, who's taken a little bit more HP just to make sure that he can ride out this game nice and smoothly to get that strategist board online.
That's the goal, right? Revenant and Flounder are trying to preserve HP. They're trying to stay strong, pick augments that give them immediate power, but don't scale as well into the late game. Revenant with the Elise board and Flouders with what isn't to be an amp board, but playing more from tempo, it looks like. Also preserving HP essentially by picking Titanic Titan as his augment in stage 3. And then we have players who are playing more of a flip role like Volta, where he's going to have to hope that he can lose a lot of HP early with Morgana reroll, but then come back into the game, spike in a big way once he hits his 3 stars and take over in stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Hexet Gunblade in place already, but when we're getting there with the Morganas, we've got the Shock Glitch to kick in again to hopefully get the last pieces aligned. With Volta on 54 at the moment, maybe drops down to just a little bit further, but I'm feeling somewhat optimistic just because Volta's put so much effort into trying to get his board online quickly. And I don't believe, unless I've missed something in my notes here, that we've got anybody contesting him for this line either.
And it's weird because Volta obviously wants to make use of Shock Glitch, so he doesn't want to roll all of his gold now to hit his 3 stars and then have the Shock Glitch come through and doing nothing for him. He's going to roll it seems like a little bit. He doesn't want to lose too much HP here, but ideally, oh, and there's a Poppy 3 at the very least, and he'll stop here at 50. Hopefully he hits everything with a natural rolls from Shock Glitch and then can just use all this extra gold he has to start pushing levels in stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty optimistic. Of course, we've got Bensack with Cooking Pot, you pointed out before. The Rapid Fire emblem already slammed in and already up to 6 Rapid Fire. Still quite a long way to go. We know that this comp can be a little iffy when it comes to finding that Renekton in good time, but at least Bensack, around 70 HP or so, has got a little room to maneuver.
For Espat, this is going to be our Nitro reroll player who is going to have to hope to stabilize. We saw him have a more dominating lead with this comp in the past in this tournament. And he can also hold on to some units like the Poppies, the Shyvanas, and try and make Volta's life hopefully not a little bit too much harder, which is why he's not trying to go for the 3 stars, Poppy at least.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like the setup here. We've got ourselves very close to hitting the 3-star on the Shyvana as well. Maybe a little bit further away from the Vega, but I think this is the consequence, of course, David. Some of the players, particularly from Alcacia side of things, playing a little bit more aggressive. I would argue including Espat, meaning they are struggling more to get those best in slots.
Check out Volta's spot. He gets the Shock Glitch rolls now. Volterix will be getting most of his upgrades, we assume. Hasn't hit the Morgana, actually. Despite all the extra rolls he's getting now, we'll see if he'll hit. As these rolls come through, he has pretty much 20 or so rolls. And Elise is pretty big as well. If he gets to Elise pair, it's a really big stabilization point alongside the Morgana. But yeah, Shock Glitch has come through already. And he's rolling both at the same time. He's getting the natural rolls plus the Shock Glitch rolls. And now he can level and hopefully hit 6 Bastion. Maybe next level, if he double levels basically.
Oh, and worth noting as well that we've got the increasing gold in the inventory as a kind of a secondary piggy bank of gold that's building up over time. But Volta, yeah, with a decent amount of money in bank anyway, can afford to be a little bit greedy there as he puts the last pieces together. Honestly, I think Volta's done pretty well to get to this point with this much HP. Uri just below him. The Cypher board is starting to pick up its steam for Fnatic as well.
Ooh, and very interesting little game plan from Clemu here, playing a Renekton on his board for now. Roll down heavily on level 8 to try and find all his upgrades on his Vanguard frontline, on his Marksman, but instead found a Renekton to carry these items.
Hey, well, I mean, I guess at least you know where one of them is when Bensack comes a calling and says, I'm ready to get my final board online. But I mean, I think this is a good statement of intent from Volta, showing a strong win. Volta, though, even after they got the upgrades before and up to 4 amp, with 3 lesser duplicators on board, needs to make good use of this final augment of the game to really avert this big HP loss he's been taking.
Moonlight's an option, yeah. If he wants to go for some extra frontline, he gets essentially the free 3-star in Italy, and that might buy him more time considering he hasn't hit the Nico 2 just yet. This is looking a little bit dire though, with all the extra econ from Fire's Hill, from his loss streak. He's rolled it down to essentially 0 on level 8. No Samiras, no Nico 2, just a vehicle pair, which is not really the most transformative 5 cost compared to Zach or Samira, obviously. And he's still, at the very least, 3 copies away from Yumi 3, if that's his stability point.
Yeah, and of course we know we'll be fighting for that one over with Flouders, who of course did pick up the Yumi very, very early on in the game. Klamu, looking to try and turn his lost streak around as well. It looks like that's very much on the menu for a lot of our players. I do like this board though, with the 4 Vanguard in place, and decent itemization for the Zaya. Again, I like, yeah, again, we're seeing the kind of, yeah, the throw in Renekton to be a good item carrier when the items aren't quite fully there yet.
That is one thing I think players don't do enough when they're playing for the Vanguard Marksman line. Sometimes you can't guarantee you hit Aphelios 2, Zaya 2, and I think it's correct to be open to playing something like 4 Vanguard, 2 Marksman. Then you have essentially 2 flex spots where you don't play the lower tier Marksman like Jinx and Jin, and instead you slot in things like Zed, slot in things like Renekton, for example. And that's the case here for Klamu.
Yeah, and I mean that's going to be doubly important when it comes to the 4v4, where you've got to you've got to actively consider what your teammates need, and we've certainly seen some great examples of that over the weekend, of players being able to run their game plan while also running their teammates' game plans at the same time. But back in here with Flouders, of course, the branching out Strategist emblem means we've got a 4 amp, 4 Strategist board. Flouders, again, contesting the Yuis from what we saw before, but did just manage to find the Annie upgrade. Itemization is a little shaky though, at least in terms of the mana generation.
That's because the game plan from Flouders is a bit different to the traditional AMP game plan. He didn't lose streak early to then have a massive spike in stage 4. He was win streaking, right, most of stage 2 and 3. And so his cap, I think, will be a little bit lower. He's playing for the Yubi reroll instead, and even if he doesn't hit, at least he's trying to deny that same game plan from Yoroi, who's on 22 HP compared to Flouders' 82 HP, a massive gap.
Yes, I suppose that's another sort of aspect to bring into our conversation there, that yeah, even if you can't directly contest someone, just be able to contest enough of their composition to hopefully cut the feet out from underneath them. Yoroi, though, on 22 HP, still has a little bit of room to work with, and hopefully turns his round, picks up a Garen and the rod from this one. Just above him on the table, Bensack and Volta, both starting to look a little shaky. In fact, we've got a lot of players, David, who are around 40 to 30 HP, with a huge differential up to the top 3.
Armor Truck picks up a Pan, which can actually be very interesting in terms of finding a way to cap out this Shaco combo a little bit higher, and that is trying to pick up a Slayer emblem and trying to add Renekton to your comp. Slayer Renekton, a very strong way to even win games with Shaco, but he's still missing the Zeds, so we're 2 steps away from Renekton for now.
Oh, there you go. Ask and you shall receive. Yeah, I mean, I like this generally from what we're seeing. Again, as you pointed out before, Outcasts here, they've played for more preserving HP, and we can see that paid off. 2 of their members up in the 80s. This feels like a very volatile time. Yoroi in particular, if he can hold on for a little bit longer. He's got the blue buff in place. He's got the double Shojin in place for Annie as well. This is a very good version of this board. If he takes just a couple more losses, then so much of the power of Fnatic will be taken away from them, but it's not this round.
Big win for Yoroi. I think he's identifying that, hey, I'm not going to be the win-out player, even though I'm playing AMP. I haven't hit my Samira. I'm still very far away. He used all his duplicator just to find stability, and he's rolling to 0 pretty much every turn here to try and find at least 1 copy of Samira and not go 8th. That's really his game plan here. He even makes the brand, so you can imagine how desperate he is for some amount of power on this board. Espat,
of course, we've been seeing cropping up again and again over the game. Again, with the itemization not being absolutely ideal, but I really like the mana flow as the 4th augment coming in here because of the extra augment portal that we're working in, just to kind of course correct a little bit and make sure that the board doesn't slow down too much on getting that burst in.
Volta, very agree with the econ. He knows he needs to make it to 8, maybe even to 9 to fit in that 6 Bastion and play for the highest cap possible. He's facing his teammate here, Espat, who, as you mentioned, because he was playing kind of the tempo start with Nitro, no chance to have priority on carousels, no chance to pick up tiers. The game, unfortunately, did not give him any tiers throughout any of the PvE rounds, and so he has a Veigar with only 1 item and a half, and not really casting as often as he should.
No, but it seems to be good enough. Unfortunate for Volta, though, being sent all the way down to the bottom. Put a lot of work into getting the Bastion online. Volta does at least hit level 8 off the tail on that one, so if he can hold on for, again, a little bit longer, him and Uri, both high stakes there. And Clamu, we're checking with now, also down to 18. At least Clamu does have a decent amount of gold left in the bank. I have to imagine some part of that thanks to taking reigning gold early.
Here's about Bensak's spots. For now, there isn't really a clear win-out player for the first time in, I think, any game that we've casted across this weekend. It may be Bensak, but he still has run over Nectins. The AMP players low-rolled and haven't really hit their high cap potential with Samira's. So we'll see what Bensak rolldown looks like here, because he could become that player to beat, essentially. On 5 Zeries now, but I assume that would be too far away for him to hit. So is 21 as well.
Yeah.
Tragic. No Crocodile.
I think that's the problem, is that the whole lobby's been saying, oh, yeah, we're anticipating this problem coming from Bensak, so we're just going to play the Renexons or take them out of the pool. And at level 8, out of cash, I don't think there's anywhere near as much high end for Bensak as there should be otherwise. And even without any money, he's still not really close to be able to even get onto the carousel and maybe find the Renexon.
And big high roll here from Flouters. Did manage to find the Yumi 3 despite being contested by Yoroi, and that could be the difference maker. That could be what he needs to stabilize and try and finish in the top 4 at the very least, despite not having a Samira yet.
Yeah, I think it's done a tremendous job for the squad. Again, no tears whatsoever on that Yumi, just using the pure amp mana regen to get across the line as Ravnev takes a hit as well. Yoroi is starting to rise up the ranks after making that big economic commit you mentioned before. Volta still staying alive as well, so everyone's HP below the top 3 at least is starting to collapse close together. 20 and downwards. We're ready soon for our first eliminations.
Looking at Clamu, I mean, this is maybe the one biggest problem on Fnatic right now. The fact that Clamu bought this Renekton 2 made it so it's so much harder for Bensak to hit his own Renekton for his game plan. So Clamu was so desperate to find stability and to not lose more HP in stage 4 that he had to grief his own teammate and buy these Renektons to stop that bleed from happening.
Yes, it's very much like, being drowning and bringing down your rescuer with you. But maybe if at least he can get some real payoff here, if he can take out Volta, then that Renekton has been put to good use. And you can see, even with the backline not that well itemized, the double Renekton setup here is too much beef. And that will be Volta out. Keep an eye out on Bensak as well.
I wonder if there's a world where Clamu ever sells his Renekton just outright. But I think Bensak is too low in HP now. It won't matter. He's been doomed, right? I mean, we're seeing it there. 3 less 5 costs in the pool when there's only 9 in total. Like I said, it's just so much harder to hit, especially if you're rolling on 8, like Bensak has most of this game. So really a tough situation. I imagine the comms are not the cleanest right now for Fnatic, because I would be a little bit angry if I was Bensak, right? Your game plan is basically grief by your own teammates. Sometimes you have to. I guess you're thinking about more the general HP of the entire team as a whole and not one player winning out. But yeah, a little bit sad of the situation.
I suppose, at least on the board, as you pointed out much earlier on, there are other options here for Fnatic, but Clamu will be able to come and say, oh, you wanted some Renekton's? Here, let me show you them. And it is cruel irony indeed to be knocked out by the very Renektons you never got for yourself.
Espet also not really able to have this game plan with the Nitros pan out. We talked about it at the start of the day. He's been mostly in the bot 4 for Alcatia the entire weekend long, and he seems like he's primed for another bot 4 again. Most of that maybe comes down to the items, right? He has no tiers whatsoever. Very hard to play Veigar without any tiers.
Yeah, and I think it was always going to be an uphill battle, but of course, it always gives you the option as a squad, if you've got the HP in the tank, to try and drive out the opposing team with 3 members into the bottom 4. I think in this game, David, that just doesn't seem like that's possible anymore. Clamu conceivably could go out, but Yoroi has been on a win streak for a while. He's pretty firmly ensconced into the top 4.
Final roll down for Espat, final roll down for Clamu. Looking at Yoroi here, he has gone 9. He has found a Viego 2. Still no Samira, unfortunately. So he is, despite this having a win streak, not really reaching the full potential of this composition.
No, I mean, it's going to be disappointing, but I think that's been the theme here of Game 1, is everyone's just trying to make do with the best, or try and get the best out of whatever they can put together, even if they end up playing each other's units. We'll see how he does against Espat. Again, yeah, the slow casting Veigar, he does hit very hard, but against some of these tanks, you know, particularly that we've got the double Dragon's Claw set up on this squad, it's tough to get through them quickly.
And VO cast again. The biggest problem with Veigar, he's a single target damage unit. He blows up a single unit, but when later in the game when there's many different units on the board, he's just too slow to deal enough damage, and that's going to be Espat down in 6th place. So Alcatia in a tough position in this game 1, 6th and 8th place already locked in.
Yeah, and that really narrows your options down a ton. I mean, you know, it feels like more and more we're getting to a space where, you know, certainly you can finish first and second with Rabanov and Flatters. That's great, but I wonder if they're just going to start declining from the top because Roy, again, continues to just get stronger and stronger.
Big spike here for Armor Truck. No Renekton yet, but it will be a Slayer Garen, and I'm curious to see what mods we have in for now. Nothing on the Shaco just yet, just on the Braum. I imagine maybe a Bruiser mod. We'll see what the Shaco can do here against Rabanov.
I do like we've got
Really
the Black
important
Cleaver
match.
in place as well, just to soften up some of these targets. I mean, yeah, the Shaco, we see he's working his way through. He's not really being slowed down by the fact he's only been hitting tanks for most of this round. As you said, the Garen modded as well. He'd be able to cut through a huge amount. So Armor Truck back in as an ongoing concern. We've got ourselves a pretty volatile top 5, but as I feared for Alcacia, their top 2 players both losing after the previous round.
Oh, that's just really unfortunate. Doesn't have one of the, you know, the 6th Slayer mod especially coming through. There isn't really, I guess, a target for it right now. Pings are coming through. Curious to see where is it. Yorroy's board. He is the player that if he hits the Samira has to have that biggest spike, and he does find one. He finds 2 actually, and still goal to roll here. So Yorroy could definitely become the win-out player if he finds a Samira 2 and the right item for her.
Yeah, that's really fascinating considering, you know, where this all started for us here. That we thought Yorroy might even get driven out of the game entirely, but instead he's back on his feet in pretty definitive fashion. Camus holding on as well as Armor Truck below him on the standings overall. So we would expect for one of these to go out as Yorroy hits Samira 2. So we've got one component part, David, of our win-out player, but Armor Truck and Camus, one of them needs to follow Yorroy through the rest of this game.
Camus very smartly holding on to Elises here. Rabanov's win condition is finding at least 3 on his Dynamo board to try and win out as well. 2 copies out we see here, far away from both the Braum 3 and the Elise 3, so stuck on level 8, despite having a duplicator, not really close enough just yet to hit that spike.
So if memory serves with the way this one works overall, with Fnatic having managed to get 7th place and probably 5th place as well, they come into this quote-unquote second half with the advantage, meaning that Alcacia will need to get in the 1st and 3rd place finishes at minimum to be able to win out the game.
Such a clutch win here for Camus, so important. Yeah, Alcacia needs 1st and 3rd, right, to make it the only consideration. It comes down to the 1st place. It's the most important thing, and that's the thing that I'm worried about because Yorroy seems now poised to win. Rabanev has not hit his spikes with a 3 stars. Flouters has hit the Samira, yes, but has not hit the upgrade. Doesn't have any key 5 calls. Has a Silas on his board. He still is playing around this like kind of Vanguard variant of Amp, which is not really going to have the highest cap.
No, it doesn't seem like we're seeing too many signs from Alcacia that they're going to be bringing this one back. I mean, Camus going out would make, well, at this point, I don't think it's going to really be enough to be a difference maker, but we'll see how it does. Of course, Samira's being brought up to 2 stars is going to be a much bigger deal than what we had coming into the one. Of course, we've still got the Renekton's in the mix as well, but in this case, Camus actually has this strong enough board to punch through.
And I'm not sure if this is what Fnatic wants. I think Yorroy has the highest cap. I'm very surprised by this. Now Camus is a player that has to try and win out. Yorroy takes a big loss here. It's good for the overall HP totals, but now Yorroy's on 1 life. If he goes off, he's the player that is expected to win here for Fnatic. It'd be a little bit dangerous, and he's so close to some big spikes, right? Samira pair, Zac pair.
The wrinkle here is, remember, that Alcacia need to go first and third at a minimum. So if they have a member go out in 4th place, the rest of the game will not matter. It will be decided in the favor of Fnatic. So Rebanav's next round, as he upgrades the Elise, is absolutely vital. He has to get the win against Clamu.
And this could decide it all. If Rebanav dies off here, he most likely will be going 4th, and that will be GG. Game over. Fnatic would be winning, even if they don't take the 1st place here. Elise 3 upgrade, will it be enough? She's stuck for now. Archangel's still stacking, but the Renekton, he is a mad crocodile, and that will be it. Elise 3 without Braum 3 is not going to be enough. Rebanav is out in 4th, and Flouters also takes a hit.
Well, there we go. I mean, I feel like in that game we had a very clear idea of the approach for Alcacia, trying to play for very, a lot of strength early on, but honestly I feel like Fnatic, they've just managed to play the long game a little bit better. Well, I think there was definitely more sweat on the brow for Fnatic there. Ultimately, it felt like they were in control for a good amount of time.
And I think the biggest and most important part of this game was Clamu hitting Renekton 2, playing Vanguard Marksman and finding a much higher cap for this comp. Even if that meant throwing Bensec under the, under the team, basically, just not really caring about his position with the Renekton possibilities with Rapid Fire Emblem. He just said, you know what, I'm going to be super stable with Renekton 2. I'm going to make this. I'm going to keep it on my board. If you go 7th, if you go 6th, hey, it's better than 8th. I'm going to try and win out. And that was the position he was in there. Even beating Roy, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be one of those things that definitely affects the team dynamics, because if there were any kind of discussions, let's call them discussions going on amongst the team saying, well, what are you doing? Why are you taking my units away? The end result justifies the means here, saying the team's needs are always going to be greater than any individual player. So we've jumped out of that one a little bit earlier because the result was already decided in Fnatic's favor. So what we'll be doing is we'll take ourselves a short break while the teams get ready for game 2. Do remember, whoever wins this series goes on to the lower bracket final, guarantees themselves a spot at the EWC, and will be playing for seeding later on today. So stay tuned. We'll see if Alcacia can bring things back in game 2 after the break.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome back, one and all, to the 2025 closed qualifier for the EWC for our Teamfight Tactics teams. We have got our first game done and dusted. And David, it was a pretty interesting first game here between Fnatic and Al Qadsiya. Certainly, we had on one hand, we had teammates taking their own units. On the other hand, for Al Qadsiya, trying to play a more healthy game, preserving HP that ultimately didn't feel like it really paid off in the way they would hope it would.
I think it was a case of low roll across the entire team for the most part. I think there was some element of bad luck. For example, Espat's items were quite terrible for Veigar, no tier whatsoever. He bled out so much HP in stage 4 where he should be healthy and stable. Volta with shopgoods did not hit most of his units until into stage 4, which is not really ideal. Obviously, you have to roll more gold and you're not able to just pump levels to get the 6 Bastion quicker. We even had players like Rebenev not really have a chance to hit that high spike despite a very, very healthy mid game. Only hit the Elite 3, no Braum 3, until the very end, for example, and there wasn't really that much defense on Braum from Fnatic. So I think every single player in Al Qadsiya had some major elements of low roll in their game plan.
So, if you're in Al Qadsiya's position here, are you just treating that game as an anomaly? Would you want to go on and try and run the second game exactly the same way?
Maybe not exactly the same. I'm not a big fan of Nitro that Espat's playing. I think we saw the comp quite a few times already across this weekend, and I just don't think it's the best game plan personally. We saw Lides also playing it from Aegis. We saw a few players going on the line. I don't think it's going to be as strong coming to stage 4. Just falls off with Veigar as a single target damage unit.
It definitely wasn't living up to what had hoped for it for early on with the 6th place overall. Especially considering, it did seem like it had a pretty good situation for it to thrive. But let's get started. So again, whoever wins out this one goes to the lower bracket finals, a guaranteed spot at EWC. The only question is whether or not it's the 2nd or 3rd seed coming into this one. And whoever loses goes straight to the closed qualifier, where you'll be playing up against teams from all across the world next week. It's a pretty intimidating prospect.
A lot at stake for Fnatic here, one game away from ultimate glory. The goal for most of the teams coming to this weekend is just to try and qualify directly to EWC, to lock in your slot after so many weeks of hard work, scrimming and prepping and playing 4v4, and trying to get the best team and individual chemistry as possible for this weekend.
And we'll keep an eye and see if we can see something different from Al Qadsiya to start us off here to turn the series back around, as Espat back on the same thing we saw him doing before. He was the player between these 8 who was more willing to move into the Twisted Fate line, and the game has gifted it directly to him, David.
That's his role, it seems like. Play for stability in stages 3 and stage 4. Play for the rerolls. He has a TF pair now. He has a few gens as well. He can make 10 here if he wishes to, but opts to keep these units and try and find some upgrades. And all of a sudden, he's given a win-out position. Does he go for it? This is not usually the player on Al Qadsiya who goes for these win-outs. I imagine he has to. I mean, this is a Rapid Fire +1 with a TF pair. He can find stability around maybe 2 and 4 Rapid Fire in the mid game and play Renekton into, a spot on stage 4 where you have a lot of HP to work with. You're not kind of pressured to roll into 0 right away. He does go for it. I like this.
And he's also got the Shaka. We saw this before, David, of course, being a great early carrier for the Rapid Fire emblem, potentially doing a ton of damage. So Espat has a lot of responsibility put on his head to make this one work. But hey, I mean, he's certainly familiar enough with the Twisted Fate side of things. And he'll even be able to activate Twisted Fate's Syndicate to start us off. Rabenev, though, very close to activating Cypher, has slamming, but has not slammed as of yet. Of course.
Slam a component on each unit. Of course, if you make a full item, you're more likely to win fights and win streak, and that's not what he wants. He's trying to keep the option open of finding Cypher either naturally, with the Draven already found, just needs a LeBlanc, or on the stage 2 carousel, so he has to try and guarantee he has first pick prio.
And so far looking fine for that. We do see Flouders here. Let's see, with what looks to be the beginnings of the Morgana board, I would assume, or maybe even moving into the more cyber boss direction. I mean, we've at least got the 1 tier so far and an initial loss streak to allow Flouders that little bit of flexibility.
And a lot at stake with this first carousel. Both Rebenev and Flouders want to have first pick. Flouders need a tier if he's playing Morgana, and Rebanav needs a Cypher unit ideally. So it's important for Yoroi and Armor Truck to try and continue losing and to have full monopoly over the first picks and to deny exactly what the Alcatia players need.
We've got Volta on this side as well, who seems to have laid out his game plan relatively early on. We've got the amp units in place and one tier already. Given that we've got the Pandora's items, Volta shouldn't be struggling to get the full setup long term. Certainly, you know, as we said coming into this one, a lot of eyes on Volta in this game, a player who has been decorated again and again on the global stage. We want to see big performances from him as well.
And we just talked about the importance of having first pick prio. Now the prio has switched. Both Flouders and Rebanav are in position in the 7th and 8th slots to have control over the tiers and the Cypher units coming up in this next carousel. Rebanav is usually an amp player. We'll see if he sells a Yumi to make 30 here and to guarantee a loss.
I have to imagine so. Let's look around. It looks like Yoroi is going to disagree with us on the whole Nitro front, at least for the time being. Looks like we've got the, I believe, the board of directors, if I don't miss my mark, to allow for us to slot in just a few of our Divinicore friends are getting maximum benefit.
Yoroi, this is traditionally a Vex augment where you play it alongside 3 Divinicore with the Ross, or the Morgana rather, the Gragas and the Vex, and you get a lot of stats for your board. It's a very good augment for it, but the base innovation was playing it for Elise with Ross, Gragas and the Morgana instead of the Vex, and you have the chance to play for the 4 Dynamo plus frontline with usually the Braum setup with MF. But coming into the carousel, Rebanav is first pick. Does he find a Cypher unit? He needs a Galio or a LeBlanc. He does not find either, and there's only one tier. Flouders is third pick. He has no chance to play for it. And Armor Truck will likely deny it because of this.
Yeah, parking that for his teammate there. No, actually, in the end, Yoroi ended up.
Oh, he has to. He has to now, yeah, because Flouders wants it. So he was just defending until Flouders tried to get it, and then he picked it up. This is for me the funnest part of 4v4 is all the different strategies and the politics on the carousels.
Yes, it's a little, a little convergence. At the convergence, the teams come together. We're checking to see how everybody lies off that. As you said, no extra Cypher for Rebanav to get the stacking going. Armor Truck picking up the tier. I do want to note, in contrast to the previous game, as we look at the overall picture, is last time, of course, Alcatia eventually wilted after managing to keep 2 members up with strong win streaks from early on. We've seen now the reverse of that happening with Fanatics, Clamu, and Bensak currently both holding win streaks.
Not surprised, they pick augments that lead into those paths. We're seeing here from Clamu picking up the Thornmail, just having the extra Bramble in an item recession after the changes this patch rather, to having just less item components overall. Augments that give you full items are a premium, especially in stage 2 to guarantee a win streak.
Yeah, we can see how powerful that's making his board just to have a strong front line. Of course, we have seen Exotech being picked up more than a little, as yes, the Zeri drops in. Maybe this Exotech will stick around for a little longer.
This is not really a game how to play for Zeri. You have Hyperfangs as your first exo item, which is not ideal for Zeri whatsoever. But with a high roll like this, I assume you will be playing the Zeri at least for stage 2 and stage 3. We're seeing their Hyperfang, Cybercoil, Chassis. Chassis doesn't matter. We're not really reaching 7 exo unless your name is simply Wojtek. But it will be important for this stage 3 at least.
Let's see. Well, in the same way that Alcatia, the win-streaking players, avoided each other the first time round, that would not be the case for Bensak and Clamu. They'll be playing against each other in this round, so only one gets to keep going forward. As Volta, we noted before with the Pandora's items, has got some very good items already for at least the blue buff lockdown, dual gauntlet as well. Volta's looking good.
In the shop pitch now for Flouders. Does he have more good fortune than Volta did in the last game? He's still sitting on Morgana 1, Jax 1. It's going to be 6 poppies at the very least, so there is that to look forward to in terms of maybe an early poppy 3 that he can spike with, but he needs the right components as well, right? He needs a tier, he needs a chain vest, he needs a rod, ideally.
Yes, he's in a slightly awkward position where Espat and Rebanav, his teammates are on lower HP than him, and as we've talked about before, chances of getting your tiers from the carousel are basically 0. outside of some fairly extreme circumstances, but we'll see if Flounders gets saved. None so far. Some decent units, but no tears forthcoming.
This is really tragic. We've talked about it before, right? Even if you can't stabilize around your three stars on this stage 3, you're waiting for the next shop glitch to do so. You at least want to be able to finalize some of the items here. You have one Reforger. It's Steadfast is not terrible on Poppy, but you're kind of burning through your chain just as a way to get rid of this glove, basically. But maybe this augment round saves him.
Keep a close eye out. Espap, we saw from before using the Shaco rapid fire technology, seems that, or technique rather, which has changed around. So we've got the Cypher in place. Actually a moderately strong board, but I think should be enough to get the soft loss that he's looking for, and just got that extra injection of power from the Cypher.
Espat has been on TF pair since all the way back in stage 1, so unfortunately has not found a natural TF upgrade, which could really save him a lot of extra HP if his TF is able to kill, 1 or 2 units per fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a little disappointing as we come to the second augment, so it's been gold into goal. Note as the unresolved question before, Klamu from Fnatic will be the player carrying forward the win streak, who we saw before with a kind of, this pretty much most of our marks from Vanguard board already. Has also managed to find a way to sneak in Cypher very briefly, but I don't think it's really on the cards for him to stack it up in any kind of serious way.
Both Bensak and Klamu seem to be playing around AD lines, and both really being the stable players for Fnatic. They want to try and preserve HP, come into stage 4 fairly healthy, with a low chance to cap very high, but a high chance to roll down on 8 to 0 gold and preserve HP and finish maybe 3rd, 4th. That's their game plan.
Yeah, I really like having the healing orbs in place as well as the caretakers as well. You've just got this very safe and predictable path through the game that if you've got a solid enough board, you can just keep healing up all of your front line, and you know that you've got a fairly solid line on the itemization you're looking for as well. Over the other side, the rapid fire board, of course, much longer until that comes line in a serious fashion. We get to see how the Heliorbs can make these fights extremely one-sided.
And it's not picked up Epoch, so extra econ to get to level 8, to have a little bit extra gold to roll, a few extra free rolls as well. Gonna really have to hope for a strong combat augment at 4-2 though to elevate Renekton to that very scary territory. Cash is out now, so trying to stabilize on this amount of HP, does not want to continue loose tricking the Cypher.
No, maybe we're strong enough. I mean, itemization, we've still got a few missing pieces for absolute perfection longer term, but of course, a player who doesn't need to worry about that at all is Volta, very quietly building the board up. I like that he, seeing that the Morgana is, I believe, yes, at least somewhat contested in this game, possibly multiple ways contested, not bothering to stay on this, on the early levels at all, instead pushing up to at least nearly fully itemized. We can see how she does against her sister board of the Nitros.
There was a possibility for Volta to play into Amp, but it looks like he will be playing more into Dynamo Flex coming into stage 4, contesting the very player he's facing right now in Klamu. Does he get the win here? Breaks his win streak, preserves HP. I think it's important for Volta here, especially because he has some big spikes around the corner. Just at least on this carousel could be massive. There's a pan on a Sejuani for Espat, and there's complete monopoly on the first pick for Alcatia. So really strong setup. He can get a second rapid fire emblem, and essentially that's like kind of a fawn. You can cut off some of the weaker units, and also an early Sejuani. Ooh, he gives up the, okay, so the team give up 2 Flouders instead. Flouders was playing into Morgana, so that's the Bastion emblem for Flouders. Really good synergy there to say, hey, I already have a rapid fire emblem, I don't need a second. Even if it's a Sejuani, you can have it, Flouders.
Yes, I suppose that's the kind of the unusual setup here of having both bottom position players that you get out first on the carousel. Again, unlike double up, where you would have it being separated by team. In this case, Alcatia, they've got the benefit of those 2 low HP players. Of course, the flip side is that across the entire Alcatia team, the HP totals are not looking fantastic, even here at stage 3.
How do you like this Lemon synergy? Just one component.
It's incredible.
And this is why Volta's not playing Amp. Rabanov, the standout Amp player, he's played it, I think, 4 times already this weekend. he will be the one going into AMP with forward thinking, a lot of extra gold to roll on level 8. So the lines are very much decided for Alcatia. The only problem is, look at the total HP, right? Fnatic is staying so healthy in this stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 100, almost 200, you know, maybe 250. I can't even do the maths in a hurry, but between their top 3 players, they've got an absolute barrel of HP to work with. Given that Katia have to win this game, this feels incredibly volatile. Again, the complete opposite of what we saw in game 1, where Katia kept the HP, kept safe, and eventually bled out to stronger boards.
It's going to come down to Volta and Flouters. They have to stabilize extremely hard in stage 4. Volta has to try and preserve a ton of HP. There'll be a big roll down, I assume, on 8, but he's not really that rich just yet, and he hasn't found the natural Elise 2, which would give him so much power on this board. For now, playing the 4 Bruiser, 3 Dynamo game plan, and Flouters, his shop glitch coming into the next round will be pivotal. He has to hit the Morgana, he has to hit the right components as well to finish the blue buff, to then start win streaking in stage 4.
Yeah, once we do see that change coming in, that'll be everything. But you're right, it does seem strange. I mean, Volta, I suppose, of all the members of Alcacia, can afford to be a little bit more circumspect with spending out his gold and slow rolling his board strength, just because, you know, he's actually got some HP to burn, but he's taking a big chunk out of Espat there. Rabanav as well loses, so the bottom 2 players, barely 50 HP between them. Alcacia,
big upgrades.
Running out of time.
So important. You can't level until you're 4-2, you go to level 8, but so big to find Elise here. Flouters is currently going to get the shop glitch rolls coming through, so if he can go to his board, that would be huge to try and find out if he's hitting that Morgana 3, if he's hitting the Poppy 3 and the Jax 3 as well.
We'll keep a close eye. There we go. On the side. So wow, okay. That's a shop glitch worth remembering about. That's huge for the squad.
And we're seeing the blue buff has been found off of the carousel, or off of, no, he had the blue buff before, off of the last PB round. And he hasn't found the gun. Oh, never mind. He has found the gunblade. So very important components have been found here. Plus the Bastion emblem really elevates this reroll comp to the next level.
This does feel, again, super volatile. So Morgana 3 comes in. We've got the eggs as well. You can imagine Alcacia can't afford to take any of the longer determined eggs. Jamie, in terms of looking at the long term here, if we've got Flouters and Volta, rising up, they're gonna eventually have to take or give losses out to their teammates as well, and potentially get us into a situation where Alcacia need to go first and second to win the entire thing.
So the removers would be coming in. Look at the roll down here for Espat though. No Renekton just yet, has to itemize the Zed instead. 6 rapid fire to Bastion. Is this going to be stable enough? It's a Shojin Gunblade Zed, so not really the deadliest, but he has to try and winning most of these fights now without Renekton.
He does stick around for a long time, which seems like it's actually going to be enough. I guess with 6 rapid fire as well, you're ultimately getting a lot of damage as long as your units don't get run over. As we saw from that board loss just then, that wasn't happening, but Rebenev goes down to 1 HP. The Cypher
Forward thinking coming
board
through. You have to pick fast. He goes for teaming up. He goes to 9. He has to start rolling. He doesn't have that much gold. 55 players are picking to try and distract him. He has to find the Nico 2, the Samira, the 5 amp, and maybe the Zac. Doesn't even buy the Garens there. Buys the Viego instead. He has to try and find some upgrades. He's on his last life. He has 1 player from Fnatic in his rotation. It's only Armor Truck. The Alcatia players have to weaken themselves to make sure not to kill Bensac before, or Rebenab before he spikes. No Samira upgrade. No Annie upgrade. This is looking tragic. Oh, there's the Annie, but you have to give up the Nico. Oh no. And the Zac as well. Do you slot it in for Viego? I think you don't. There's no blobs just yet.
We've got a little bit of itemization, but not perfect itemization either. I don't know, like, if I'm in Alcacia's side of things, QAD, there's a decent chance that you spend all this time trying to keep Rebenav alive and he still drops down and dies anyway, meaning that you've not just lost your teammate, but you've also lost all the HP you've sacrificed to try and keep him alive.
And Volta has not removed items. Elise has 3 items, and Cho'Gath has 2. This board is going to be too much to handle for Rebenav. He is not strong enough, I think, and that's going to be the case. Very, very unfortunate turn of events for Rebenav. The win-out player is out. Alcacia on the wrong foot to start off this stage 4.
Oh boy, that's got to be so disappointing, especially considering that, you know, they've had such a dramatic change up of game plan from them overall. I mean, at least Volta is in a good spot, currently in the top 4 along with Flautas, and Volta's win streaking as well, but need to be very careful about Espat's immediate future as well, that he doesn't go out in 7th.
And we're seeing the perfect game plan from Fnatic, where because Rabanav is locked to rolling on 4-2 once his forward-thinking gold comes through, everyone on Fnatic rolled on 4-1. They leveled to 8 and rolled and held as many Annies and Samiras as possible. Armatruck obviously because he's playing Amp, but Clemu and Bentak to preserve HP and to play around their AD Vanguard Marksman board as well. So it's just a macro strategy advantage for Fnatic overall in this game too.
And I think that's what's going to happen, isn't it? We talked again and again across the last 2 days about how much influence a team can have operating as a unit. It's wildly outsized from what you would get while playing a regular solo queue game. If someone griefs you, you can get mad about it. If 4 people grief you, then you're in major, major trouble. As Espat goes down to 26, we take another step towards forcing Alcatia to play for first and second.
There is a Renekton. This could be that saving grace that Espat was looking for. This is his chance to become now the win-out player that Alcatia needs now that Rebanav has been taken down in 8th. But really great game plan from Fnatic. I mean, Bentak and Clemu, they preserved all their HP in stage 3. They rolled into 0 on 4-1. One of them playing Vanguard Marksman, the other playing MF Zeri. Comps that are notorious for stabilizing on 8, rolling to 0 every single turn, and making sure to preserve HP in stage 4.
It definitely feels like Fnatic came into this one having, you know, really just had a super solid game plan. It's worth mentioning as well, through the tournament so far, Fnatic have not gone to a game 3 in a single series so far. It's all been dominations or getting dominated, 0-2 or 2-0. But yeah, as you said, Espat, I really like the combination here, the Hextech Gunblade, allowing you to freely chow down on the Zeri. She'll gain back her HP and give a good amount of damage across. We still need the Quicksilver ideally to make sure this Renekton doesn't get slowed down by a stray stun, but otherwise, Espat in a good spot.
And Espat can't roll here. He knows he needs to go 9. He knows he needs to play for the first. So this is the risky strategy that Alcatia needs to play for now. Volta, again, not removing any items here. And he already taxed Rebanav and knocked him out. I think he might be taxing Espat here again. I don't think Espat is strong enough just yet with Renekton 1. Renekton's on release though. It's gonna be a close fight. We're gonna very good win here for Espat. Good news finally for Alcatia. Not sure about that one, but let's just say it's all skill, no luck.
Exactly. We're going to give the benefit of the doubt there, but I like to think that Volta said, you know, I can remove my items in this round, and Espat's like, nah, I got this all figured out down to the individual HP. We want to keep you strong as well and towards the top of the table. So yeah, but at least the game does open up. Even with Rabanav out, the Espat gets a little bit more time to work with. Yoroi, who we're checking with here, is the player just above Espat and Armatruk as well. You know, these 3 players currently in 5th place and downwards, all almost exactly the same HP.
Matchup here between Bensak and Yoroi. Not too important who wins here, but ideally Yoroi just to save some extra HP, being the lowest HP player on Fnatic right now.
Yeah, I like the Vex.
We're asking Peter
yeah,
at the start of the day, what do you do when someone seems to be the win-out player and you know that player is going to win the game? I think Fnatic is doing exactly that, right? They have 3 players who played for a very low cap, just trying to preserve HP, Clemu, Bensak, and Yoroi. And they have just Armatruck as the player that has a chance to win out with the amp board. So this is the game plan where you see, hey, both Rebanav and Espat have win-out conditions with forward-thinking amp and Renekton Rapid Fire Emblem, and we just played to preserve HP and spike earlier, and maybe don't win the game, but maybe send a lot of these Alcatia players in the bot 4.
Yeah, and I think that's really encouraging to see teams here in the close qualifier taking account of those kind of extra opportunities that are there, because yeah, we're still pretty early on in the 4v4 format's lifespan, so you know, teams being able to play their own games, play as a team, and play to the format are all things that aren't going to be necessarily 100% locked in, especially
Control down decides everything. If you find Renekton here, especially Renekton 2, you win the game potentially. For Espat, has not found any copies, unfortunately, and this is what the entirety of Al Qataria is banking on. Espat finding a way to win this game and not losing any more fights. Stage 5, 13 HP, 1 loss, and you're out.
Okay, so item-wise, we've got the Enhanced Edge of Night and the Hextech Gunblade as well, so this Renekton should be hard to put down, but the crucial thing he's missing again, as we talked about before, no Quicksilver, so he will be getting locked down by the stuns, even if he won't be getting killed, taking away a lot of his stacking time. Once the front line collapse, things just go to hell in a handbasket very, very quickly. Renekton does survive to the end, though, and I guess ultimately it didn't turn out to matter, even with the Renekton 1.
Flouders is now streaking as well. This is the other player that's needed to pop off from Al Qataria. He did so in the stage 4 PvE round in terms of finding his upgrades with the shop glitch and finding the right components for the Morgana, alongside the stage 3 carousel giving him a Bastion emblem, so really pushing up the cap of this Morgana reroll for Flouders. And Armatruck has not been able to become the win-out player just yet, has not gone 9 yet, does not have Samira yet, and he's on his last life.
Yeah, we could be end up in a situation with both Fnatic members drop out the next round. We end up with kind of a reset game where you've got the same amount of points for both teams coming out of the bottom half. It's worth noting, as I mentioned before, Fnatic have never gone to a third game. Al Qataria have only ever gone to a third game in every single series so far. So we can't fault them for their tenacity in holding on when all seems to be lost. You're right, up against Volta in this round. The Dynamo board has been brewing for a while. It's looking like it should just be about good enough. There's not a ton of damage, but Uri goes down. Armatruck survives, but that's one more piece in place for Al Qataria.
So Armatruck was guaranteed to survive there. He was only facing Bensack in his matchmaking pool, so Bensack took off the exo items and guaranteed that Armatruck can survive and greed out one more turn to go 9 and maybe find Samira. This is the turn to do it. Goes 9, has a few rolls here, has a lot of gold on his bench. He has to find at least 1 copy of Samira to become potentially one of the strongest players in this lobby. He hasn't found it just yet. One more roll in a dream. He doesn't have it. And he's now down to just 3 gold. So great gameplay from Fnatic to try and give one more life. Bensack sacrificing some HP to do so, but it's not enough. Even with duo Q, he wasn't able to high roll the Samira either. And this might be the end of the road for Armatruck. Espat with the Renekton versus a non-Samira amp board.
This is hugely impactful for the results overall. If Armatruck goes out here, this means it would basically reset the game coming to the second half with no points between. But it looks like Armatruck could win it all out. Renekton going down to very minimal HP, and it's not good enough. That is a bad look, which means Fnatic are definitely ahead of the half as Espat exits out, and Fnatic still have 3 members alive.
Oh no, there's a Renekton on the carousel here as well. There is no Samira, but there is a Zac. But this extra turn is so important for Espat. He has the highest potential of anyone in this lobby. Just 1 Samira away from a massive spike.
Oh boy. So
Espat was that same player for Al Qataria.
Let's check in where we are at the moment. So Fnatic, they're guaranteed to go into the second half with the advantage, even if Armatruck dies immediately. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios here where Fnatic just go and take over absolutely everything, of course. But given that we got Flouders and Volta on very high HP, it's unlikely either of them get eliminated in the near future.
And there's just some really good min-maxing happening here. The Renekton's held by Bensack to deny Espat from hitting a pair or any upgrades. He's holding extra 5 costs to allow for Samira to be hit by Armatruck when he rolls as well. So they're trying to slowly make any amount of rolling as efficient as possible. Despite this, still no Samira for Armatruck. Can he stay alive 1 more round? Up against Volta.
Now we can see Volta himself hasn't quite got everything he would like at this point. The Cho'Gath's doing a good job of locking down the front, but yeah, the DPS is just not enough to cut through all the extra units dropping in, so Armatruck stays alive. Both of the Al Qataria members do manage to win out their rounds though, so of course, you know, it's always going to be pretty much a given that if you can get your team into the top 2 finishes overall, then you've won the game no matter what.
Still no Samira. It's a 1 in 3 is what Alcatia needs at this point in time. Flouters with the Bastion emblem is the player who is now poised to maybe win out despite playing the 1-cost reroll with Morgana. Volta, he's done a very good job of stabilizing on 50 HP up until this point. We're almost in stage 6. He was only playing around that Elise Dynamo tempo game plan. So props to him for preserving so much HP this late into the game.
See what he does against his teammate Bensak. Again, as I said, we're still waiting to see if there's just a little bit more gas in the tank. And I think it looks like it's a relatively well-judged round. Of course, the teammates will be very careful to try and make sure that a minimal amount of damage is done as Bensak takes the L down to 9. Clamu fighting off-screen, loses to Flouders. So Fnatic, they had been having a huge amount of momentum. They've at least got to PvE for a little bit more time to work with.
Flouders holding on to that Samira, trying to deny from Arma Truck. And once again, Bensak not equipping an exo item on the Zeri, so denying or weakening his board a tiny bit. Really, you can see some very clean gameplay from this Fnatic team in terms of trying to make these losses not hurt as much, trying to guarantee Arma Truck can survive until his next spike.
Oh boy, so the big difference maker. I mean, at this point, at least Fnatic do have the capacity to sacrifice off a member and not lose the game immediately. But again, if they can just win this one round, then the series is done and dusted. Clamu does finally under 2. Volta, though, up to level 9 to join. And we've got multiple forecasts 2-stars coming in across the field, David.
Samira pair for Arma Truck, so he's finally found a few Samiras. He's on 5 amp now. The Garen has been stacking mods all throughout stages 4 and 5. For Bensak, he's done his job alongside Clamu. They preserve so much HP early. This is their goal to finish, you know, in this 4th, 5th, 6th place position. All about Arma Truck trying to propel himself upward and winning the game.
Alright, well, we'll see if Volta can do anything to slow that momentum at all. Again, it's mostly the AP amp members, including a couple of Urgots in the mix, but I think, yeah, Volta's board isn't good enough to cut through these tanks, and especially on Bensak's side of things, having the kind of itemization for the misfortune that Volta would like is amazing. As Arma Truck is dropped, Clamu and Bensak are the last ones standing.
And this is so important because these players are not playing for a high cap. Clamu and Bensak are not the win-out players for Fnatic. This should be a wrap for Alcatia. This might be a game 2 win for them. Volta was 1 copy away from Elise, and Flouders has been streaking 2 stages now. He is poised to be the win-out player, especially if this Elise is found by Volta. I think that's almost a guaranteed win now for Alcatia.
And Volta in the position, yeah, to pick up the Urgot upgrade and then look for the Elise upgrade as well. Up against Clamu.
1 Leona away for Clamu. I take it back. If Clamu can hit Leona 3, that is now the strongest player in the lobby, so there has to be defense being played here against the Leona. There's a carousel coming up. Clamu is still healthy enough. Bensak goes down, which he does here to Flouders. This locks in that whoever wins this game will be the victor. Alcatia need a 1st and a 3rd, and yeah, the 1st is the important part. If Clamu can find Leona 3 here, that might just be GG.
I can't imagine that Flouders and Volta have got a lot of gold left open to try and search for that missing Leona, but Clamu is more than willing to commit in everything, as you said. Just need to take the 1st place.
Oh no! He downgraded every single unit on his board, and he's found it. He found the Leona 3. Went down to a Felios 1, Silas 1, Jarvan 1, Jinx 1 to get extra gold to roll for Leona, knowing that Volta and Flouders were not able to hold or find a single copy in their own shops. Is this Leona enough, considering your board is now full of 1-stars? That's the big question.
This is the round, isn't it, where when the backline isn't there, so everyone else is going to die very quickly.
Oh my god.
Leona's left on her lonesome 3-star forecast tanks. They've been fake this whole time, David.
Not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough.
Consumed. Fnatic will have to play a 3rd game as Alcatia, 1st and 2nd place, draw the series even 1-1. This series has been delivering.
And we talked about it. Fnatic had to find a way to elevate a stable level 8 roll down player into a win out player. And Clamu said, the only way I can do this is by going for a 3-star forecast. He was one copy away from Leona. He couldn't find it, and he knew he had to roll on that turn because Alcacia would then maybe have a higher chance of finding Leona in those shops. And he was on his last life. He was on 8 HP at the point. So had to downgrade his entire board, hoping that Leona by herself would carry everything. It just wasn't enough. And Volta found the Elise 3 as well. So that really helped him win that fight.
Oh boy. What a world it could be if, yeah, just a few more units could have been hurled on. But gentle friends, remember, this is, extremely consequential as a series. Whoever wins this goes straight to the EWC. The only question is about their seeding. So the Fnatic and Alcacia will go face-to-face one more time before, of course, we move across the rest of the day, playing for the 5th place decider and then the lower bracket final to end out the day. So stay tuned. We will return after the break to get that Game 3 done. Welcome back to TFC Closed Qualifier for EMEA. We are going into our third game of one of our most impactful series of the day. David, first of all, I want to start off, back in my day when Leonas got 3-starred, they shot lasers at everybody on the board and won the game for you. Apparently Kanu subscribed to the wrong style of Leona to try and save that last game.
It was a moment where if Clemu won that fight, Fnatic would be through to EWC. I can only imagine the comms. Roll, dude, roll. Try and hit Leona. But in the end, he had to sell his entire board. He downgraded every unit essentially to get extra gold, extra rolls to try and hit. And you can have all the tankiness you want, but without damage and with your units dying early on to the Elise pings, it was GG basically. But a very valid attempt, and hats off to Volta. I think he played a really great tempo dynamo game and was able to seal the deal at the very end.
So coming up once this series is done, and we will have, which of these two teams will be going straight to the EWC after today in either second or third seeding. Of course, we'll have our 5th place decider match, Mouse versus Team Secret. One of those teams will be our last elimination and will not be having any further chances to advance into the main event in August. But David, talk to me a little bit about what we saw from Alcacia in the last game, because it felt like a pretty big departure in game 2, what we saw from them, compared to game 1.
It was a very risky game. Rebanav played his usual amp, high risk, high reward game plan. He went 8th. He was 1 HP, waiting for the forward thing to come through on 4-1. Fnatic did a very good job of trying to bully him out of win out position by playing with very high pressure in stage 3 and the start of stage 4, and they succeeded, right? He went 8th. That was the win out player for Alcacia. Espat, equally so, was not able to pull off the Renekton game plan. He floundered out to a bot 4 yet again, but it was Flouders who, with the Bastion emblem on the stage 3 carousel, who carried that game, and Volta, who played a perfect high tempo game plan.
Yes, and you were saying before, just Volta hitting exactly on the schedule and getting himself into a much more commanding position than he was said before. I have to imagine Alcacia, if they can pull off a similar game plan again, of trying to get themselves online as quickly as possible, and at least after getting themselves enough of a loss streak in to secure their economy, they'll be feeling pretty good. As we do see, I believe that's Uroi who's close to activating Cypher early on.
Ooh, and Cypher plus Calc Loss is a fantastic combination, with the extra +2 gold of this being the hacked augment on the economic side of things. The later he picks this, the better, just in case players from the other team are looking at, oh, do I have a loose streak spot? So this information has already been given to his own team, and he can now withhold it until the late stages of this countdown.
Yeah, every single difference is going to make a huge choice here, especially as you said back in the previous game, so much of the full game decisions being taken at this point in time. Espat picks the Slayer emblem and Vanguard together, not too shabby. We'll see if Espat, it's a shame we don't see Espat with the Shakos of the kind of board that Rebanav has.
Although Rebanav, known as the amp player, he has a lot of extra gold to work with. We'll see if he once again will play for that very risky game plan. Armatruck as well. He is the amp player. 2 wins yesterday for Fnatic in the series to make it into this match now. Played for amp last game, went out 5th in the end, found a very late Samira pair that was not enough to stabilize him. And already you can see, I think the cards are being thrown out. Most of our players know their game plan.
Yeah, Volta going for Airpock as well, so we've definitely got more of a focus, at least from the ones we've seen so far. And on the economy side, as Flouders actually finds some interesting combination there with the Techie coming into the mix as well. So a couple of wandering trainers here in game 3. It seems like our teams are more willing to try and take some of these more risky direction fill augments from the very beginning.
Especially Bensak. Bensak's a player who has been the stable point for this Fnatic squad most of the games, usually playing for a level 8 roll down comp like MF Seri or Vanguard Marksman. In this case, picking up Raining Gold, playing for the Econ on stage 2, not preserving HP, going for a loose streak instead. We'll see if it pays off and if Bensak is able to navigate this game plan, which he has not been usually committing to in this tournament.
Yes, I believe that's the second Raining Gold Armatruck and Bensak for Fnatic, and potentially Uroi with the Cypher as well. So we've got the huge amount of potential econ coming down the pipe for Fnatic. It seems like they might be trying to get back into the same sort of position they were before, take the losses, build the econ, and then go for the huge late game.
It seems like it's going to be potential for Morgana for both Yoroi and Bensak. I guess we'll see whoever has more copies. But most likely Bensak. It seemed like, yeah, he had more copies. Yoroi commits to just playing for Cypher instead. And once again, priority on this stage 2 carousel. So important. The tiers for Bensak, the Cypher units for Volta, and for Yoroi.
Yeah, it's going to be a proper scrap over the carousel. We do see Nitro creeping in here again. I know you said you weren't a fan of the comp overall. As let's see, so if I don't miss my guess, unless I got confused there, I think we might actually have a couple of Nitro players with Clamu picking up Trade Sector.
Could just be Nitro for tempo for now, and then pivoting into something else, not just fully on Nitro reroll. But important here to see who ends up on lowest HP. For now, Fnatic has control of the first pick, and this is going to be so important. Bensak needs a tier, Yoroi needs a Cypher unit. They're going to deny Volta from picking up any extra Cypher units if they are on this carousel. There's also an Elise, I think the strongest unit in the current meta, and definitely advantageous pickup in stage 2.
Yeah, I think you put that really well in the previous game as well. Just Fnatic having both of those first pick, just sets them up so incredibly well going forwards. It does make me wonder if one day, we'll ever have that 4v4 specific game mode. But right now, Fnatic are playing the game that we have extremely well, as they're actually controlling both the top and the bottom of the table. Armatruk and Clamu both win streaking, Bensak and Yoroi both keeping their HP nice and low.
Curious to see Rebanav what he goes for, because I believe it was Espat, right, that had the Slayer plus Vanguard. They're on the same team. Rebanav seems to be going for some kind of Slayer line right now with Shaco potentially. It looks like Espat is going to be playing more for tempo around. Right now it looks like Anima Squad, but maybe will not make the most use of this Slayer +1 on his Wandering Trainer.
No, maybe just content to make use of the Vanguard side of things as well. I think particularly, given that Rebanav is already in the area with, as we see there, with the Slayers coming in. Clamu going to level 5 though, certainly does seem to put some weight behind the idea that we are seeing the Nitro just being used as tempo styles. It looks like it's the same actually from both of the Nitro players. Both just making a quick visit in, get some ball strength, and move on to something greater.
Who is the Fnatic player who withstands test of the strength really in this stage 2. He will be the strongest player in this lobby for now. 100 HP, 4 win streak for now for the French player.
It does put me a little bit in mind, David, of what we saw from Mouse before, where if you've not got the win streaking player, you've not got the loss streaking player as well. It feels like it's very easy for your team to end up getting sandwiched in the middle and not necessarily be able to put out enough power, just because there's so much more economy coming in, particularly with these augments to Fnatic, than Alcancía will be able to muster.
This is the big win for the potential win streaks coming into stage 3. Can Espat take a win here, a second win against Armatruk, and try and be the stable player from Alcancía in stage 3, while players like Volta play for kind of the Cypher and the big blue streaks instead?
Clamu keeps the win streak in place for Fnatic. Yoroi keeps the loss streak in place, while Volta does the same thing as well. So it looks like we're not going to be seeing too many upsets here. Armature getting a little kick in the teeth, but at least we've ended up with more or less a team spread out evenly.
Yoroi still has not found Cypher. He was able to play only 2 Cypher units and play for the weakest possible board, which I think is what broke Volta's streak in the middle of that stage 2. And he has gotten full value from calculated loss up until now. Volta's still only on 3 Cyphers, so no Draven just yet, but he has found an early Yuumi, indicating he might be going into that amp line and try to be the win-out player for Alcancía in this final game 3.
Yes, only problem for Volta is the song we saw before. I mean, at least he's low on HP to be able to pick up the tiers, but not finding as many as he would like otherwise.
Staying with Bensak now, gonna have a lot of gold to roll, playing Morgana reroll. What he's able to hit.
I mean, he's certainly got enough gold to be getting on with. He's got the 1 tier as well. Not low enough priority maybe to find the other tier. But I mean, good amount of bastions, good amount of gold. You'll certainly be able to take a lot of the units out of the pool, even if you can't necessarily turn those units into the maximal versions of themselves.
Because he only has 2 copies of Morgana, he's maybe considering, not playing Morgana reroll at all. Gonna play for tempo instead with this extra injection of gold, start leveling up and play around either Elise or potentially Amp as well to deny Volta from having that easy time finding all his units.
Yeah, makes a heck of a lot of sense, especially when you can get out ahead of the field. Then let's spend a little bit of time talking about what Flouders has got going on, though. The Dynamo emblem is so incredibly powerful, given how shallow of a trait that is overall. Just moving one step forward, potentially up to 4 Dynamo much earlier on into the game. A huge power spike.
And he's running it back, right? Flouders is the player who dominated that game 2 with Morgana reroll, thanks to the Bastion +1. In this case, has the Dynamo +1, but also the Techies +1 on Shyvana. As a Bastion / Techie unit, so you have a chance to get some extra debuff, let's say, on the opposing team.
Black
Market
augments coming in. There's gonna be some chances to get pretty spicy here.
Felt overflow for Bensack playing for the Zac in the late game. Let's check out other boards and see what players have picked up from the Black Market selection. If we have any players with Think Fast potentially. Flouders.
Okay.
Poppy
He's got the blue battery. Binary edge.
Binary, that's pretty good as well.
You can see Flouders is setting up for it there. The tiniest Titan for Uroi. So we've got a second source of economy coming in for Uroi as well. More blue batteries knocking around as well. So I think our players definitely know what they are needing at this point. Volta in particular has got the blue buff to go with that blue battery. So that's a big step up in power to combine those two together.
Really big spikes, not just a prismatic augment, but Black Market especially. I think there's some of the most broken augments in the game in this selection, and we're seeing players, they know exactly what augments to pick up. Binary, blue battery, incredibly strong. Belt overflow really gives you a really big cap with Zac later to the game as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely nightmarish once you do get there. But Espan, do want to take a second to recognize him up at the top. With the more standard board, like they were getting to see a chance for him here to use that Vanguard emblem, just to put together as strong a board as possible and ride out this relatively early streak and keep himself healthy.
This flurry of blows can be very, very strong with Vanguard Marksman. Espec could be leaning into playing around Vanguard Marksman and stabilizing on stage 4. Anima is the selection right now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him play around 4 Vanguard, 4 Marksman. You have the extra Vanguard you can drop, so you have a free slot essentially, and you have some small synergy with the Slayer and the Jarvan.
Yeah, especially as well with the enhanced Zeeks, having the multiple backline carriers who benefit from the extra crit chance. They'll be very, very powerful later on. Jet back in with Armature, of course, with the Dynamo emblem. This particular Dynamo emblem not attached to the trainer, but already finding the Misfortune in place. So we've got the 4 Nitro Dynamo board coming together and looking pretty solid. I think this should stand a good chance up against the Shaka board, though we've got the Quicksilver and the Edge of Night, making him pretty tricky to lock down.
Rebernav only 5 copies of Shaco, which is a little bit worrying because Shaco is one of those 1 costs that you really want him to spike earlier because he kind of continues scaling harder and harder the more kills he gets. But for now, Rebernav taking it slow, staying above 50 gold, slow rolling the trade sector, and hoping to hit Shaco a little bit later on, with a player like Armor Truck defending, right? Having 2 Shacos on his own bench.
Alright, so we've not got the same situation as we had before, and this time, interesting, Volta apparently has got enough tiers that he'll give it across the Uroi, who scoots across, of course, that enhanced move speed from before. Across the rest of the field, again, Espat, Flouders currently topping out the table with Armatruk and Clamu. Only really Volta and Uroi, of course, with lost streaking players who've really taken any serious damage.
For Volta there, the Amp player, it's more important to pick up the Nico, to find the Nico 2 a little bit earlier, especially with Blue Battery giving him the perfect mana item he already needs, right, for the Annie later on.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're keeping an eye out very closely. See, so Uroi last time round ended up going out in 7th place with the Vex Tech board. So hopefully some bigger things in mind for him this time. Again, I really love the calculated loss, the tiniest side as well. Yes, we've got a lot more gold coming in and a little bit of stability, especially once you can actually start getting the wins in and recovering their HP.
Super important fight here. The two Cypher players, Volta on 184 Cypher intel stacks and Yoroi only on 52. If Volta loses here, it's very, very good news for Alcazia. Looks like it will be the case.
Dicey. I think the LeBlancs are stacking up a little bit too much. When they cast again, I think they'll cut through most of the board.
It's Nidalee is the MVP. Does Galio cast as well? Does Galio cast? He does. Does Nidalee win it?
Trail.
Oh, so good for Volta. 252 stacks. And Yoroi is not happy. He has both Calc Loss and Tiniest Titan. And now Volta can make his board stronger. Now with the loose string players out of his matchmaking pool. Such good news for Alcazia.
Yeah, we can see, I think very pleased with how things are going. Again, so we've got the Cypher cash out, we've got the Exotech, and we've got the blue battery in place later on. Volta seems to have everything he needs to turn this into a hugely explosive finish.
Tech with the belt overflow poppy for now, level 7, 60 gold, so very, very rich. Gonna try and potentially go either into Vex, considering he has the hollow bow, he has the belt overflow, which is gonna be very strong with extra tech as a whole, all the extra stats, or just directly into Tempo Elise. Volta, another loss, 312 stacks, it's pretty massive. The cash out here from Volta. Let's stick with Volta.
Yes, I'm assuming so. We'll hopefully hop back across to him a second. There we go. We're just taking a little scoot around the place as Yoroi takes in a loss, but said Volta winning out on the battle of the loss streak as well. Flouders and Espat dominate at the top. Let's see what Volta gets.
Ooh, Radiant item here could be really big for the Zac later on for the Samira. It's gonna be a Radiant Rage Blade. You have 2 Reforgers. You're gonna immediately reforge this plus any undesirable components. You can wait until after the PvE round as your components come through and you can decide what is the least important component and what is obviously the Rage Blade that I'm going to reforge as well.
Yeah, we were still missing quite a lot of our front line. Certainly having something Radiant up there would not go amiss at all because the backline itemization for Volta is very, very good. See what we do end up coming through with, but I think with 2 Reforgers, as long as you find something acceptable, you're good to go.
Another blue buff, Rage Blade on the TF. It is reforged into a Radiant Rabadon. I think that will be good enough. You can now itemize both the Annie and the Yuumi, and the roll down comes through. Nico, Annie, Samira, and Zac are the units we need. Viego is a nice plus as well. There's a Viego pair already, and an Annie pair as well.
I know Volta has sometimes been characterized as a high roll player, but this shop is looking pretty good. We were very close to the upgrades across the board, being a little teased by how close. You see Volta's selling up a lot of his stuff just to try and see if there's maybe anything more forthcoming, but as you mentioned before, the secondary blue buff, again, blue battery for both Annie and for Yuumi as well. This board's not as strong as it's going to be, but it's already pretty damn good.
We'll see what this next augment brings forward as well. If Volta can find a way to... All he needs to do to stabilize is find one Samira, this Annie upgrade, and the Nico upgrade. He's going to look very, very good. I mean, the extra rating item is so massive off of the Cypher cash out.
Yeah, I mean, especially once we get the Annie up to 2-star, the Amp up to 5 as well. Volta, I think, has got a huge chance to move forwards as Silvers to close us out here. And we do have some interesting choices like Pandora's Bench. If Yoroi had more HP left in the tank, I would have loved to see him trying to fish for something really outrageous.
Level 9, 50 gold. The same game plan we saw from Volta is now being executed by Yoroi. What does he hit? He hits a Zac fairly early on into the roll down. Still 30 gold to go. And a lot of extra rolls, right? 8 free rolls here. You can hold extra Nikos to deny Volta. Only one Annie, no Samiras yet.
Scooping up the Yuumis.
There's a Samira. Such a big hit.
Alright, 6 bulbs,
only
18
one Annie.
shabby. So we've got we've at least got a decent item set. We've got double cast speed and the Rabadons for the Annie to at least get her up and be a relevant presence. Not really itemization for the rest of the board we saw from Volta's side of things, but I think it should be enough to get Yoroi back in and being a serious presence in the game.
My only concern for Yoroi is if you look at his augments, Econ. There's absolutely no power coming in from the augments. So this means that no matter how strong your board looks, it has to usually get stronger to have a chance to win the game. He has to hit absolutely everything. He will not be able to top 4 unless he has Zac 2, Samira 2, Nico 2, and pretty much every upgrade he can possibly get onto this board. There's a Zac pair.
Well, if we can find just a little bit more, he's finding quite a lot of blood. Let's get up to 9. Make that 10, so buy a little bit more time. As long as Yoroi can keep those wins coming in, you know, he's going to be recovering HP and hopefully making up for some of that augment deficit with some more items later on. But it's fascinating to see Yoroi and Volta side by side, almost the same HP, very similar boards as each other. Hopefully we'll get to see them go face to face. But right now it's Bensak having brought out the Vexatech board, looking for just a solid enough board to keep the team afloat.
This win is everything from Volta. He needs to try and find stabilization without the Samira yet. The Tibbers is big here. The Tibbers now onto the Vex, but Zizwani is still alive and kicking. Is the Radiant wraparound going to be strong enough? One last cast from Annie might clear out everything, and it does. Is there Samira on the carousel, Peter? This is what's going to maybe decide the entire game.
And is it on Yoroi's side as well? There's so many questions left in. It looks like the answer is going to be no. At least we've got another goal. We'll see if Yoroi wants to try and sample that for himself, but instead it was all about trying to find a little bit more backline itemization.
No Samira and no Zac, so just no real bailout for Volta. He's still stuck on level 8. He doesn't have much gold to roll with. He has more combat power than Yoroi, sure, but he has not hit the Samira yet, which is what would give him so much more strength on his board.
Yeah, it was just absolutely transformative. As we look at the overall field, though, having a little bit of a separation from where we saw before, where we had the top players kind of being pretty much free of danger. There is a gap of HP towards the top 3 right now, but it's not as enormous as we saw before. So as our low HP players start to hit more and more, we've got more chance for more volatility. Espat does hit Leona too, so I think the top players are starting to feel a little bit of the pressure, and they're getting their 2 stars locked in.
Yoroi has now hit an Annie pair, so getting closer. Still hasn't hit the Nico yet for both players.
Yoroi looks okay. On the other side of things, it's a board we haven't seen for a little while. The trade sector board from way back, which I believe it's Camus, who's the one on this one.
Rubenev.
Oh, Rubenev. No, my mistake. It's looking like actually
Rubenev isn't
very close to getting the win.
He hasn't hit Zed yet. We saw there was a hold of 2 Zeds and 2 Leonas from one of the Fnatic players, which means that they're trying to deny that next big spike for Rubenev, and we're seeing a loss come through because of it. Hasn't rolled yet. He's trying to just fill the shops of his opponents with units they no longer need, like Rengars and Yumis. And because he had to roll for Shaco quite deep, it looks like, because of all the defense that was played from Fnatic in stage 3, he still hasn't gone 8. He still hasn't been able to use these free rolls. Gonna have to do it after this PvE round. So most likely another loss coming in for Rubenev. Most likely Volta has to really become the win-out player if Alcatia wants a chance to win this.
Well, we did see on the side, Yoroi did pick up the 2-star Annie as well, so we've got more pressure being applied, the pool being shrunk, and it's looking like the other side of the equation is a little bit more promising. The backline carries from Volta are very, very good though, but Yoroi, you can see, is just a step stronger at level 9.
This is maybe the most important fight of the game up until this point. Yoroi confirms he is the strongest AMP player in the lobby for now, the player with the highest potential, because Volta has still not been able to hit Nico 2 or even a single copy of Samira. 5 Nikos being held by Yoroi here playing defense.
Yeah, and it makes all the sense in the world. I mean, the rolling for days, I think, a great choice at the tail end when you know exactly what needs to be kept out of your opponent's hands as much as is possible. So we will need to keep our eye out for the rest of the Alcatia Esports squad to see if there's any potential for anybody else to step into the breach if Volta falls.
Eskai doing a very good job. This is his duty on the team for this game. Play around a strong level 8. Be the HP leader, preserve as much HP as possible, and try to at least finish in the top 4 for Alcatia, and that seems to be the case here for now, with a fairly stable 7 Anima 4 Vanguard line.
Yeah, and he's managed to maintain an enormous amount of HP, but as Rebnav continues to try and get the board fully together, we're one short of the center 3. We don't have any kind of extra shenanigans in place here from emblems and the like as well, so we'll see. Rebnav at least has got enough itemization up against Volta in this round. This could be a disaster.
Items were not removed here. It's quite likely that this Shaco can come into the back line and kill off the Yumi and the Annie before they can stabilize. This is the big test for Volta. If Volta wins this fight, looks like it's going to be a good win for Volta. So if he lost here, it was basically over for Alcatia. So very important win. But Flouters also takes a hit, now down to 20 HP.
It would have been fitting indeed if Volta, who very distinctly did not remove his items in the previous game playing against his teammates, did get knocked out there. But of course, it would have been a disaster for the squad overall. At least Volta has proven himself strong enough. Flouters moving up in power as well. 3 Dynamo in place at the moment, looking for the Elite 3. Aurora on the bench.
Identified that he could not make it to level 9, instead tried to opt for a spike by rolling for Elise as a secondary carry after the Morgana, thanks to this binary airdrop and the extra items you get.
See how he matches up against Yoroi. I can't imagine it's going to go super well. And we've got a lot of cast speed on Elise, but not a lot of bite behind her spell cast. At least we've got the Archangels for Morgana if the round does run long, but given all these amps knocking around, that is a big ask. Though I could turn out to be wrong. We'll see. The Morgana should start killing off the units. The Archangels ticking through means that this is very backloaded damage.
And there's so many extra bodies with the Tibbers coming in. It's just too much to deal with for the Elise and for the Morgana. Volta is out. He low rolled his spot as an amp player, and this is the win out player for Alcatia. Very, very bad news.
Well, talk to me about what's
Flouters
going
finds
forward.
Elise 3.
I mean, is Flounders in a position to take up the mantle in that kind of way? Because if, of course, if Flounders goes out as well, that feels like, you know, we then have a 4v2 situation.
There's no choice. He has to be the player to start winning all of these fights and maybe becoming one of the stronger players in the lobby. Bensak identifies that he's going for Elise 3 and goes for a 3 cost of his own. Now that he has higher chances to hit, and also because Rebanav is going for Senna 3. So very smart from Bensak to go for Vexotech plus the Varus 3 as a bigger spike.
Well, we'll see if Flounders has got what it takes. The Giant Slayer going to be very worthwhile here against Clamu's Dinosaur board. The Nitros did stay in place the whole game as it turned out. And we've got some of those Elises on the other side, which was one of the reasons why Flounders had to spend so much gold getting to this point. But for now, Flounders, he's got enough to get across the line and keep himself alive. Bensak dropping down to 6 HP. The 7th place is still wild.
This Zac is really big for your Roy if he hasn't already hit the Zac 2. Even just with the Vow, it's just going to be really important. But I believe there will be a player from Alcatia denying it. Yeah, there's the Vow pickup from Flouters, trying to make sure your Roy cannot win this game just off of that. Anima +1 for Espat. He goes for it, yeah. This may be up. I mean, he has to go level 10 without a Wandering Trainer, Anima +1.
I mean, just being able to get rid of some of the less effective anime units is certainly going to be worthwhile. Just because, you know, we have got a lot of dead weight in the comp otherwise. See a little bit of reconfiguration and hopefully a further injection of power.
And Bensak has hit the Varus 3. 3 loss streak for now. Has been playing defense pretty much the entire game. He has been the player that has been more trying to grief players from Alcatia than playing his own game plan, holding 2 Zeds and keeping those away from Rebanav the entire game. Let's see if this Varus 3 does enough for Bensak here. Facing out against Flounder is a very, very important match here as well.
So yes, the battle of the 3 costs up against each other. Of course, the itemization for the 3 costs of Bensak is a lot better. You can see the front line gets chewed out very quickly. Talked about before, the Elise's itemization isn't maybe exactly what you'd hope for, but we're left in an endgame situation here where the tanks stay up for an enormous amount of time. The secondary cast
Oh.
is good, and it gets through.
The final chains of corruption from the Varus win that fight. Knockout Flowers that came down to the last millisecond. 7th and 8th for Alcatia means that now Rebanov and Espat are forced to go first and second. Espat, can he push levels to 10? Can he find 10 Anima squad to try and win the game? And Rebanov, can he stabilize on this Slayer board with a Senna 3 and a Z1? The defense from Bensak has been so important the entire game.
We've been talking about this again and again. Now with the numbers advantage for Fnatic, they've got 4 people's worth of resources just to do things like trying to keep the upgrades from coming in, particularly for Rebanov. You know, even if you can't necessarily bring Espet down in short order, bringing Rebanov down in any other position than second place or first place means this one is done.
Arma Truck trades his HP, makes his board weaker to make sure that the Nitro player Camus can stay alive for longer. Espats does not win this fight. This is bad news, but he is trying to go 10. We're seeing it here, selling off the Leona, going for as much gold as possible to make it to level 10 to try and fit in 10 Anima squad.
Oh, and Bensak's
Missing
still
the
alive.
Seraphine. He's missing some units though. He has to find a Yumi and a Seraphine before he goes 10.
I guess the question for me, David, is just how long Bensak's going to be holding on here. How long Fnatic will keep that 4v2 advantage? Because, you know, while this is all going on, we see Bensak being tasked specifically with keeping those Zeds out of the pool.
It might even be a consideration for players from Fnatic like Clemu or Bensak to sell off some of their units and buy Zeds if Rebanov is not in their matchmaking pool. All they care about is Rebanov going down in anything but second. They don't really care if Espak can win the game or not at this point in time.
Wow, thank you very much.
It's being held.
We've got our Z tracking head on right now, and it's, yeah, presumably it just means that Rebanov just has to try and find another way to get wins. Finds the Jarvan upgrade, but yeah, I think at this point he's run out of money. He's not going to get that Z upgraded.
This board, I think, is just not strong enough. Z2 or not. Slayers is not a comp that really caps out for a second in most of these games.
Rebanov up and up Armor Trick in this round. I mean, yeah, Shaco, as we talked about before, he's very, very good in the early going, but he's working his way around unit by unit. He does get onto the Misfortune and gets the kill through at her, but there's so many targets left. Rebanov is gone. This series is over. Fnatic will be going through to the lower bracket finals later on to fight for 2nd or 3rd seed overall up against Emerishi. Unfortunately, that does mean that we've now got at least one of our closed qualifier teams locked down.
Congrats to Fnatic on a wonderful series. They lock in their position at EWC later in August, 100%. Alcatia is out in terms of making it directly, but they still have a chance to face off against the best, well, maybe not the best, but the almost best teams, CN in APAC and in Americas, to try and fight for those last few slots for our main tournament happening in August. All in all, it came down to AMP once again, that final showdown between Volta and Yoroi. Yoroi had so much more econ. Volta missed Samira all of stage 4. Someone like Rebanov, his duty was not really to go second with Shaco reroll. You couldn't really ask that of him. It came down to Volta going 8th, and then the entire game plan crumbled for Alcatia.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be disappointing, but hey, you've at least got a little bit of time, that extra week to try and get everything put together. But that does mean the first of our 3 series is done here today. Emerishi will, of course, waiting to face off against Fnatic a little later on, approximately 2040 CST, but it's very variable to change based on all of the other matches, depending on how long they go. David, coming up next after the break will be Mouse versus Secret, Battle for Survival. Why should the good people stick around and watch that one take place as well?
Mouse Esports on paper, one of the strongest teams in the tournament, with players like Solo, Lusher, Salvi, and Wet Jungler, some all-star S-tier players in EMEA, and they're on the brink of being completely eliminated any chance of making to EWC. So you definitely want to watch that match between Secret and Mouse.
All right, we'll take ourselves approximately a 10-minute break while we ready ourselves for what should be a titanic encounter. And then, of course, we'll have our final match immediately following that one as well. So stay tuned. The EMEA road to the Esports World Cup will continue after the break.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my own woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my own woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. see you soon.
Welcome back, one and all. The road to the Esports World Cup continues. The latest stop for us here in the EMEA closed qualifier. Of course, it's a 5th, 6th place match. Now, David, this will be the last stop for one of these two upcoming teams. As you mentioned before, Team Maz came in with a lot of expectations. It's honestly, for me, I think for other people as well, probably for them, it's surprising to see them here at this kind of point. And their opponents, Team Secret, very much underdogs coming out of the open qualifier, have been putting out a lot more hurt than we might have otherwise been expecting.
And we already saw this matchup played out in the very first rounds of this tournament on day one. Team Secret took the lead 1-0 after that very first game, but then Mouse clutched it up and came back with a 2-1 series lead We'll see if the same story will repeat itself here. We have a golem coming through at the end of stage 4 where you can pick between a tank frontline golem, a backline golem, or an RNG golem that was introduced with this patch with the mix of a artifact and an emblem. So a high roll option in case you really need it to maybe become that win out player.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredibly volatile as a team. So new folks coming, of course. Maz Esports, the German squad, up against Team Secret representing the Netherlands. We have a quick word with Maz beforehand, who evoked the football rivalry between the two nations. We'll see how things work out. She said before, I do wonder, was Team Secret winning, when these two teams faced each other before, Team Secret winning that first game, it does make me wonder if maybe Maz underestimated how good the team from the Netherlands were going to be.
I think they definitely do not now, considering that both teams are in the same position, right? Fighting for their lives, trying to get that second and last slot for the global closed qualifiers later on this month. And key thing to mention for Maz in terms of their macro game plan, in terms of their general strategy, we have players like Salvi and Wet Jungler who lean a bit more towards AP lines, especially things like Tempo, Elise with the Dynamos, or things like Vex. In the case of Salvi, also Amp. Some degree. Solo is more of the AD player on the team. He likes playing Vanguard Marksman a lot, and he's a stable player. He likes finishing in that 3rd to 6th place range, very rarely going for the absolute winouts, not really playing too much Amp or things like Rapid Fire Nectin, for example. And Lusher is kind of the X factor. He plays a lot of reroll, played a decent amount of Anima as well, so we'll see if these players follow those trends coming to this game 1.
Yeah, I'm interested particularly to see how Wet Jungler does, since he certainly started off the tournament with a couple of first places versus Team Secret that got the Maz Esports back their momentum, but has dropped off a little bit, and perhaps we'll see Solgasang starting to step a little bit outside of that role he has been of more of the upper middling player into a winning player. As we got ourselves our start out here, we've got some options to potentially take some pretty different paths here. This is Solgasang, who's got a chance to either lock down his route or just go in for pure economy, or even the combat power, all three ready and available.
It's going to be the Thornmail upgrade for Solo. Again, not surprising. This is usually going to be either the Tempo player playing for Vanguard Marksman, or in this case, it seems like the Bastion Morgana player. And this is why he took so long to pick this augment up. Communication between the teams, who has the best spot for what. And a Bramble for free and a Poppy is going to be a pretty good spot to play Morgana from.
Yeah, just need one more tier to get really online. We check around the place. We see Lusher. He's described him as the wild card. We've got Bastion, we've got Divinicore for him. So should be able to play pretty good disruption in this game, even with Nitro activated from early on.
Lusher has been a Nitro reroll player with Nitro Vagar in the past, alongside I think a Poppy game where he played Nitro in the mid game as well. Lusher does like playing a lot of different rerolls, and he I think is very good at understanding how to play different variations of those rerolls in this case. We'll see if he plays for Nitro. This could be just a vertical Divinicore, just by not having the emblem on his Zed, for example. It could also be Tempo Elise with the Bastion version, with the Bastion frontline with Renekton and Sejuani. We'll see later in the game.
Victor Singh has definitely found his line very early on. The Last Whisper and the Marksman emblem mean be able to go through a lot of armor in a hurry. Deadash on the other side, you see, has dipped into Nitro as well. At least for the early going. Mental Ship he used to push a little bit of power. We do see that we've got a little bit of Starry Nights going on as well. So we've got quite a lot of attention, at least temporarily, towards these lower cost units.
And Fantasy is also similar to Solo, a player who usually plays for stability on Team Secrets, a player who plays for Vanguard Marksman, and a player who plays for Morgana reroll. And he already has the Marksman emblem for the MF later in Stage 4, so a very comfortable spot, I would say, for Fantasy, and doing his job, preserving HP, still at 100 right now. And Spelling seems to be the designated Morgana player for Team Secret. So Solo and Spelling will be fighting for the tier on this upcoming carousel. Who can take the bigger loss here? Uh-oh, and Salvi's facing Solo. They both want to lose here. It's tragic for Solo.
Oh boy, I guess this is the consequence of taking the the enhanced Bramble Vest. You're going to be making yourself a little bit too much to handle. At least Salvi maintains the lost streak with the patient study. So we'll keep, economically afloat, keep the XP flowing in as well.
So Salvi and Spelling will be released first onto this carousel. Salvi is looking for Cypher units to finally slot in the 3 Cypher. So Galio or Draven is a Galio and it's on his rotation as well. And Spelling will pick up the only tier on the carousel having full monopoly over the most sought after component in the game.
On a Yumi as well. Alright, Spelling. I mean, it did have the Bastion Morgana ball. We'll see if it decides to change up things. Did pick up Needlessly Big Gem as an early choice to hopefully pull together an extremely strong board later on. Taking a quick look on the right hand side, we can see Wet Jungle and Phoenix see 2 opposing teams this time, rather than 1 team locking down all the top spots. See if Fincy can keep hold of his early win, as we've mentioned before, with the Marksman Vanguard board for Fincy, a strong early start.
No change yet for Spelling, but already has the blue buff ready to go, as well as the potential Gunblade if he picks up a rod on this PvE round coming up. Let's check out players like Wet Jungler, what their spot currently looks like at 100 HP. Fantasy is locked into the Marksman line, and Wet Jungler for now is going to be on the Elise line that he's very comfortable on. He played a lot of it already this weekend. This is, I would say, the standout team in terms of playing Elise more than anyone else. Mouse has been playing a lot of tempo Elise, trying to either 3-star her or just play for level 9 with a 4 Dynamo and any flexible frontline with tanky units plus 5 costs.
Oh, we've got the 2 win-streaking players against each other in this round. We can see that both their tanking lines are pretty solid. I have to think that Fincy's got the edge here, though, just because they're just having a little bit more already in place. So Wet Jungler will have to fall back and concede the win-streaking space to Fincy. Looking on the other side, Salvi and Spelling, of course, will be contesting for the loss streak. I think with the blue buff locked in place, Salvi might be a little bit weaker.
Salvi has locked in that Galio, still lose streaking. No one has broken this streak just yet. He does have Spelling in his matchmaking pool, though. So we'll see. Spelling obviously cannot sell his units outright because he has to keep the Morganas, the Jaxes, the Poppies, and Salvi can as long as he keeps in Cypher in. So trying to make his board as weak as possible. LeBlanc, who is not a tank, is in the front line just to do exactly that. And thankfully he does face my jungler, so it doesn't matter.
Thank you for clarifying that point for anyone who might have been confused.
Might be some new viewers.
That's true. We don't want to lead them astray because there's certainly some wild things happening here compared to good old-fashioned regular TFT. Zella, though, will be just happily taking things away, taking a loss streak for himself. Again, we're seeing a lot of Bastion coming through as Fincy did maintain that Vanguard Marksman win streak the entire way through. Finds an upgrade as well. That was all done with a 1-star Cogmore. I really like how Fincy started this game.
Really big upgrade for Fincy. I think this is, the exact comfortable spot he wants to be in. He plays a similar role to what we were seeing from Klamu and Bensak for Fnatic in the last series, where his goal is to win streak for as long as possible, stay very healthy, not cap out super high, but with a Marksman +1, maybe he will. He has the MF to add onto the board, a 3rd AD carry to add onto this stacked roster of units in level 8 board.
Yeah, I really like the potential. As you said, it's been a reliable top 4 board, but maybe something more. Wet Jungler, set up as the most direct competition. Again, it does a memory bank, which isn't going to be doing a huge amount for him in the immediate. So I'm glad to see him keeping up his HP and, again, drawing these rounds out to allow for more memory stacking. I don't know if we can check out Eyeblaze somewhere along the line as well, just because I'm trying to remember. Oh, that's right. So, yes, this was the Starry Night player from you saw from before. David, you were saying you weren't so keen on the Nitro line in general. Do you change your mind at all with Starry Nights in the equation?
Oh, I changed my mind when Veigar is not in the equation. Instead, we're going to probably be seeing Elise version of this Nitro reroll, or maybe Elise Nefiri. And I do think Elise is just the more stable carry. Doesn't fall off as greatly as Veigar does in the late game. And what we have to find out what the EXO item is, right, for Eyeblaze as well, because this might be a Nefiri reroll game if he has Pulse or Hyperfangs in his EXO.
Yes, we'll keep an eye out for that later on because that's going to make an absolutely massive difference. But I'd love to see it. It's not something we've seen very much of at all, but it does at least give us, a relatively uncontested line that will make that Starry Night really sing. If we've got anything which can really lend itself to that, the grab bag for more and extra tech. We do have the fangs there to give us a good amount of bite on that Nefiri.
That could be a good enough version of this Nefiri. I think Pulse is generally considered better, but we see the IE Slam, so it makes sense that he was not going for. It doesn't have Pulse as an exo item. It will be Hyper Fangs, and this could be a Nefiri reroll game. Was maybe hoping to find something like a Portable Forge on this 3-2 round, and that could be a crazy spike when going for Nefiri reroll.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's nightmarish having to deal with the, I guess, the classic version of Spectral Cutlass of having Nefiri just jump in and annihilate not just one of your backliners, but several of them before wandering back and finishing off the rest of the job. Down at the bottom of the table, though, is Spelling, Sologasang, and Salvi all around the same amount of HP as each other. We'll see how Lusher is doing on the other side, again with the unusual board, with the which did start off with Nitro, which could turn eventually into the Dominicore. I think Fincy, for the time being, should be happy enough to keep the streak going. I think, yeah, with so many items slammed and the full Vanguard in place, the little Cogmore that could continues to pump out the damage.
Very strong setup. Got really lucky with that natural Kog'Maw 2. I think that really allowed him to continue this win streak essentially going forward. Salvi, the chance to cash out, he says, no, I'm here for all of the marbles. Wants to be that win-out player. Has been that win-out player a lot for Mouse throughout this tournament, and is trying to do so again in this game number 1. Has to try and go for a tier or potentially a Z on this next carousel now that he has 4 Cypher online. Level 7, 50 gold already. Very rich, Peter.
Also, something which we saw from Mouse before, and talking to them, it seemed to be on their mind as well, is in the in the games which they have lost, not being able to find their win-out player and kind of ending up with games where they would go, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th because they've never found that really powerful player to carry them across the line. It feels like in this case, particularly from Salvi's side, with what we've got brewing there, we've got some very good potential to see him step forward.
And kind of a tragic game here. The Galio walks up to the Kog'Maw from Fantasy and takes it down, and because of this, Spelling wins the fight. Spelling is not on a win streak. Fantasy was on a 7 win streak, so really, really bad loss here between 2 teammates. Not enough communication on how to position their units to avoid this.
Yeah, we pointed out before the whole idea of teams being able to position specifically to do the opposite of that, to give wins and losses where they need to be just by clever positioning. So that's going to hurt Fincy and the rest of the Team Secret squad going forward. At least there are 3 different secret members in the top 3.
It's a tier for Salvi on the carousel, on a Yuumi as well, so getting that much closer to finding that Yuumi 2 upgrade to stabilize on his level 8 roll down. No Zeds, unfortunately, but the next best thing is, of course, denying and keeping Monopoly over the only tier offered on this carousel.
Yeah, I think Salvi happy to creep away with that one.
Oh,
yes.
What a shop. 2 Yuumis here in the shop as well.
And getting close to moving up to the step, we can see Salvi is starting to mentally put everything in place. I think having the Annie already at this point is absolutely fantastic. We could be looking at a pretty, substantial cash out, and having the reigning gold as well. Again, Salvi's got a lot of top end potential.
The only problem is he still has Spelling in his matchmaking pool, so he has not been able to slam any items to preserve any HP, and for another fight, he will have to continue keeping his board as weak as possible. He can move this Yuumi off the board later on, so it's okay to slam some items for now, but he's going to want to try and go for the maximum cypher stacks possible, so a 10 loss is in order here for the German player.
Yeah, it needs to make sure it doesn't have to suffer the same fate as Fantasy did, which is making a miscalculation, but let's see. So Salvi, I guess, going to be going around to around 20 HP or so before it's all said and done, but good amount of cypher. The items are looking solid enough. I expect we will see Salvi be able to make a big impact here. Of course, for anyone unaware, our Remix Rumble EMEA champion. Certainly, again, for anyone unfamiliar, the Mouse squad coming into this whole tournament with great expectations indeed.
Can't say I really love the spots from Team Secret. Spelling only on 5 Morganas and no econ from any of his augments, so going to be very far away from hitting that Morgana and being able to push levels. Eyeblaze has a Nidalee 3, but no items onto her. The Nefiri is only at that 2-star copy that he found off the Starry Night, so reroll player is very far away from hitting their caps.
Yeah, it's going to be disappointing because the setup has been good from Eyeblaze. And, looking back through the previous games, he's been, He's been a player who's had a great performance for Team Secret overall, managing to, last I checked, have 3 different second place finishes for them overall. So hopefully he'll still be a big factor. As we do need, of course, to go check in on Salvi as we come to 3-7. We'll be looking to see what his cash out looks like.
342 intel has been traded, and this is one of the best cash outs possible, especially in 4v4. And immediately he starts rolling on level 8, does not have enough gold to go 9, and certainly does not have enough HP. There's the first of hopefully many Samiras, and a very good stabilization point already for Salvi here. Can swap out all these Cypher units.
All right, I like that he's spending a little bit of time, here on 3-7 to get himself in place. And again, for any of you folks who are seeing 4v4 for the first time, what David was alluding to, the golden remover means you can take your items off of your units, weaken yourself against your allies, and just put those items back if you're going up against an opponent. That level of control, just very hard to spot, but so powerful.
But Jungler's roll down, playing for what looks to be Tempo Elise, but it could just be MF Zeri as well. If I just Sejuani skips over it, okay, no, it will be Tempo Elise or Tempo Dynamo. No Elise on the board for now.
No, and I think that might have something to do with all of the Blaze efforts to be able to put the Nitro board together. That's just become a lot less practical. Still though, where Jungler can find the MF2, that's feeling pretty good. Let's check with Salvi, who has got the 5 amp online, so just needs a little bit more time to get the itemization fully together, and then he's laughing.
And he's decided that, hey, I'm strong enough on this board to go level 9, and it seems to be the case for now, facing off against Spelling, one of the weaker players in the lobby who has not yet hit the Morgana 3, whereas we saw Solo, his reroll contestant, hitting the Morgana 3 already.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a complete flavor of the entire competition that's been, such a coin flip between which one of the more contesting Morgana players ends out ahead of the field, but lots and lots of teams have been willing to enter into that kind of gambling situation. As Blaze, we check in, he's now got the Exotech app save. Thank you much for highlighting for us there. The Fangs in place, the 3-star Neferi in place as well. Blaze, the king of second places, has got a 2-star with a lot of bite.
Salvi is clearly in position to propel and slingshot himself upward in the HP totals now. It's only on Nico 1, but he has a Garen now playing for the long game for the highest cap possible. He has the Samira 1, he has the Annie 2 especially. That's the upgrade he needed to find, to believe I think he was at least a little bit stable at this point in time. And he can push for 9 now. If he finds a Samira or a Zac on this next carousel, being first pick, that could be a huge upgrade.
And a small point I just want to touch on there for what Salvi's board has, of course, with that cash out. He's got 2 different Thieves Gloves, and the Golden Remover means that he can move those Thieves Gloves around to whichever unit is the most useful for. So even more powerful than he appeared. His opposite number though, Spelling. You can see his board is getting run through. Wet Jungler with the MF just punching down, and that puts Spelling down to 15 HP. I mean, he's at level 5 right now, and he's looking like he's going to spiral out very quickly.
He's locked in as an 8th place, I think, unfortunately, for Team Secret. Only 7 copies of Morgana has been forced to roll to 0. Now gives up to at least add 4 Bastion onto the board. Can swap items to Elise, but it's too little too late at this point in time. And this game is absolutely doomed from Spelling. He wasn't able to pick up any econ augments at 2-1 or 3-2, and then just did not have enough gold to contest solo.
Do remember again, we are only in the first game of our second series here today, but one of Mal's and Team Secret, this will be the end of the line for them in this series. It could be a 2-0, it could be a 3-game series, but for Team Secret, this beginning part, especially when you compare where Salvi and Spelling are right now, does not look very even.
And Fantasy Spot at least looks okay. He's done his job, right? Preserve a lot of HP, coming to stage 4 as the healthiest player. He found the Leona 2, but has not found any upgrades on his backline just yet. Yafelio still 1-star. At the very least, Fantasy can also deny some of the MFs from Wet Jungler, so that helps him play defense and offense at the same time. But this carousel is going to be everything, Peter. Is there a Samira? There is. Is Salvi going to get it? He is. It's right in front of him as he gets let out.
Never say, Salvi, that you're not lucky. Because, good grief, you couldn't have asked for more to be added in there. So, one step further forward for Salvi. You can see just above him is Solo and Danash. They've both not got a ton more HP. But the top 4 is still a long way away. 50 HP plus for everybody above that line.
Check out Deadash's spots. I think it's only going to be a Samira pair for Salvi here. But he might be going 9 now. Let's see with Salvi, actually. He has 30 gold to roll. Let's see if he's able to hit this Samira too. If he does, that almost locks him into top 4. Maybe even into a first place, considering this spot.
Especially, yeah, with the little buddies active as well. There's a lot more emphasis. So we go down and we do find the Yumi upgrade. Itemization is a little spicy. I don't know if we might see that being swapped over with an Neferi just because of, yeah, to get a little bit more casting in.
I'd love to hype this up, but I think the writing's been on the wall for a long time. Spelling is not even slamming his items here. He is fully aware that he's losing this fight against his teammate, and that will be a guaranteed 8th place for Team Secret. Can the rest of the team pull it through? Salvi's facing off against the Neferi 3. It seems to be strong enough to beat his board for now. Or I spoke too soon.
Close. Oh, almost. Yeah, the amp health very just enough to get across the line, but as we said before, the current situation for Mouse is they are still in the place they've had problems from before. You know, nobody in the top, nobody at the bottom. They need to break out and get themselves those top finishes. If Salvi had lost that, I'd be very, very worried.
Puts him on one life, which is obviously very dangerous without him having hits already, like things like Zach 2 and things like the Samira 2 as well. But having now this extra buffer of having 2 lives, being able to greed until you have 1 life and then going all in is a big, big deal for the AMP player.
We do see a little bit of the limits of Blaze's Neferi come to, even without the fully itemized or fully active version of Salvi's board, it still wasn't able to punch through. But we check it with Lusher here. Of course, we did say the unusual trainer setting us off, but the Divinacore call, you had it right from the beginning, is the way to go. The Vex unfortunately can't keep herself safe long enough. We don't have the the extra emblem to make sure that Zed is an absolute monster, but even without, he's still doing a decent amount to clear the field.
The Giga Omnivamp Zed is healing to full after every shadow cast comes through. The goal for Lusher and what Jungler was, as with most of the stable players on a roster, to just come into stage 4 or come out of stage 4 relatively healthy, and they've done a good job, right? They're both in the top 4 right now. Salvi will slowly slingshot them back up to that 1st or 2nd place with this amp board, and Solo, the winning Morgana player, will see what he can do. He's kind of the X factor for Mouse Esports in this game.
There's a lot of volatility as to where those two end up going, Lusher and Solo. Salvi's making the choice here. I'd imagine we're going to be seeing a frontline tank coming in just because the frontline's not looking incredible for Salvi. And as long as you can keep getting those casts through, keep getting that. I think once you can reach the point where you're dropping Tibbers with some regularity, then you've got a lot more to work with.
Haven't seen Dadash's spot in a while. He is playing for Tempo Dynamo for now, Urgot on the board, but level 8, 10 gold to work with, 27 HP. Does not look like the most high roll of spots, and no real projection towards a bigger spike, right? He's playing a mixed front line of Bruisers and Vanguards. He's not playing for at least 3. He has a Duplicator, maybe an Urgot 2 could save him some HP, but he has to go for the MF anyway.
This is the player where I wouldn't have been super upset to sort of see him try and go for the random golem, just because, to say, the best he can really offer his team at this point is a little bit more time in the game. We've got Dynamo online at least.
It's a mistake anyway, selling the Urgot, because he has 5 Dynamo now. He could have sold the Jhin. He doesn't have Exotech in it or Marksman at all, so a small mistake from Deadash here could cost him this fight as well. He's facing off against Salvi, the strongest AMP player, maybe the strongest player outright in the lobby.
Yeah, we can see what can get done, especially you've now got Viego in there as well, itemized with that. It's almost like a Lucky Gloves, Thieves Gloves, in that you can move it around each time.
Solo also dropping off a tiny bit, went for the RNG Golem, could not resist, and unfortunately was not rewarded. I guess they got the lines mixed up. This was not Renekton, this is Morgana.
We've got a little... Yeah, this is the Renekton that we have at home, which will eventually, not even be able to cast his spell on people because he's got extra range. I mean, guess maybe if he gets to the... If this golem gets to the end of the round, David, imagine how strong he could be.
I'm sure it'll get a ton of secret stacks. I'm waiting for that number to go up past 0.
Oh boy. I mean, I don't imagine... Yeah, it doesn't seem like Solo's in the same spot to go up against...
Oh, he did it. He killed the Jax. Let's go, golem.
Yes. Look at him!
Wait,
look at this
only
lad.
45.
He's the strongest thing you've ever seen in your life as Blaze absolutely murders his board. Solgasang dragged up there and spat out. Deadash goes down to 3. No, goes down to -7. So that means Team Secret are forced to take the first 2 places if they're going to get game 1.
And Solo did his job. His job was to outplace the other Morgana reroll player, and he outplaced 2 players, Deadash as well. And we're seeing kind of the 1v1 between almost all of our competitors, right? Wet Jungler was the tempo at least 1v1 against Deadash, and he won that one as well. So Mao's in a very good position to win this game.
And I think that's a point that's worth highlighting as we come to the later points of this game here. Just how for the objectives that each team member has. I think you said really well there that it's not about necessarily getting the highest finishes, it's about what you do for your team. And Solgasang has done what seems to be enough. Salvi, of course, will be the big beneficiary of all this goodness, as his board is really online. Everything coming together on an 8-round win streak, and all that needs to happen for Salvi is to take down Blaze or Fantasy. Blaze losing the last round. We know Blaze's board has been struggling already.
Even if Salvi wins this game, I guess, Salvi is the biggest hope to win the game outright. I'm curious and I'm wondering if iBlaze or Fantasy have any chance to cap out any higher. Wet Jungler picks up the Divinity Core +1. That might be an MF2 finally for Wet Jungler. I'm not sure if he already had the upgrade, but that could be big for him as well.
Oh yeah, massive increase in damage. Let's see what
Fantasy with Not Today picks up a 2nd or maybe a 3rd Edge of Night. So really good synergy with Augment.
Yeah, I love the the innovation to be seeing it on the backline carries as we're seeing here as well. Just just disrupting the other team's play pattern. Garen and Nico upgrades found for Salvi. He's just getting stronger and stronger. And while I like this, this kind of extra Edge of Night for Fantasy, it feels like this is a matter of degree rather than a dramatic change.
Talk about RNG Golem. Someone is on Mortog's good side, and that's going to be Fantasy.
Oh.
A free Vanguard emblem with Unending Despair as well for this front line, and has basically a free slot for another 5 cost on this level 9 Vanguard Marksman board with 2 free slots essentially, right? The Marksman +1 to add in the MF, and then the Vanguard emblem on the Golem to add in another 5 cost. Is that going to be a high enough cap to beat Salvi? That's the big question.
I mean, that's a really good high roll. Managing to punch through pretty well. And Fantasy gets down to the last one. The Zonya's probably a little bit more time, but no. It's going to fit. Salvi is still fighting. So Wet Jungler and Blaze both taking hits in that previous round. Means Lusher is still part of this equation as well. Mao's 3 members alive versus Team Secret's 2.
Let's check out Lusher's spot. Let's see what his final board looks like with that vertical Divinity Core. It's still on 5 Divinity Core, has still been stuck on level 8, so his goal was just to continue rolling on 8 to be stable and win most of the fights in stage 4 and 5, and he's done so, right? He's on a 3-win streak now. He's done a very good job of maybe trying to just outplace iBlaze and let Salvi deal with Fantasy in that final 1v1 at the end.
He also went for the random goal, which feels a little unnecessary in the grand scheme of things, but I suppose there's always a chance for the high roll as well. See how much damage Lusher can do before... Well, I suppose I would say before he gets taken down, he's got 23 HP left in the bank. Keep your eye close on the right-hand side there to see how this one works out in terms of HP.
It's a very important fight. Lusher cannot win it against iBlaze, his direct competitor. If iBlaze finishes 2nd and
Wet's gone too.
First. Wet Jungler was he was already out of the equation. He's not really strong enough to contend with most of these other boards. It's all about Salvi just winning every single fight from now on, and that's going to be it. That's it for Mouse, because Team Secret has to win. But iBlaze has to finish 2nd as well. So there's 2 fights here: Salvi versus Fantasy and iBlaze versus Lusher.
So far, I'm liking what we've seen from the Mao side of things here. It feels like they've, in the more German style of incremental advantages that they've been able to play this game well and build themselves up into a situation where, you know, odds are this is going in their favor. I think it's something from some of the Mouse games previously. There was an argument to be said that the fortune turned against them, but there is always that level of variability. You can't account for everything.
Salvi is going level 10, has a Zac pair now, has a Garen 2, been pumping mods for 2 full stages now. I think no one will defeat Salvi. The only question is, can Salvi outplace iBlaze? Can he knock him out in third to guarantee the win even quicker?
Yeah, I think it's should be at least a victory march for Salvi. No one's been able to stop him up until this point. Remember, we've got little buddies kick in. Though admittedly, we've only got the one combat org win. He will go and high five Lusher here. I mean, I guess theoretically he could have weakened his board to give Lusher more time in the game, but it doesn't feel super necessary.
The more important fight is iBlaze versus Fantasy. Did Fantasy weaken his board to give iBlaze more HP? I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, I think it's just there's nothing to do this game really. I mean, Salvi's just too strong. It doesn't matter where each player finishes, but Fantasy did weaken his board a little bit to allow iBlaze to stay alive for longer. But Salvi being on 2 lives as well, even if Fantasy is stronger, the matchup he has to work out where he defeats Salvi twice before iBlaze goes down, and I think iBlaze loses to both of these boards, so it's going to be very difficult for any of this to go right for Team Secret.
It feels like this is representative of, you know, of what a methodical strategy from Mao should look like, which is that you're making sacrifices along the way to get to this point, and you're discarding the pieces that are no longer essential to your victory. So much concentrated effort has gone towards making sure Salvi can return to his EMEA champion form here in this game and present a board which should be completely unstoppable. The quality is off the charts. Fantasy, he's doing his darndest, but I do not think the marksman board was built for times like these.
And this is the preview of where this game is going. Salvi defeats Fantasy. iBlaze takes a loss as well. And the win-out player for Mouse that was promised is delivering from the very beginning. Cypher starts, but the important losses, a 10 loss streak Cypher cash out, Radiant Remover, Golden Remover, and 2 TGs, and then hit the right amount of Samiras to stabilize on 8 to then go 9, and I mean take over the lobby.
Well, we'll keep an eye out, of course, on things developing, but yeah, what can you tell the good folks about Salvi as a player and as a person as the moment of his victory seems nigh?
He's very comfortable on loose streaks, and he's very comfortable on cash out trades. Back in set 10 Remix Rumble, the set that he won and became EMEA champion for the first time, he played a whole lot of Heartsteel in that regional finals to incredible results. He took that same strategy into the TAC crown, and it did not work out. And he went, I think, 31st overall in that tournament. So he's just very comfortable with Cypher cash outs as a whole, and we're seeing why here, right? He's very cool, calm, and collected. The moment he knows he has to perform, he never dies down to the pressure. He's always up there, ready to go.
And I think, as we can confirm Miles at this point, they've done what they need to win this first game. And one of the further points I wanted to hit with Salvi is that while he hasn't necessarily had the most great follow-on success in the regular season, in terms of his LAN performance, getting into person, playing amongst his fellow players, he's been pulling off some really good performances across time. In Stockholm and Cactus and the like, picking top 4s, top 2. So I think if he can get to the EWC main event in August, he's a player very well set up for that kind of live environment where he needs to be able to keep his head where there are so many other distractions.
Let's say quality over quantity is one way to describe Salvi and his approach to the game. He doesn't spam infinite games on ladder, but he is very good at narrowing in the right moments and showing up with some of the best form possible for a small stretch of games, say a tournament performance, for example. And he's showcasing it here, right, across this weekend, showcasing it in the past at LAN events. He's someone who, when he's locked in, is one of the best players in EMEA.
So we'll just run out the last few moments to give us a little bit more time to celebrate what's been a very important first round win here for Team Mouse. Of course, for those unfamiliar, MAO is a huge esports organization. We've definitely been around the block more than a few times. What was the most favorite aspects, David, about the EWC?
Wait. There's a potential for a Felios 3. This is the last ditch effort from Fantasy to try and win the game, but similar to Clemu, even if he hits, he would not be winning here because he sold most of his board in the attempt. I do respect the valid efforts. I think in games where it's unwinnable, you go for this at least to try and practice for the APM, but it doesn't hit, unfortunately.
All right, let's get out of here and Salvi can relax a little bit. 1-0 MAOs, and honestly, I'm really glad to have seen particularly, the methodical style of the German squad coming through there and really paying off. Again, piece by piece coming together, throwing away the parts that they don't need anymore, and building a extremely technically sound game. The kind of game we'd hope to have seen more from MAOs to, because remember, at this point, they can only get to the closed qualifier. They've got a long road ahead of them, but at least in this game, what they showed us was pretty damned impressive.
And you might say, wow, Salvi's a beast. He carried the entire team. He's the king of TFT for Mouse Esports. But that game was as much about Salvi as it was about Sologasong and Wet Jungler. They had parallel game plan matchups with two players on Team Secret. Sologasong went 6th with Morgana reroll, whereas Spelling went 8th. Wet Jungler went 5th with the Tempo Elise game plan with Memory Bank, whereas Deadash went 7th. Those two placements allowed it so that Lusher only needed a 4th, which he locked in as well, and Salvi could win the game and win it all, but also just knocking out one of the players in 3rd, in that case iBlaze. That was also enough.
Yeah, methodical, relative play, victory after victory coming together. But this series is not done, and our day is far from done as well. We have still, of course, got our lower bracket finals to come once this one is done. Emerici versus Team Fnatic. But for now, we'll be headed to a short break where we get set up for Game 2 between MAOs and Team Secret. One of these teams' journeys ends here. You don't want to miss it, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time. Welcome back, everyone, onto the road to the Esports World Cup. We are potentially one game away from seeing another elimination. We did see Team Mars unleashing their full potential in Game 1, piece by piece, taking Team Secret to pieces, with Salvi ultimately taking the crown. But as you said, David, a result of so many people there to put him in that first place position.
And if they're able to win this next series, or this next game rather, that means they're locked in alongside Alcatia as one of those global qualifier teams for next week.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough journey to get through an 8-team bracket, very much like this one, against teams from all across the world, as we've got the opening champion upgrade, one of the more unusual encounters, to give ourselves a bit of a stronger start.
And one of the encounters that was removed for patch 14.5, one of the objectively good things I would say for competition, especially coming to 14.5 and the differences between these patches. So players, I'm sure, a little bit sad that this is the encounter for this game number 2. Maybe better than the other Garrett encounter, which is the Wandering Trainers, though.
That's true. Yes, you got to look on the bright side of this one here, but I mean, it does mean at least we've got a somewhat different setup here. We've certainly for our players who find the more relevant 2-cost 2 stars. That's a huge advantage.
Lugasang on the Blanc, Lusher will be picking up a Graves 2. We'll see the upgrades for each player from the encounter and what they might be able to play around. Spelling, it will be
Jin.
Into it looks like, so a pretty strong option to play around Exotech in the early game. Our
and
next player
find Exotech immediately.
Very early Mordekaiser.
Okay, so let's be noting these down as we go. So yeah, I mean, the difference between people who found something relevant and something not relevant as, okay, so what do we have? We had a Twisted Fate for Blaze, but has decided to perhaps go a different direction.
As the Poppy upgrade as well, might just be considering playing for Morgana reroll. We'll keep this rapid fire combination on the right hand side of the bench for now, but we'll see if maybe there's just a better path going forward.
Alright, so Goldorm to start us off flat, and of course, always an option to try and put your path down very definitively in the early going. End up from our previous game. Blaze with a decent finish overall. Coming in.
I wonder if you just picked Thorn-plated armor there for iBlaze, considering that he had the Poppy 2. He could be the Morgana player on this team. He had the chance to slam. Oh, and all of a sudden, maybe an even spicier option. 4 Poppies already. Once he picks this Augment, if he goes for Button Mash, has a chance to slam a BT, has a Rod as well for JG, and has a chance for an artifact that could really elevate this Poppy to the next level in stage 3. I love the game plan here from iBlaze. Potentially a win-out player, depending on what he hits with a Laden Forge.
Yeah, I really, really love this as well, just because, you know, just having that Poppy there as now, you know, we've talked before about her ability to snipe units, but now she's got the ability to do a whole lot more hurt as well. I suppose the only problem is that there's going to be a lot of other Poppies being taken by other players, making hitting the 3-star considerably more difficult than it might be otherwise.
And Lusher will be playing into his Graves 2 upgrade. Flexible TFT from the German player. Has picked up Not Today, has 2 Edge of Knights already ready to go. 1 on the Kindred, 1 on the Graves. I assume this will be moving into a Vanguard Marksman board later in stage 4. Maybe he decides to play into Golden Ox, but I'd be very surprised.
And while that's all going on, of course, you know, Wet Jungler deciding he doesn't even want to be part of this whole equation, selling up his 2-star 2 cost, and managing to find a very early Galio with Clear Mind as well. I mean, it seems like Wet Jungler's got a very similar spot to what we saw from Sabi before. You know, we've got the chance to get in it Cypher and also have the extra XP trickling in as well.
Salvi feels very comfortable playing into this Tempo Elise line that we saw Wet Jungler playing last game as well. Has a chance to level aggressively, has a chance to play for a very big win streak with Hustler, and I think Salvi feels very comfortable playing this type of game as well.
Yeah, Hustler is very, very warping as an augment, giving you the chance to just, you know, spend your gold rerolling or moving up levels as fast as you can make your clicks. But Lusher again showing us the power of the double edge of night, the enhanced attack speed, and a good early start. Deadash though, the preparation and the placebo for a little bit more in the tank, has found some pretty good AP items to get himself started off with that free update upgraded Veigar.
Keeping the option open of both the Veigar and the... Oh, never mind. They sold off the Morgana. He's committed now to that Veigar, potentially Veigar Nitro line that we saw a few times in the past as well.
I have to think that's going to make the button mash from Blaze. We're seeing so many poppies being played here that I can't imagine it's going to get anywhere beyond the 2-star without taking a ton of golds to get there. But the items have been slammed, so Blaze is going to have to try and make it work one way or the other.
And the crucial thing for Salvi is to win every single fight in this stage 2, off of just being able to hold more units and be able to level to 6, maybe even as early as this next round after Carousel. Priority on the Carousel for Wet Jungler and Spelling. An Elise there is really big for Salvi, but he's of course last pick. And the tier, the ever most sought after component, immediately sniped by Spelling.
And Wet Jungler's going to grab hold of the LeBlanc as well, which I'm assuming is going to be activating Cypher, also with a bow, just for good measure as well. So we'll keep an eye on Jungler longer term, as he looks like he's well set up. Again, along with Salvi, another EMEA champion. To have two of them on the same team from the same country as well, you couldn't really ask for a better selection.
We saw Lusher and Solo both in the 3rd pick order from Mouse Esports, playing dumb in the middle of the carousel, trying to distract Fantasy from the Elise that was still rotating around so that Salvi could pick it up in time, but unfortunately he could not. It's just an Elise pair, but it's just so important because you're pumping levels with Hustler, as we see Salvi leveling to 6, so it's a much higher chance of finding a natural Elise in your shop, just with a higher cost odds of 3 costs.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they did make the change, further down. I can't remember quite exactly when that one came in. Make Hustler a little bit more viable, particularly in this kind of environment where the team's roles are much more divided. You're not just playing for placement, you're playing for game impact over everything else. Spelling though, looks like he's going to want to take that kind of impact to the face of Salvi's Hustler is just too strong. So the young wild and free, not going to be so useful. At least the good for something will mean a little bit of extra gold.
Seeing Deadash trying to be the hero for Team Secret. He only has a single unit on his board, not having Cypher online just yet, but making sure that if he faces Wet Jungler, or if he already did face Wet Jungler, because Wet Jungler is at 83 HP, which is fairly healthy for a full open player, he was able to break that Cypher streak and deny the full potential of a very long blue streak for a Cypher player.
Yeah, that seems like an investment being very much worth making, as Salvi and Wet Jungler come by to say hi. So it's really interesting as well. We've actually also, if we're talking about ability to grief, we've got the slam in there of the blue buff as well. So Wet Jungler playing a little fast and loose, trying to minimize the losses while maximizing the eventual payout and keeping that loss streak intact for maximal XP as well from the clear mind.
Check out Spelling as we move into this creep round and try and see what his roll down might look like once he finally locks in what reroll comp he's going to be playing for, if he is playing for a reroll comp at all. And wow, a very early Leona for Fantasy, who's playing the same game he had last game. This is what he's been playing most of this weekend. He is the consistent, the stable, the dependable Vanguard marksman player for Team Secret, and this early Leona stabilizes him so much. We talk about the Kog'Maw 2 he found last game to continue the 5-win streak. This is even better.
Oh yeah, I mean, just the durability to just keep your frontline alive for such a long time. And we've got great items already slammed in for Fantasy, much more on the casting side, but maybe we can even get a bow here if we get very lucky. But still, we've got Hextech Gunblade in the tank as well. Fantasy feels like he's in a really, really good spot.
Finds a natural Jarvan as well. I mean, just really big upgrades on this level 5 shop from Fantasy. First the Leona, now the Jarvan. Has a chance to slam a Gunblade on this Kog'Maw and have a belt open, which is a great tank component for Leona later in the game. Just a really strong spot overall for this player.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be something that would really help the team fight further. I mean, Fincy coming in second last time round with the Marksman Vanguard comp. It feels like it's very important to keep him back exactly where he is the most comfortable. So we've got up against Wet Jungler in this round, who's got a red buff as well, and a Shojin, making it with the slams. Again, trying to soften the losses. Somehow, well, Wet Jungler avoiding spelling all this time.
And really smart from him to see. He understands that he is not that strong, or not as strong as Salvi, who's just pumping levels non-stop to 6 to 7. So, and he had Wet Jungler, a very weak player in his pool as well, and then a teammate in iBlaze. So he decides not to go to 6, despite being on a 6 win streak, just because he doesn't need to. It would be gold loss, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, we see Salvi move up to level 7. So I think you're absolutely right. It's a very big statement of intent. That, you know, as much as Wet Jungler's been avoiding spelling, Salvi and Fincy have not converged, but it's going to only be a matter of time. The second augments come in, Salvi looking for raw combat power. The Rabadon's already slammed in on the 1-star Elise. They're going to be hitting even harder.
Oh, what a roll.
There's the upgrade. You said it was coming.
So smart from Salvi. Understands that this Elise 2 upgrade would just make him so much stronger. He has the win streak gold anyways. If he's able to find the Elise in 1 or 2 rolls, it's just such a big spike, and he goes for it, and in 1 roll he is rewarded. This should pretty much seal the deal for this win streak throughout most of this stage 3.
And it's really interesting to see Salvi, you know, stepping into the different spot. Miles has certainly said as much, that they are very willing to change up dramatically what each individual player is doing based on what the needs of the team are. And Salvi, in this case, you know, he's had his moment of glory, that first place. Now instead, it's the workhorse approach to the game, which is gonna be doing damage and creating as many ripples as possible in this game, trying hopefully to keep the rest of the team down. But Fincy, still avoiding Salvi for now, maintains the unbeaten streak for Team Secret.
But Jungler will of course greed out a little bit more. He's not fully locked into, you know, using Cypher as the biggest possible win condition because he got his streak broken in stage 2. So he just won't scale as far as we saw Salvi last game. But he picked a different way to find a win con, and that's Last Stand. He's going to have a chance to be the AMP player. Already has the Shojin and the blue buff slammed. He has a chance to get a lot of extra XP from Clear Mind, have a decent enough Cypher cash out, and have carousel priority coming up in the stage 3 carousel. He could find an Annie or a Nico.
Yeah, I generally like the way which this opponent is going here. As we do check in with Blaze's butter mash board from before, it does look like we've been able to get everything going together. We get to see a little of what this Poppy can do for us. It just completely demolishes her way through the board. Admittedly, you know, Wet Jungler is not looking to try and deny, but mentioned before, the getting up to Poppy 3 was going to be an issue for Blaze. Actually, it looks like he's been able to find a decent amount of Poppies in a field that's been, you know, mass taking them so far.
To Nico with a bow on the carousel. Spelling is released earlier, so has a chance to deny it. Goes for the cloak instead. Deadash is the one who has been targeted with denying the Nico from Wet Jungler, and now Wet Jungler is crying in the middle. Now what do I take? Next to Yumi instead.
Oh. Alright, so let's take stock of where we are then. So Salvi is actually not win streaking anymore, whereas Fincy is, so even with that lease upgrade, still not completely unstoppable. Mouse as a whole keeping themselves up towards the higher HP totals, with of course the large exception of Wet Jungler. Of course, has been building up the Cypher for quite some time.
Here's to check out Solo Gasang spot, see where he's at right now. 70 HP. Middle of the pack for now, but let's see what its game plans looks like. What Jungler we know is going to be the Cypher player. Solo is going to be leaning into the Street Demon fully, at least for now. It looks like he might be playing a very traditional brand game because he knows that Wet Jungler is playing for the highest cap comp, which is AMP. And it's a little bit awkward because that means that Solo might have to contest Nico as the main tank. So curious to see what this player does to try and help his team.
Yes, it seems like it's not maybe quite far enough away from what should hopefully be the primary source of success for Wet Jungler, but at least we don't have to necessarily worry as much about what we would have had to previously for the Street Demons being contested. That's not a good sign. I think, no, I was going to say Mike for a second there looked like he could have potentially pulled things back, but no. Just happy to sit at the midpoint and maintain as much HP as he can.
And Deadash on the opposing side of that fight is going to be the AMP player for Team Secret. He is also gearing up to play for the same main tank, Nico, and to try and gamble his game on finding an early Samira and an early Annie. The only problem is he has almost no econ to work with, right? In terms of econ augments, he has prep, he has placebo, I guess, is something. But Wet Jungler will have way more econ thanks to Clear Mind and the Cypher cash out.
Yeah, just not having to spend that gold on XP just make a big difference. Deadash will go up against Fincy in this round. I can't imagine that's going to be too much of a problem for Fincy to keep going. But it will be Fincy managing to take the Vanguard board through 2 full stages undefeated. So that's a lot of extra money. That's a lot of extra HP that Fincy can use for his teammates.
And I mean, this is a repeat of game 1, right? Fincy's doing his job perfectly yet again. Another massive win streak coming into stage 4. A lot of AP preservation to go with for his team for later stages. Looking at what Jungler cash out time has come through. 2 lesser duplicators and 2 3-cost champions. Maybe now Nico is a path towards stability. Finds an Annie here as well. Does he high roll Samira on level 8? Already 5 Yumis and 2 Annies. That's a pretty big deal, and a very early Zac, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, this is not too shabby at all. Again, with a couple of the duplicators there, this Yumi 3 is very much on the cards. A great itemization for the Annies. And of course, as you pointed out from before, we've still got, well, we won't have the Clear Mind ticking for a little bit, but we've still got the last stand available to make this board even stronger once Wet Jungler finally gets down to low enough HP.
Ideally, what Jungler can find, there's the Annie, but he wants to keep rolling for the Samira. I think it's just going to be so important, plus the Zac blobs for stability. There's Nico pair. If he finds a Nico 2, that would be so absolutely massive. Might have to give up on the Garen. And there's usually only one. Ooh, okay. So he slots the Garen in regardless. And I think it gives up on Yumi 3 game plan here. But he just can't sell the Nico pair. It's like, it's so important to find Nico 2 here, because then you can just get Clear Mind value the entire stage and go 9, right? You make the Yumi 2, you make the Nidalee 2, and then you just have your board, your bench clear basically until next stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think, with a little bit of luck for Wet Jungler, he'll be in a good spot. As you go up against Fincy in this round, I can't imagine Wet Jungler is strong enough already to break Fincy's streak, but we'll see. Zac did hold on for a decent amount of time, but no. The Vanguards are too damn strong. The Tibbers, maybe. Holy no.
Oh, so close.
Last second, Wet Jungler has to wait a little while longer.
Econ loss, just trying to get the 7 loss streak to get some extra econ to hit that Ego 2. Let's see what the augment is going to be. Ooh, Greater Moonlight is incredibly strong for any of the 2 AMP players. We're looking at Deadash's spot right now. It upgrades your Nidalee and gives you just an extra massive tank to work with, but 1 buff, 2 buff is also so good for guaranteeing Annie 2 or trying to high roll Samira 2 with a duplicator.
Yeah, I mean, that seems impossible to ignore given how much potential you've got and how much the focus is towards the very top end. Of course, we will catch up with everyone once we've gone around. Again, coming deeper into stage 4, Fincy still remains undefeated as we saw in the previous round. Wet Jungler down to 20 HP, but it will be Moonlight. Deadash looking for the power right now.
The items are swapped over to what will become a Nidalee 4 as the fight starts off. Way more tank ability than a Nico 1, of course, but looking at this board from Deadash, it is not looking too good outside of that Nidalee 4 upgrade. Annie 1, no items on the Annie just yet. Nico pair as well, no Samira high roll. And here's the battle between the AMP players.
Yeah, this is going to make a big difference going forward. As we see, we've got the upgraded Nidalee will be very hard to put down, but the rest of the board is going to hold on long enough. So that's another loss to Wet Jungler. Remember, the last stand has still to be proc, so it's not as bad as it looks, but still, Wet Jungler, once that's proc, so the last stand's in place, it'll be a little bit stronger, but still a huge amount being put on his shoulders this game.
He wants to time the last stand proc with at least finding a Samira, and there's a Samira on the shop there, but it was for...
It wasn't his shop, no.
There's a Vex 2, which is going to be a good stabilization point for this level 8 roll down comp. Hollow Bow, Cyber Coil, not the absolute best combination for Vexotech, but good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this at all. We'll have to check out at some point what spelling his Call to Chaos ended up being.
Samira for what jungler? This is the spike he needed.
All right, we'll see. I mean, that extra, even just that little bit of extra reach for, you know, we see the Annie cast punching through the red buff as well. So not the raw damage, but that means once the Timbers drops down as well, going to be a little bit more punchy. And we can see what a difference the Amp 5 makes, even just a little bit of extra HP on the board. And Wet Jungler gets the win. Very important, of course, as we've established already, for him to stay alive and stop that proc of Last Stand for as long as he can.
Prio on carousel for Mouse Esports. Solo and Wet Jungler have the first pick locked up. Is there a Nico on this carousel? It's really important for Wet Jungler to get the Nico 2 and then start getting clear mind value to go 9. There's no Nico, there's no Zac, and there is no Samira. And actually Spelling, yeah, Spelling can always get released earlier, so never mind. There's no Monopoly here.
It would have created an extra heartbreak situation, but no, nothing forthcoming. We've got an Aurora looking around on the carousel with a tier for a little bit of extra action. That's Delash, who was playing the Amp board from before. But yeah, I mean, Wet Jungler hopefully stabilized for the time being. Quincy no longer undefeated.
Let's take a look at some of the healthier players in the lobby, players like Salvi, players like Lusher, to see what their boards look like and what they've stabilized on. Salvi has made it to 8. Is that an at least 3?
What?
That is definitely a way to stabilize.
Okay.
Game.
I mean, and also,
the front line is not fantastic. Obviously, there's 2 Brahms on the board, just trying to pretend that they're the beefiest unit without, you know, being started up. But the back line is looking fantastic here for Salvi with Hustler.
Yeah, and having the extra, you know, carry stats being pumped into the backline as well. We'll watch and see how much damage this Elise does. See, she will just delete a unit every cast, which admittedly, when your front line is not fantastic, might actually not quite be quick enough, as Salvi will take the L. At least he can continue to spend that hustler money on finding a better front line.
And Solo also loses this fight. This is actually a really big deal. Solo really would love to outplay Spelling, especially. What Jungler we understand and kind of expect to slingshot back up. I think Solo, we're seeing the Cho'Gath purchase. He was probably instructed by What Jungler to not buy Nikos past the first one. Just make sure to get 7 Street Demon online and the 3 strategists, but then use a different tank as a main tank. And it might be Kabuko in this case, alongside the Nico.
All right, well, hopefully. Oh yeah, as you said, huge difference maker there, and he really got to use those with 2 relevant items to make this a solid one. So Wet Jungler should be okay for the time being. Up against Spelling though, currently the lowest HP member of Team Secret. Could be a huge swing one way or the other. Wet Jungler again, still no last stand proc. If you can survive through all these stuns and get the Annie to do enough damage, this could be huge for Mouse.
Sejuani doing so much though. You have a really unfortunate pattern for Street Demon on Wet Jungler's board. He's forced to play into one corner, but it looks like Annie and Tibbert are doing enough thanks to the Piercing Lotus. Last stand does not proc. Spelling is taken down to 6 HP, currently the lowest HP player in the lobby. And Solo stabilized on 14 HP, a huge win for him.
Ooh. Yeah, and every single round that goes forward is a chance to keep out of that 8th spot. So the Exotech board, they called to Chaos from before. I'm assuming it wasn't necessarily anything incredible, but we're looking like in terms of the actual lineup we've got here, it's pretty solid. We've got, you know, Sejuani at full capacity. We've got the Vex there as well. Only really Varus to build up further.
Spelling has hit his board, has stabilized on level 8, and his only other duty is now to play defense and to withhold copies of Xayah and Leona, I assume, from Lusher, who was playing Vanguard Marksman and I assume has not hit either his main tank or one of his main carries just yet. So we're seeing it here, just pure defense being played by Spelling. He would want to love to win this next fight and try and outplay Solo at the very least. And Lusher hits Leona 2 anyway.
Okay, so that's going, yeah. Let's check it. It's really, honestly, it's a little strange to see Lusher playing such a regular comp, as you called from much earlier on. The edges of nights, the into the night, you know, just allowing both of these backline carries to be very, very safe going forwards. Deadash, his opponent for this round, but Lusher should be okay. If Spelling goes down here, this is a big problem. Fincy, highest HP member of Team Secret, needs to avoid doing too much work in this round, and I think he's navigated it properly.
I believe items were removed off of the Zaya from Fantasy, considering he has blinding speed as his final augment pickup. I think he's missing a few items. So that could have been the difference maker in terms of, yeah, we're seeing it there. There's a Gunblade, the Last Whisper on the item bench. So he did remove all items from one of his carries to give that win to Spelling to allow him to stay alive at 6 HP. And Wet Jungler has now procced Last Stand. Solo took a loss as well. He's at 2 HP. So the bottom of the standings are getting really spicy between our players. This is now the attempt at a max cap board from Wet Jungler.
He's putting everything into putting the board together. And Zach is at least as strong as he's going to be. The extra defensive stats will make a meaningful difference to him. But Fantasy, yeah, he's out for vengeance. We've got the Kabuko in there as well. That front line is absolutely massive. And the back line for Wet Jungler, it's just really the Annie to get all of this work done.
Yes, a duplicator on his item bench. He couldn't use it. He couldn't find a single paired copy of Samira or Zach. And that might be it. Tibbers comes out. One last cast from Annie. Is Tibbers enough to do it? I don't think it's the case. Wet Jungler's down. So is Spelling, but Wet Jungler will take an 8th. And he was the win-out player. That's the bigger story here. Who's going to win this game for Mouse now?
It's going to require some last-second scrambling, but they had to know, coming through those last 3 rounds, it felt like Wet Jungler's, it was particularly once the double loss came through, that was a very realistic possibility of happening. We see Lusher continuing to upgrade his Marksman Vanguard board, but it's not on the same planet as some of the boards that we've seen coming together later on.
Solgasang, small silver lining, he benefits from the elimination of Wet Jungler. There are Nikos back into the pool. He's able to hit his Nico to upgrade. Can he now face off against Fantasy, the hero from Team Secret, the absolute star across this series up until now? Or is Fantasy too strong for this lobby to deal with?
We can see the backline from Fantasy is as strong as the backline from Wet Jungler was not fully coming together. 3 different activized backline carries. Good use of the augment set to fill up, as Solo goes the same way as his teammate. At least matters to avoid the 7th and 8th, but it's not by much.
Fantasy truly elevating himself to hero status across this game. 2 back-to-back eliminations on Mouse Esports players, and he eliminates Solgasang right before Solo was able to find a Street Demon emblem on this stage 5 carousel. A massive knockout.
The best case scenario here for the Mouse squad is that they get into the disadvantaged second half where they have to go first and third, as we've seen in previous games. Of course, worst case scenario is that Lusher just gets knocked out in the bottom 4 and the game is over immediately. Bear in mind, we are in game 2 of a 3-game series, results of which will send one of these competitive teams out of the competition entirely, so they're leaving nothing behind.
Lusher would have to go 3rd, right, regardless, and Salvi would have to win for this to be a win for Mouse Esports, and it's looking hard because there's a really big gap between 3rd and 4th place in the HP totals right now, and there's 2 very strong players in Salvi and Fantasy running around. Maybe even Deadash, right? He has the Greater Moonlight, he has a Samira here as well now.
It just doesn't seem terrifically likely. I can even imagine at this point that Mouse might well have started their conversations for what they're going to be doing in game 3, but we'll see. Lusher certainly has Mouse started this more a little bit before. Perhaps this will be, you know, this doesn't seem like a game that's really set up for him to surprise us, but as Deadash will be falling, we're left again with advantage Team Secret as Blaze and Lusher win the next round.
Lusher wins against Fantasy. Maybe Fantasy removed items in case he was facing Deadash, but if he didn't, that's a very big win for Lusher and a good sign of how strong his board currently is. He has itemized Zaya, itemized Aphelios, upgrades across the board, Leona 2, Bulky Buddy, one of the best combat augments for this comp, and he is now on his way to level 9. If he can make it to level 9, find an Aurora, he is looking fairly strong as well, despite playing a comp that doesn't really cap out that high usually.
It's really weird to think that, you know, Salvi, who was our player playing for Hustler for all this time, and the calculated enhancement as well to push a little bit more power into the backline, is the player who's currently, you know, holding out the hope for the first place finish for the Mouse squad overall. But Lucila, he's made his board a little bit weaker, and it seems like for the time being, Lusher will be able to survive.
And he has made his board weaker. Elise is currently sitting on the bench, taking a bit of a rest, drinking some water, hydrating before coming in for the next round of TFT, as she hopefully faces one of the Team Secret players instead. Fantasy now down to 32 HP, iBlaze at 38, very even at the very top. Reminder, Mouse Esports needs to go first and third to win this game 2 and lock in their spot in the global qualifier next week.
Yeah, I mean, given how low Lusher's HP is, that Salvi's having to give up his HP in order to keep Lusher alive means that, you know, we end up meeting in the middle where Team Secret have definitely got the advantage. Team from the Netherlands, I think, should be feeling confident about their chances to make it to Game 3, but we'll keep on watching. So much riding on Lusher's shoulders. As of course, you mentioned that most of the board already itemized here, so it shouldn't make a massive difference one with the other. Maybe a little bit of tweaking, especially with those Vanguard shields.
And has the Crown Guarded augment, so an extra little bit of tankiness there. Has now double Crown Guard, and Salvi finds another massive spike for his board. Braum 3, Elise 3. This could potentially be a win-out board as well. He is playing for the same 5-cost though, Aurora, as his teammate Lusher. But let's go to Lusher's board because this is the most important match of, or the most important fight of the game, most likely. Lusher has to win this next fight. He can go 9 next turn and maybe find the way to spike his board further. He's playing against the Poppy Hero Augment.
Yeah, the button mash, but unfortunately it is right in front of Lusher's backline. The stun will buy a little bit of time, but I think the Poppy should drop down without having to at least be able to get onto the backline and delete it. But it looks like the rest of the Vanguards just aren't matching up, and that is gonna be it. Lusher's gone, and Mouse's chance of a win are taken up into the sky just like that. Team Secret draw the series even 1-1.
Shout out yet again to Fantasy. Played an excellent game of TFT, was a hero in pretty much every single stage, but iBlaze as well with the Poppy Hero Augment. Managed to find the ultimate cap with Bastion Emblem as well, and took over this third stage of the game, maybe the highest cap board currently in that game right now.
All right, well, with all that in mind then, we've seen that both of these teams are giving absolutely everything they have to try and stay alive in the EWC. Yeah, of course, with the third game coming up after the break, David, kind of in brief, what are your biggest thoughts about what both these teams have shown us so far?
I think Salvi's been playing at a really high level, first for the win-out spot and kind of the very risky spot, and then playing more of a tempo line. I think What Jungler played a good game, just wasn't able to hit the Samira 2 or the Zac 2, unfortunately. And I think Fantasy, he's been the star. Counting all players on either team, all eight players, he's been the standout player. Very good high tempo spots from stage 2 and 3, and even finds ways to convert these low cap comps into comps that can push for that first place later on as well.
All right, gentle friends, one more game to go in this series. It will be Secret or Mouse exiting the competition at the end of Game 3, and the other going forward to the closed qualifiers a week away to battle for one of the few remaining spots in the main event. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes' time as we close out this series, and one more series to go once this one is done.
scream, I whisper, la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper, la-di-da-di-da.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup's TFT EMEA closed qualifier. One more game to go in this best of three. And, you'll be sick of us saying it by the time this is done, but it's worth reiterating again for anyone who has just come in. Mouse Esports Team Secret for the final time, 4v4. One gets to carry forwards, and for the other, all of the work they put into at this point comes to an end at the end of this game of TFT.
And that's exactly right. For one of these teams, this might be their last game of 4v4 in the entire calendar year until the next EWC rolls around in 2026. And for the other team, it could be the start of a long and arduous journey all the way to maybe, who knows, an EWC championship itself in August if they make it to the global qualifier. So much at stake, and really have to talk about two players. I think Salvi and Fantasy have been the two stars on each of these teams, especially Fantasy, back-to-back games, doing everything right to keep Team Secret in this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's honestly, when you put up these two teams against each other on paper, you've got the Germans got multiple EMEA champions, huge history from all of them, and for for Team Secret coming out of the open qualifier, doing well there, before knocking down Navi to the lower bracket. But ultimately, in terms of history between the two teams, it's not really comparable at all. The fact that Team Secret are making Southern Gasang and the rest of Mouse Esports go to Game 3 and seriously challenging them for their spot in the competition speaks incredibly well to Team Secret's overall potential.
They were one of the strongest teams in the open qualifiers. It was unexpected, as you're mentioning on paper. These are not the S-tier players that, always make it to day 3 in the cups, that always make it to regional finals. Actually, I don't think any of the players on Team Secret have ever made it to EMEA regionals. I have to double check with my stats, but if so, maybe only once. Whereas some of the players on Team Mouse have won EMEA regionals. They've become European champions in the past sets with White Jungler, with Salvi, of course, as well. They've made it to TAC Crown. They've competed on the international stage in places like Macau and places like Las Vegas. So they have just more experience to deal with pressures in spots like these. This game decides so much of their careers in TFT for this calendar year, and we'll see who can better deal with the pressure coming into it.
I mean, certainly the games have been pretty wild so far. I think we've seen what we maybe haven't seen so much from the French side of things. That, with a lot of people who are trying to turn the corner on the competition and bring together their final comps very, very close to the edge there. Of course, we knew in the previous game we were operating, with the last stand in play as well, that we're going to be seeing either, the huge resurgence at that point or having it all fall to pieces. I think you pointed out really well during the game itself that, in the game that Mao's won, they very methodically put together the correct pieces in the correct order to make it happen. But it feels like maybe that's the key for Team Secret here, is disrupting the pre-existing plan enough that Mao's can't recover with the pieces they have left.
And also, I think the main strategy that has been saving or giving success to Mouse across the entire tournament has been that Elise reroll in terms of a tempo playstyle. We saw from Salvi in this game with Hustler, fortunately high rolling the Elise 3 on the roll down in stage 4, alongside the Brawn 3 later on. This is the comp that someone on Mouse Esports is playing every single game, and it's their take on the level 8 roll to 0 and stabilize comp, which they're finding more success with compared to the Vanguard Marksman or the MF series, for example.
Well, I mean, of course, it bears in mind for anyone who's not been around the EMEA scene, of course, to evoke the dear list from the German side of things, and the real, of course, being very much in their wheelhouse from the beginning of time till probably the sun burns out and sends us all away. But we will, of course, we're gearing up for the Game 3, coming up in just a few moments' time. Of course, we'll be looking at later on, starting once this series is done. We'll take a little break up the series and get the players ready. But of course, Fnatic and Emechi are waiting for us. The second and third seeds still to be decided. Now, while both those teams, Dave, of course, will be going forward to the Esports World Cup, the seeding can potentially keep you out of the groups of death and make sure you actually even get out of the group stages at all.
That's right. One thing that I want to know for this upcoming game as well is Fantasy has done the same thing both games. He's had a 5-win streak in stage 2, and he's done that with the same exact game plan, playing around Kog'Maw, playing around Vanguard Marksman. Can he do it again? If he doesn't, and suddenly his team is missing that player that is really anchoring them at the top of the HP totals, they can start feeling more and more pressure. We're seeing other players like Deadash not really performing at a high level in terms of trying to find stability with the amp boards, for example, or the higher risk strategies. Iblitz has also done a really good job. I love the game in Game 2 that he pulled off with the Poppy Hero Augment, correctly identifying, hey, this can, play to a very, very high cap. We saw him probably being the strongest player in the lobby at that Game 2 when we left to our break. And this is the idea I want to put forward. If Fantasy has a low roll spot where he doesn't have a high tempo augment to pair with upgrades, what happens to Team Secret?
Yes, they'll have to dig down deep and find more. I mean, certainly, looking at some of the previous performances, I mean, admittedly, so Spelling hasn't been able to necessarily make the big impact so far, 7th and 8th, but he has managed to get those big finishes from before. I'd honestly love to see something like that happen, just so we can really see, every part of the play that's available for both of these teams. Mao's methodical to a fault, Secret keeping us on our toes from beginning to end, and as I said, a question of whether Fantasy can live the Vanguard Marksman fantasy over and over again.
Treasure Dragon will be our encounter. Aurelian Soul has blessed us with the chance at a high roll, potentially, if our players have studied the game and understand the different nuances these encounters bring forward. Wandering Trainer as an augment is going to be extremely appealing because you can pretty much guarantee a spatula or a pan with the Treasure Dragon if you roll enough gold. And if you have a Wandering Trainer with a +1 for Anima, a +1 for Street Demon, and you are level 9, you can reach the vertical on these traits and potentially be the winner of this all-important Game 3. So we'll see what augments are offered at 2-1 and if our players are aware and ready to go down this line.
I can't conceive of worlds in which they're not, chomping at the bit to try and get out here and just get on to Convergence and get this all started properly. I mean, certainly from what we, if we do end up in that kind of situation with the big verticals in place, I'd have to imagine that this, kind of challenges Fantasy supremacy somewhat when some of these boards can conceivably outcap them more noticeably.
Well, I think Fantasy has usually been outcapped by the end of it. It's more the stage 2 and 3 that I'm more worried about because he has, I think, pulled off 8 to 10 win streaks in both of these games. We'll see if he has a spot to do it again in this stage 2 at the very least. Flusher starting off with the Morganas can angle towards the Morgana reroll or towards the Elise tempo play we've seen before. We're seeing from Fantasy no Kog'Maws yet. What will he do without his Kog'Maw superstar in this stage 2?
I mean, I don't know. I think he might take his ball and go home. We've got... Let's see. So we could take a... Oh no, this isn't Fantasy anymore. I was going to say, we could try and pick up some more item augments. It looks like the entire board are going to be able to be picking up some items as well. So we're starting off our vital Game 3 between Secret and Mao's with more items on the field, and we'll be moving towards the tail end with that treasure dragon for more items or even augments as well.
Sologasan could commit to slamming as a leveling and tempo option. BRB really gives you a lot of item upside, especially if Krugs don't have many components, which we will not know until we get there. And Divinigor +1 gives you the chance to play into a Z line that is very underplayed nowadays, but I think very risky. Goes for BRB in the end. Lusher plays for Memory Bank. I think this is once again the same thing we see from Mouse every single game. At least one player playing for at least Aurora and that tempo dynamo game plan.
And has a strong initial board to back it up as well. You see the Vanguards, of course, buying as much time as possible to get those cars through. Got the much more than just the defensive item slam, so we'll keep looking around. As Salvi managed to find some early amp, Blaze getting that calculated loss in place. So you know that's got some good potential long term.
Gonna be Not Today picked up for Deadash, potentially going down the same game plan that we saw from Lusher last game, playing into Vanguard Marksman. With Not Today, we see Shaco potentially in the playbook for what jungler here in this game 3, which is a good stable top 4 comp once you hit your Shaco 3, but not really a win out comp. Who's gonna be the win out player for Mouse? That is my question coming into this stage 2.
Oh yeah, we've got Blaze.
It's obvious, right? It's gonna be Blaze.
I mean, yeah, just gonna tank every loss. Be very determined to make sure that nobody can grief through here, because of course you may point out in the previous games we have had the Cypher players who of course need to keep units on the board, not being able to avoid just being open forted against. At least for iBlaze, the worst case scenario is that someone else completely opens into him.
So we mentioned the importance, of course, of having carousel priority. In the case of Fantasy, with Replication, has already picked up a tier and is going to have the chance for multiple tiers. So a rare thing in TFT to have 2 of 1 single component in after the stage 2, after the stage 1 PvE rounds. But Replication is able to get you there, and blue buff is already slammed for the Morgana.
Well, you got what you asked for, David. We will see Fantasy on a different line. There's certainly no less mainstream. In fact, I'm going to say if anything more mainstream than what we've seen before. And as I said, great item setup. Should be able to do some decent work starting off. Unfortunately, you see on the other side for Wet Jungler's board, the Shaco, good itemization, not as the stars really that would really be liking to see at this point. The 2-star, vastly more powerful, but it looks like the rest of the board might have just enough punch in it to at least get some stacks going.
More so even the Morgana, Shaco's a comp that you really want to hit your 3-star early just to get the snowballing effect on Shaco's scaling off of kills and getting more and more AD as the game goes on. So I imagine some strong defense will be played by Team Secret. Every single Shaco they see has to be held from the natural ones they get in the shop, and a massive carousel unit overflow hack. There's a Morgana with a pan, red alerts. Wet Jungler is able to pick it up. And he's a Shaco player, so he can play for Slayer +1. And this elevates Shaco into a much higher cap if he finds a Renekton way later in the game with the Slayer emblem.
Yeah, I mean, especially once you've got the bigger forms of the Slayer in place, more AD, the more Omnivamp to heal him up once he's in the middle of the opposing team as well. So yeah, like very good that Wet Jungler was in position to intercede, as Spelling will be the only player so far who is undefeated so far. Was the player we were talking about before, David was hoping to get his moment in the sun.
One small victory for Mouse is the fact that iBlaze, despite having Cloud Claws and wanting to lose pretty much every single fight up until stage 4, he doesn't have any kind of Cypher online just yet. Has the Vi in the shop, but that's pretty much it. So we'll not be able to double dip and get even more benefits off of this loss streak.
No, but I suppose it does at least get to grief Lusher a little bit, and the Memory Bank unable to stack up against him. But yeah, it seems like so far, at least this part of the Team's secret game plan, maximize the rerolls, maximize the loss streak. It doesn't seem like anybody on the Mouse side of things are willing to open 4 into Blaze, or at least chance doing that to try and mess with him. So he will continue to grow as a threat as the game goes on, and perhaps step into the spot you were asking to see another player step into instead of Fantasy.
For Lusher, just going to try and add in a second Jin, just try and get as much cast as possible from these Dynamo units to get your memory bank cash out as early as possible. For Spelling, he looks like he will potentially be, I'm not sure if the Vanguard Marksman player, because that line is maybe saved for Deadash, right, to get on today. But maybe MF Zeri is the game plan. The idea here is pretty much the same as we've been seeing throughout most of this weekend. The two stable players, Spelling and Deadash, playing for Vanguard Marksman MF Zeri. The reroll player, Fantasy, playing for Morgana, which can be a first or can be an eighth. It really depends on how early you hit and what other augments you're able to find to elevate the comp. And then the full loose streak player, iBlaze, playing for the amp win out.
I mean, that's going to be terrifying later on. Of course, iBlaze, already had some pretty decent looking items and gets the carousel priority as well. Continues that loss streak, no one will be intervening. Wet Jungler will be the closest approximate player. As you see Blaze pick up a couple of bits and pieces. But Wet Jungler, interesting. We're seeing it looks like we've got a little bit of a change up from what we were seeing before. Maybe Wet Jungler gonna try it and move more into at least the X-Tech line for the time being. Maybe Vanguard himself.
Yeah, I like this. He picks up the pan, says, hey, I'm not going to get enough value from this pan in Slayers until way later in the game. I might just commit to playing into either 4 Vanguard for our Marksman and make Deadash's life as hard as possible. He can still stay open to some kind of Vex line with Hollowbow on the Varus, or he can even play MF Zeri with either a Dynamo emblem on the Varus or maybe a Marksman emblem on the MF in either the Vanguard Marksman or the MF Zeri line. So a lot of options available for Wet Jungler, and he's becoming the X factor for Mouse Esports, right?
Yeah, keep those options open, tremendously important. I don't know if we can check out what Salvi's up to as he's moving up to level 6. See where we got to. Okay, so we managed to get the amp early on. We've managed to get also a tier in here. It's, of course, Salvi's got the caretakers to be able to get a little bit of better item selection, which is, of course, very important. Decides not to go for the tier. Does already have the Spirit Shojin ready.
He's playing into amp. He's going to be very far behind on gold, right? The reason why players play off of a Cypher and like massive loose streak is because you need a lot of gold to hit Kamira and Zac and go 9 and hit Samira too, etc. So curious if Salvi really wants to commit to amp with a normal, non-econ start, or maybe he's hoping for an econ augment coming up from this next augment round.
That's a good loss here. On his loss. Yeah, the 3 item slam, good enough for now. Let's see. I mean, could just go for the extra HP, restart mission. The board is already pretty decent. Branching out, there's some potential real big high end there.
Titanic Titan is just really strong in 4v4 though. Extra 25 HP, if you're not the win out player, you just have to preserve HP, is really massive, and he goes for it.
It makes all the sense in the world. They will prop him up to the top of the table because Lush is the one who's truly running the win streak right now. Of course, the memory bank player, again, giving himself a lot of time. I really like, as you mentioned before, trying to maximize the amount of time these dynamos are casting. Given that, again, the memory bank is not doing a ton for him in the immediate, I'm really impressed how well Lusher is doing early on.
He has a duplicator as well, so if he's able to find an Elise pair, that would be a way to almost guarantee a massive spike and maybe try to continue this win streak. For now, no Elises to be found just yet.
No, but I think the board should be just about good enough. We've got the 2 Bruiser, 2 Vanguard, and admittedly the backline's not doing an absolute ton, but you can see just, especially with Morgana in the mix as well, admittedly on both sides of the equation, but you just very slowly, carefully with the dancing grenade as well, just chewing away. Could be wrong with this one though. The Elise is good. The 3 item Morgana gets across the line, and Lusher's streak comes to a close.
Oh, and we see now the idea from Wet Jungler. He's going to the rapid fire line instead off of that pan. So ignores the potential for anything Slayer related, and now is trying to become the win out player. Has high rolled an early Zeri as well.
Alright, I'm absolutely here for it. Again, we saw in the previous games that the Edge of Night can certainly perform a very similar function. to the Quicksilver and just making it almost impossible to deal with that Renekton once he gets stacked up, especially having to, to potentially take him down twice in a row. But we certainly know that Wet Jungler is more than happy playing at the extreme edge of competition based on what we've seen from him before, so more than capable of accepting this level of responsibility.
That's exactly as you mentioned. That is the right idea to have. All pressure is on Wet Jungler for this game. If Wet Jungler does not top 4, it's very likely Mouse does not win this game and does not qualify to the global qualifier and make it further on in their road to EWC. There's another pan on this carousel. Wet Jungler is first pick alongside iBlaze, who has a closer priority. If he doesn't want it, Wet Jungler wants the Sejuani instead to try and find stability around the Sejuani 2 upgrade in case he misses Renekton.
I thought for a second Solo was going to be giving that one up in the end, but yeah, just in the right place at the right time. So taking quick stock of where we are HP wise, Team Secret looking pretty good. A lot of Mouse players up towards the top as well. It's really just between iBlaze and Wet Jungler right now, with a side auto dash as to the players who've actually taken serious damage.
Wet Jungler finding an early Renekton, that's going to be everything in this comp on his level 8 roll down. He has Pandora's Bench as well, so he has many ways to high roll, in quote unquote, a Renekton, to high roll a win condition with a 3-star 4 cost much later into the game. Although I think his main path would just be rolling 5 costs until he finds Renekton 2.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, with Wet Jungler being so low on the carousel, or well, I guess theoretically high on the carousel priority, he should be able to find that 5 cost as fast as they humanly can to get it re-rolling and try and find a Renekton. We've certainly seen from the Renekton boards before, it's been such a big difference maker when people have been able to deny that Renekton away for nearly the entire game. If Wet Jungler gets a little lucky with those re-rolls, he'll be able to independently acquire it.
One of the worst possible news for Team Secret. iBlaze Calc Loss has not slotted in Cypher at all yet on this huge lose streak, so that is terrible news. You are essentially down an entire Cypher catch because you're losing every single fight anyway, right? So much less resources for iBlaze to try and stabilize this amp board once he goes into the roll down on level 8 in stage 4.
I mean, iBlaze does at least have the Kingslayer available for money, if nothing else, but yeah, it's getting worryingly low. But Wet Jungler is as well, down to 40 HP. Salvi here with the extra boost of HP himself. No tears whatsoever, but it's still continuing to create a decent amount of pressure for the squad.
What did Solo Gasang's spot look like? He had Morgana and Elisa as carries earlier in this stage when he faced Lusher. I'm curious to see what Solo Gasang will be playing for, because we already have Lusher kind of locked into that Dynamo game plan with a memory bank. Is Solo just going to contest him? Is he playing for Vex potentially? I assume it must be Vex.
I would hope so. Well, I guess we'll find out in a little bit. For now, Salvi almost squeaks that one out there against the Misfortune, but I think the Hextech Gunblade is a little bit too much help.
Oh, he's rerolling Morgana, I see. Staying on 5, so he is going to be the Morgana reroll player, despite the Shojin Slam. And I think it's because he picked up the pan from the carousel. He changed his strategy into Morgana reroll to try and get the Bastion emblem. So a chain here would be so important. We're going to check out Solo Gasang's components as this PV run goes through, and then we'll go back to Wet Jungler to see what his roll down looks like if he finds a Renekton on level 8.
No chain as of yet, finding a lot of extra units. There we are.
2 chains.
One, but 2 at once. And a
very good
Reforger.
news for Solo. The roll down will come through here. We assume he will be hitting the Morgana. And now we'll go to Wet Jungler to see what his roll down looks like. He's rolling, I assume, already now on 4-1.
Oh my god.
Oh, he doesn't have to. He already found a Renekton on level 7, not even level 8.
Easy peasy.
This is what talented TFT players are made of, and now has 3 forecasts rolling on the bench for the Pandora's bench. Only for Rapid Fire for now. He's missing a TF.
Oh boy, though. Yeah, we're in such a good spot going forwards. That Renekton 1 with the Hextech Gunblade as well will be able to just keep himself up and happy. I suppose I really like having as well the Sejuani being tasked specifically with creating space for the Rexen to do as much as he can. Looks like he won't be able to actually get the win for jungler, but still very, very close to making this board a lot stronger once Rapid Fire 6 comes in.
Expected loss. He has not rolled yet. He hasn't even leveled to 8 yet, so this is completely still in the playbook. iBlaze the opposite, right? Level 8's calc loss has rolled down a ton to try and hit Samira, has not found it yet, and doesn't even have an NE2 yet as well. So Wet Jungler picks up his final augments. It will be Spirit Link, and now he's going to start rolling. Can he find a Renekton 2? He finds a Sejuani. Can he find a Zeri 2? He does. He has 6 Rapid Fire online. This might be where he stops. He can roll the Urgot on the bench and slowly try to make it to 9 with just the Renekton 1 for now.
Yeah, that seems to be what's on the plan. So, itemize Renekton. Frontline literally just gonna be Sejuani, so we're still a little way off of full power, but as you said, his corresponding number, Blaze, not as strong as he could be. As we look further at the table, Spelling has started to pick up power. There's still a big mountain to climb.
Not looking good for iBlaze. Any pair could not find the upgrade despite having infinite rolls thanks to the calc loss. Didn't have Cypher in all of stages 2 and 3, could not get the extra resources from that cash out, and has not found a Samira on his roll down. 30 HP and a dream, but it just looks oh so far away.
Might be able to sneak up this round. Zach's doing a lot of work to keep alive, and with the summon Tibbers, yeah, Blaze gets to live for another day, taking a little hit off of Salvi. Spelling though at the top, the player from Team Secret who had been win streaking, losing off the previous round, is very close to the top of the table, David. But right now, Maus are occupying the top spots.
iBlaze hits Nico 2. That could be a big way to stabilize. Deadash should be the stabilizing player for Team Secret, playing down the Vanguard Marksman line with not today, but he's at 40 HP already. Let's check out Deadash's board and see what's going on over there, and if he's found the upgrades to stabilize now the rest of the stage 4.
Yeah, so the Vanguard Marksman board from before. We've got the extra HP in from the Cybernetic Bulk, up against his teammate Blaze. Of course, you know, again, those Kingslayer procs will be giving a ton of extra money in, as long as Blaze can actually get the wins.
And it's only an Aphelios one, it's a Xayah one, there's no pairs, you're level 8, 0 gold, you only have 1 not today onto your Aphelios, and you're losing a fight here to iBlaze as well. So the player who should be the stable player that we've seen in Fantasy committing to this role and really performing to a very high level the last 2 games, Deadash is not able to do so. He's down under 30 HP halfway through stage 4.
So where would you draw the line for Deadash compared to how Fantasy have approached the game? Because it looks like a lot of the individual parts are very similar.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second because Wet Jungler has played the most important defense of his life. He's Defensive Player of the Year off of picking up the Samira, denying it from iBlaze, who is just 3 HP healthier than him, and that is what stops him from being first pick.
Absolutely filthy stuff, but it's what you have to expect when everyone's so aware of how quickly the matchup can swing. You look at the HP totals, iBlaze here, Deadash and Wet Jungler, as you were pointing out before, nothing between them at all. We've scored Wet Jungler, of course. Every round that passes can be moving one step closer to that Renekton 2, which would be a massive step forwards.
Xayah pair, Aphelios pair, Jarvan pair, Rost, single copy. I mean, just too far away from everything for Deadash. It's just really unfortunate. And he should have bought the Samira and sold it if iBlaze is still rolling here, just to get it back into the unit pool for his teammates. So a bit of a minor misstep there for Deadash.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of frustration leaking in. This is such a high pressure game for both these teams, living or dying here in the EWC. Their futures cut short by a loss entirely, and a huge journey for whichever team can continue on into the closed qualifier. Dash, I think, yeah, the board's quality is just not there enough. As you said, the 2 stars, they haven't been arriving, and now the full version of the amp board on the other side, you just keep summoning units, keep throwing the timbers out. Deadash takes the hit, goes down to lowest HP in the lobby.
Not the full version. I think it's just the desperate version from Salvi. He's just playing defense. He has 2 Aphelios and a Leona on his bench. Titanic Titan, he knows his cap is low, but he's trying to take down everyone else with him, knowing that Wet Jungler will be the one to rise up in stage 5 with the Renekton game plan.
No, I think that's fair enough. Certainly itemized well enough for Salvi, but for Sogasang, yeah, making the pivot before finding the pan. We're not quite at the Morgana 3 as yet, and we are at level 6 without the blue buff as well. Bringing the Transistor, interesting choice here. Not one which you see a ton of, but would be a nice injection of further power.
A pivotal fight here. Deadash has to win. His role is to be stable, to be the player that his team can count on to come into stage 5, to come into stage 6 still alive and trying to get some extra placement for his team. Maybe not to win, but at least to get some placements. He's down to 18 HP now. Can you win this fight against Solo Gasang, who's at 41? I think it's not going to happen.
Just have it. Edge of Night. Spoil him a little bit more time, but I think the Morgana matchup is tough at the best of times. Deadash down to 7. Team Secret do at least have Blaze picking up some momentum from further down the table, but Deadash himself, yeah, definitely not be able to pull off a fantasy style performance.
Lusher did take a loss here, so some total HP is being siphoned out from Mouse Esports. Salvi and Lusher now both still leading the pack, but at 59 HP.
The Treasure Dragon coming in. I should say before, we didn't end up in a situation where we did get people going heavy into the vertical, so looks like for some of our players like Lusher up towards the top of the table, they're more than happy just to take the options that give more gold and more ability to hit the high end.
And very interesting, Lusher very far behind in Econ. He looks like he really committed to rolling on 7 to become stable forcefully, even if he knows his cap's going to be way, way lower. And just play for finding upgrades like Braum 2, Elise 2, and not even having to go 8 yet. And we're already in stage 5. So really interesting play from Mouse Esports, identifying where the weak points are for Team Secret, identifying that Deadash did low roll and that they all have to do is try and bully him out in stage 4, and they succeeded. Deadash is down to 7 HP.
Yeah, just stomping down the accelerator. You know, certainly, if you're going to be playing more aggressive boards, you are going to be taking away HP from your teammates as well, but it can be worthwhile if it's all going to result in Deadash getting taken out. But upgrades by the plenty. Deadash hits Zaya and Aphelios 2 on the same round.
Last player we haven't seen much of yet is Spelling. Let's see what his board looks like coming into this stage 5. Is he going to be healthy and stable enough to fight it off against these other healthy players? And he is going to be going for Tempo Elise as well, but minus the Elise. Unfortunately, it's just going to be MF and the Jin with a lot of front line trying to win some of the fights here against, it looks like his teammate here. It's going to be iBlaze.
I think it should be an okay round. I keep my eye very carefully on the right hand side to see. Well, I imagine Deadash should be okay for at least the time being with the upgrades he picked up in the previous round. No! He just got knocked out even with the upgraded backline he'd been waiting for the entire freaking game.
And iBlaze is now the potential hero for Team Secret. He's sitting on a ton of gold. We're seeing it there, 50 gold level 8. We might see a level up here and the attempt to spike by adding another big unit to his board. Does he greed it out even more? I think he might greed it out, yeah. He knows he needs to play for the win. He knows he needs to cap as high as possible. He'll probably go 9 on 5-5 after the carousel. For Wet Jungler, though, has he hit Renekton 2? This is the big question, because this is the other win-out player in this lobby.
Yeah, well, they're both on the win streaks at the moment. They could be facing up against each other in the round yet to come. Remember, of course, Wet Jungler with the Pandoras can high roll like crazy to get across the line, but we'll have to find out in a little bit. We got the Morgana board from before. We've certainly seen that this Morgana, particularly under these kind of circumstances with the Bastion emblem, can deal with the amp boards and has first place against these kind of boards before.
It should be a loss for Solo. I mean, iBlaze is going to become one of the strongest players in this lobby, if not the strongest. Solo has not hit the Morgana yet, unfortunately.
I think Fantasy is one of the reasons why that is the case. Has the 3-star Morgana himself, and it's going to hand out the L to Salvi as well. So a lot of the Mouse players getting hammered in that round. Wet Jungler, though, does keep his streak intact.
You have to check Wet Jungler's board to see what he's been able to hit. There's the Renekton 2 just as we come onto the board. Max Cap has been hit. Overheal has been hit as the final augments for Wet Jungler. If our observer can highlight the augments on the left side there and hover over Overheal, because this is a big difference. And just go down to Overheal, just hover it, the text. Oh, we got it there. So as we see here, every third attack, which rapid fire units do a lot of, get extra heals. You stay in a fight for so much longer. It's like a Giga Gunblade essentially. And we're gonna see from rapid fire just how big of a difference it makes, because once the Juani is taken down, once the pretty shady front line is taken down here for the rapid fire board, Renekton becomes the main DPS and the main tank as well, as long as he's not frozen in place.
Yes, and this is where the Quicksilver really comes to heart, but against boards like Fintasy's, they're just not specced for dealing with an unruly dinosaur. The trickle of damage is never going to break through, especially as you said, with the Hextech Gunblade and the Overheal. Those two together means that he's going to shrug off anything apart from major burst. Zologasang, though, will go out as of that round, so that's one down apiece.
iBlaze and Spelling have full monopoly over this carousel. There's a strategist +1 for iBlaze on a Garen. He will pick it up. Extra amount of damage amp and defensive stats on a lot of his units on that amp board. Spelling denies a rapid fire +1 from Wet Jungler very smartly, considering Wet Jungler was a next pick on the carousel priority and would have essentially a Fawn being able to cut a pretty bad unit like Kog'Maw from his board.
Hey, you take that back. That Kog'Maw's been doing work this time. But Spelling.
Fantasy's Kog'Maw, I agree.
Oh, I say, we're narrowing it down. When Fantasy uses it, it's a 5 cost. When everyone else, not quite so much. The Spelling on the 3-round loss streak. I mean, Blaze and Spelling, they're both very low on the HP stakes. Again, remember, this is so ridiculously high stakes. The whole journey to the EWC lies on the other end of this game that closes the series. Spelling, Blaze, they need to stay up or this is all over.
I think Spelling, he understands his role on the team. He will not be top 4ing this game. This board is just not strong enough. At least one, just barely found on Aurora here. Fantasy and iBlaze are the two heroes that are going to try and clutch it up for this team in the top 4. But this should be a wrap. I don't see any world where Spelling wins this. Does he take a good enough loss, though, is a big question. The answer is no. That 6th place for Spelling.
Yeah, it must be pretty much on the nose there for Spelling. Yeah, -1. All right, so let's see how far Blaze can take this one. He's still got the Kingslayer in place and a few more chances to proc it. We're moving deep into the extreme edge places. There's another Samira. You mentioned this the strategist emblem from before to put us up to 5 strategists as well.
And the game plan now is very simple in terms of the macro strategy for both of these teams. If iBlaze or if someone from Team Secret goes bottom 4, the game's already over. Mouse is through. The biggest and most probable outcome is that there will be a bot 4 from Lusher, most likely, and that there will be a requirement of a 1st and a 3rd from Fantasy and iBlaze to win this game from Team Secret. Any other condition, it would be a win for Mouse Esports. Wet Jungler and iBlaze, the 2 players who are contending for the win. They have the 2 strongest strategies in terms of winning out entirely.
And it doesn't look like Lusher's going to be able to stand up too much here. Just trying to soften the loss as much as possible. We do see, of course, what Azonia will do for your Aurora, but Lusher moves, as you said, into 5th place. Like to exit
This fight is so important. Salvi and Fantasy, who wins that fight? Preserving this HP here when they're both at 30 is so important. Salvi wins it. That could decide the entire game. Playing for 1st is fantastic, and that's going to be iBlaze and Wet Jungler. But the 3rd place is what's really going to matter the most, and that's going to be between Fantasy and Salvi.
Yeah, the pieces need to line up, and right now, with Wet Jungler particularly on the win streak and Salvi getting that last win, Mouse seem to be picking up momentum, even if Lusher does drop shortly, which we have to imagine is going to be the case unless he finds something big to bring in from that Aurora.
Lusher is only playing defense, holding Samiras, rolling for Zax, trying to contest as many units as possible before he goes down, trying to make the cap from iBlaze as difficult as possible coming into stage 6.
Yeah, and every
donkey
single
rolling on
decision
8s.
being made, it's going to make a huge difference here. Let's see. They're likely going up against... I can't imagine at this point the rest of the Mouse squad are going to be, well, they've got enough HP to potentially try and keep Lusher alive for another round, but
Amira 2. This is massive for iBlaze. This is the spike he needed to try and maybe win this game, take it away from White Jungler.
Vinci finding the Sejuani too as well. I imagine we're going to be seeing some item rearranging going on there. So this one's not done. Mouse have the numbers advantage. They've got the positional advantage. Lusher does find a last second Kabuko, which will be brought in by the Aurora. But I can't conceive of a world in which this isn't the last round for him.
And this fight is very important. Even if Lusher ends up going bot 4, if he can win this fight and tax Fantasy for more HP and allow White Jungler to clean him up, that could be game deciding as well. We'll see what Lusher can do here. Anya's Archangels on the Aurora could be so big. The Vanguard Braum is holding on for so long. Lusher might have this.
What? The stacking up.
Down to the Poppy.
The Poppy gets
huge win from Lusher.
Wet Jungler wins as well, which means iBlaze is down to 3, Fincy is down to 8. The entirety of Team Secret have 11 HP between them.
No matter how strong iBlaze gets, even if he ends up winning this game, I think the HP totals are too far ahead now for Mouse Esports. This last round was pivotally important. 2 major wins from Lusher, the player who's just trying to stay stable, just trying to play defense, just griefing the other opposition players, managed to take a huge win against Fantasy.
There's Blaze playing. Okay, we'll see if we can hold on just a little bit longer. It's still not impossible for Team Secret to come back from this one, but we seem to be much back more in the world of Game 1, where Mouse's plans have come together. The Blaze rips through the board in short order.
That's expected. iBlaze was expected to win here. Salvi takes the loss, but iBlaze also takes the win there. Salvi gets up 3rd, Lusher gets 4th. Fantasy is out in 5th. Mouse Esports wins the game, wins the series, and locks in their place in the global qualifiers next weekend, Peter.
Oh my gosh, and even with Blaze pulling out every stop available, congratulations to Mouse. You have unlocked more travails yet to come. The road through the final qualifier is going to be absolutely brutal. As you said earlier on, bringing together every remaining team across the entire planet who wants to give it their all to make it to the EWC will be playing next week. So the standard will be absurdly good, but Mouse will be the ones to get to experience it for themselves. Team Secret, though, they put on a hell of a show against one of the favorite teams in the entire competition.
And so many small things happened on that game that really decided it in the end. You can say, hey, White Jungler, high rolls are protected on 7. These guys are all so lucky, blah, blah, blah. But the real win, I think, that entire game was Lusher rolling on 7, staying on 7 all of stage 4 just to guarantee he was stable enough to tax other players on Team Secret and end up eking out a 4th instead of a 5th to guarantee the win for Mouse Esports in the end. Fantastic final game for Mouse Esports and a very good run from Team Secret. They have to be very proud of their performance to make it this far.
What a ride it has been through the closed qualifier, but we are almost done. We have got one more road still left to travel before it's all done. Richie will be going up in our final game for seeding against Team Fnatic. Again, while both of these teams will be going through to the main event, their seeding will make a difference and it can easily spell the difference between getting to playoffs and not making it there at all. We will be taking a slightly extended break while those teams get in place for our very last series of the entire closed qualifier. So stick with us, it will be worth it. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, one and all. The closed qualifier on the road to the Esports World Cup is almost done, but we have one more gift to give to you. One more slice of fantastic 4v4 Team TFT with our number 1 and number 2 competitors in the entire tournament. And Barichi, Team Fnatic, going at it one more time in best of 3 action for the second seed.
If you're a viewer who has been watching a lot of 4v4 and you start thinking, you know, this game was a bit formulaic on this patch. You play AMP from Loose Streak, you play, the standard Vanguard Marksman, etc. Sometimes a Crocodile comes out to play. I have good news for you. Emerici is the team that innovates the most in this format. Yesterday from Shredden, we saw a Graves from Caretaker's Ally into Graves 3 and Rengar tempo game into a level 10 transition to AMP at the very end. We saw some pretty insane vertical anima games from Wojtek with Silas Hero Augment. Just all in all, they've played, I think, the most innovative line. So some creative CFC coming through for sure right now.
Oh, for sure. And I think they've represented Poland extremely well in the competition. And I think also, as we had this discussion yesterday when we were talking about before, France, they've got the fundamentals of 4v4 so much more on lockdown than anywhere else does. Emerici, they've never really been told the rules in the same kind of way, and they are, they're finding new and fertile directions to go through with 4v4 and keep us guessing every single game. I think honestly, this is such a good thing for the overall 4v4 scene that we're not, this early on into this kind of format already deciding we know how everything works.
And these teams, despite them already being qualified to EWC later on in August as kind of the second, third guaranteed seeds, it's important to know which of those seeds these teams are. And this is why we're playing out this match. It's why it's so relevant, because if I assume it'll be similar to last year, there'll be a group stage, there'll be, teams that are slaughtered in depending on what seed they are from each region. And if you're a second seed or if you're a third seed, you have a higher chance of trying to dodge some of those nightmare matchups. You'll have an easier group overall in terms of dodging teams like Vitality, who have been popping off in the Americas region, or dodging teams like Ironbog's team over in the APAC region. So very important series here. And hey, some extra really important practice for this 4v4 format.
Oh, for sure. And you want to be staying out of the group, which of course has Wolves Esports in it. Our previous year's winners have, of course, auto qualified through. So this will, we've got the pressure both on and off these teams. They know they are going to the EWC, but their ability to get through to the playoffs, to get a deeper run, will rely on how this best of 3 turns out. So, looking through for the rest of the players so far, just to catch up anyone who has not been with us up until this point, you've dropped in a perfect time, as David mentioned before. We've got Emerici, Silly Wojtek, Shredden, Kezman, and Aki, the Polish squad, who have just continuously surprised us again and again. So as mentioned before, with some truly astonishing stuff. It hasn't always worked, as we have been relentlessly tormenting Kezman for the Graves game, which didn't go so well. But just the fact they're willing to try and find these, other parts of the 4v4 experience and lay them out for us is fantastic. On the other side of the equation, of course, Team Fnatic, Armatruk, if we've described it before, absolutely armored truck that drives through the opposing teams. He was actually part of the Lagarde Baguette team that barely didn't make it out of the closed qualifier last year. So this is going to be very meaningful for the Fnatic squad to even have gotten to this point at all. And to have the guaranteed spot, you've made that distinct step up of improvement year on year. And to do it under the Fnatic banner as well, I'm sure it's going to be doubly meaningful for Armatruk to be representing such a prestigious brand.
And Fnatic is a team that we've seen already before, earlier in this day. We already are pretty familiar with the play styles that they like to play into. Bensak, very similar to what we saw from Fantasy, from Team Secret in that last series. He is their stable win streaking player in stage 2 and 3 that usually plays around MF Zeri or Vanguard Marksman in stage 4.
We've got some tasty options to start us off here, David. It did have a chance to go into the boombox, which we know has been a great, if rare, win-out potential Tactician's Kitchen, it's going to be pretty tempting there as well, just as another way to find your line and give yourself at least some good power on delay. But Armored Truck, he couldn't resist, so Rapid Fire Emblem is in play.
And not just that, playing it from a spot that we have talked about being one of the strongest ways to play Rapid Fire. Instead of from a lose streak or from a Cypher position, you play from a win streak with a Shaco 2 already made in the backline for Armored Truck there. For Clemu, Wandering Trainer, Dynamo, Exotech, and Boombot, most likely going to be playing this into Vex if his Exotech is good.
Yes, we'll have to check that out in a second, but the willingness of our teams here, as we said, we are caught in an interesting spot where the teams have a lot to gain, but also a lot of the pressure removed, so perhaps we'll see things get a little bit more spicy than we might have under other circumstances. So we've got the extra augment coming in, so Prismatic straight into gold, an awful lot of power immediately.
Absolutely is. We'll see what the picks are here. Double Econ is pretty insane. We saw a play that was offered level up on 2-1, and that combination, it really benefits from having a lot of extra gold, because that gold is worth so much more, right, with the extra advantage you get from leveling up. So getting level up into a 2-2 augment that gives you gold is an insane combo. For example, players have to be thinking about these kind of broken synergies that are not really meant to happen in TFT in most cases.
Interesting. Okay, so we've got Bensak here with the sniper's focus and an early foray, I think very briefly, into Exotech, but looks like we've got Marksman on the cards for us there. Looking around the rest of the field. Interesting, we're seeing the Runans over there from Clemu.
And this is a pulse stabilizer exo item for this Nefiri with a strategist +1. Dreading could be going for Nefiri reroll. It's not completely out of the question here.
I'm absolutely here for it. If we can make it work somehow again, we're just trying to find a way to get through the game and provide too many questions for our opponents to have answers. A key, picking up something else interesting. So we've got the birthday present combined with the gold for dummies. So we've certainly seen this pay off like 2-3 gold per round, as long as you can keep your front line up as long as it's humanly possible.
For now, I'm going to try and make 10 here. Yeah, I'm going to sell off a few units. And for Clemu, with the Runan Slam, this indicates that he's probably playing for Urgot and not the Vex line. Can't really make use of the Exotech unless he wants to play a Mordekaiser and a Varus, for example, for the Bruiser line and the Executioner with Urgot and Vex.
Yes, yeah, maybe we can find some sort of marriage between them. You know, certainly wouldn't hate. Clemu has put a little bit of time in early on to try and strengthen up the board. Just say, finding Urgot later on is still going to be a task either way around. As Yoroi, you mentioned as the level up player before, looks like hasn't gone for extra gold, but in fact the Caretaker's giving extra rewards for getting those levels in early.
One tier on the carousel, we see the race as always for that singular component. Shredden is the one to pick it up for Team Emerici.
Okay, we'll have to check out what Shredden's going to be doing with that one in a second. But again, David, as you established early on, this is the game we'll be looking to see a little bit more spiciness. Everything is aligned for us here for Emerici to really just show us exactly what they're made of. But checking in with Shredder, so we've got the tier, we've got the strategist emblem. Seems like we've got pretty much everything we could hope for, especially since we've got that cloak coming in a little bit later on to give us more bodies on the board.
And it's a combination, right? The Spectral Cutlass plus the Nefiri is just very strong, plus the right exo item. So all the signs pointing towards the Nefiri reroll in this case. And the tier was probably just to deny it from Yoroi, but also to pick up the Jin upgrade, which will help him stabilize potentially a lot of the HP until he can roll down heavily for Nefiri.
One of my favorite things about the Nefiri Cutlass, of course, is that people don't really tend to play around it a ton early until they realize, oh wait, if we don't specifically take measures to stop Nefiri, she will come in and delete, in this case, one backliner, in future cases, potentially several backliners at once.
I will say in game one of a second, third place match in a closed qualifier like this one, I think players were aware the moment it was picked. The moment Portable Forge was selected by Shredden, they were on his board waiting to see if he high rolled one of those key artifacts for Nefiri, and indeed he did.
Let's see, so Aki also moving into a little bit into the amp space as well. You can see putting a little bit more offensively out on the board as well, because of course the goal for dummies, you do need to make sure that not, one way of stalling out the rounds is to make sure that at least your entire opponent's board isn't alive the entire round as well.
You know, the final fight here up against Shredden with the Theory, and Shredden is maybe trying to win this one now because he has won the last one. It's not going to get that 5 loss streak, and we'll see if that'll be the case or not. The Nefiri now teleports back to full safety, but there's still just so much HP to chew through. I think that will be a loss for Shredden yet again.
Okay, certainly an interesting start. Armatrick, you said before, the rapid fire player, you're definitely praising him, and with good reason here. You can see he's managed to be completely untouched the whole way through stage 2. A huge golden path to the late game when eventually that Renekton will grace our screens once more.
We did see Potable play this line with the Rapid Fire emblem on Shaco and just commit to Shaco reroll instead and play for like a giga high tempo and then eventually bleed out a little bit. I wonder if Armatruk wants to go for that. I guess it depends on the natural copies he finds of Shaco. If he finds a ton of natural copies, then that might be the line he goes for.
Yeah, and especially if memory serves, I think where we saw it before doing really well was when you could extend the range twice with another artifact of the similar kind, to make sure that Shaco just never leaves his corner and kills absolutely everything. But we'll see how that develops. Certainly Armatrick right now it's looking very good. White Take just below has a chance to pick up a little bit more in combat power. Last Stand, of course, staring us in the face. Always a strong choice.
A lot of strong options here. Has picked up a pan as well. So.
Man, we've got a lot of items for Whiteick there. I think about 6 or 7, just because every single one of his augments has been some variety of item.
No extra econ to really help out the level up game plan for Yoroi, but a lot of extra items that you're mentioning as well for a lot of our players. You just have a whole extra augment. In this case, this will be, it seems like, once again, the amp player. So we have maybe 2 win-out players for Fnatic in this game. One, Yoroi with amp and the level up game plan, and Armatruk still at 100 HP playing into Shaco or potentially Renekton.
I think maybe just all of these augments coming through, our players are thinking that they need to try and at least match what each other's bring out, because Whiteick, again, with the, let's see, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra items, or 6 completed items or so. It's just an absolute menace. Already fully itemized in the backline, a fully itemized tank on the front line as well. He's gonna make an impact early on. The only question is what happens when he comes face to face with the truck.
What is Kezman's board looking like now? Let's see the strategy. We haven't seen him quite in a while since stage 2.
Yeah, he's managed to keep himself towards the middle of the table and keep things nice and toasty. Arky on the other side. Interesting. Seems to be going in for more of a Z focus over here. Again, this is the birthday present player, so he will need to keep himself relatively flexible if he wants to take advantage of those extra units being dropped in as the game goes on.
A lot of extra gold as well, holding on to a lot of the Divinity coordinates we're seeing there with the Gragas and the Wrath on the bench and Cho'Gath. So tends to think about what lines are kind of the most flexible in terms of you can play a vertical plus any unit you get from birthday present and it'll fit to some extent, and Divinity Core is one of those lines for sure, as potentially is Boombot Urgot, for example, if you want to try and contest Clemu.
Oh, hello. We got some forward thinking going on here. I think you made a really good point before about the, how powerful that can be in combination with how predictable it can be against a team that's ruthless enough to try and roll early and get all the units you're looking for before you get your gold back.
A very strong spot here from Clemu as well. potentially going to try and stay strong and stable and maybe find a spot to play for level 9 for a fast 9 strategy and slot in Urgot alongside the Boombot +1 to try and play for the 6 Boombot cap. You mentioned it, it's very strong, but it's just very hard to get to because you need to have the emblem, you need to have a lot of tempo and stability in the mid game.
Well, not so much of a problem for Canoe, apparently, is keeping himself strong. I guess in a similar position to Armatrug. We've got two Fnatic members who both have got some very, very good long-term potential, but have somehow managed to still keep control of the early game.
Now for Kesman, he is going to be on Poppy reroll. Important units coming through here for any Vanguard marksman player. Aphelios with a bow, very, very appealing.
Keep an eye on who's going to leap on it. Okay, going to Aki in the end, who we've been seeing. That was our birthday present player. Who hadn't necessarily super married himself into a comp as yet, if memory serves. Though perhaps we can take a look back at Aki's board and confirm that is the case. You mentioned, of course, the Poppy reroll is still brewing away there. So, yeah, so we've got the Into the Night. So we've got still a reasonable amount of flexibility left over.
I like the items that have been slammed here from Aki because he can play almost anything. Not today we've seen can work out with things like Aphelios, Vanguard Marksman, even backline AD carries. He slammed the red buff on the Nidalee, but not much else just yet. GS also a very generic item that works good for AP and AD carries, so it's important when playing birthday present to be open to any high roll you potentially get to be able to play into it.
On the other side, we do see, of course, the ball which has been building up for quite a while from Bensack's side of things. Just building up all of the rapid fire and marksman combination together, just pure backline damage, which actually pushes the key and Shredden, two Emerichi members, down to around 40 HP or so. I mean, Wojtek is certainly doing well, but his teammates a different story.
Wojtek has slammed the marksman emblem in the very end, so we're seeing two marksman Vanguard players in this lobby, one from each team, Bensack and simply Wojtek. Armatrug is going to be that really scary player, still 100 HP with a rapid fire emblem and the chance to play for Renekton as a win out comp as well. Shredden, if he hits, then a Fury 3 with Petroculus can be the win out player, but there is a lot of counterplay with positioning, right? You can just full clump to try and deny the value from the Petroculus.
We certainly saw that with other similar setups from before. The teams are more than willing to just, clump up around their carries and make sure that, you were just not ever going to access the soft underbelly of the team beyond a certain point in the game. Bensack, though, mentioned as being scary, will come in and hand out another L to Shredden, who drops below 30 HP. Wojtek up the top also takes the L, and Armatrug remains undefeated all the way through 2 full stages.
And I mean, this is looking really, really scary. He was able to high roll the TF2. He was able to high roll the Shaco 2 in stage 2, as well as the Draven 2 and early Zeri for 6 rapid fire. The Alistar has been holding down the line, even just that 2-star version. He has Slammin to guarantee he's able to get to level 8, maybe even level 9, considering the HP lead he has, which almost guarantees he finds Renekton, right? Maybe even Renekton 2. So Fnatic looking poised to win out this game with a player as strong as Armatrug.
And when you combine with both Clamu and Bensack both looking very good, clearly in the mark here to get a 4th place or even better for at least one of them, you've got a lot of components coming together the correct kind of way. We do see a little bit of rolling Armatrug, seeing if there could be a Renekton on the other end. It's a small chance, but if he does find it, would be huge. Yoroi up to level 9. You see Argot's passing through the shop. He is making progress. This level up board, I mean, we'd expect it to be ahead of the curve, but this is very much so. Level 9 is just crazy.
Only a single Annie, but has found a Samira. It does have the early Garen to start getting mods from as early as 4-1. It could be a really scary board if he hits the right Garen mods as well. So if he's able to stabilize off of this board, slowly starts rolling, finds the upgrades on the Annie, I mean, Fnatic is looking very, very good in this game one.
Yeah, it's looking crazy. So we got 3 of their players in the top 4 right now, as again, 2 Emerici players, Shredden and Aki, are in major troubles. And as
Check out Shredden. He's got his forward-thinking gold coming through now on 4-2. We have to see his roll down for the Nefiri. Shredden is rolling down the Sejuani 2. Does he find enough copies of Nefiri? He goes 8 instead, so he is not playing for Nefiri 3. He's playing for the more standard amp board, but has not found a Samira.
Alright, we got the upgraded Sejuani. We did get a few stacks onto our friend Zach as well. And needs to do a little bit of item reorganizing. Yeah, without the 3-star, I have to think this Nefiri, I mean, he can certainly threaten units one-on-one, but I have, you know, for him to have the 2 items, as you see, he's going to get rid of 1 unit and then go back to probably bouncing off the tanks.
Kind of an early Zac, but again, no anti-pair, no Samira on the roll down. Yoroi is him, but better. He's level 9 and has already a Samira as well, so I don't know if Spectre Cutlass makes up for just the econ differential between both of these amp players.
Well, at least Shredder was able to win that round that time. Aki going down to 5 HP. This is the birthday present player from before who's gotten stuck at level 8, so doesn't get able to get through and really reap the rewards of playing a birthday present at all. He's finding some good units in the shop at least, but I mean, we've got the Divinacore version of the Exotech board. Instead, on the Cho'Gath side, I'm not feeling optimistic about Aki's chances, especially as we see players like Klamu are picking up even more power.
Klamu just hit Mordekaiser 3, I'm not sure from where, but I mean, every spot for the Fnatic players is looking fantastic. Every spot for the Emerici player is looking, quite honestly, doomed. I mean, Aki, birthday present is an augment that you win streak with, that you have a tempo advantage from having these upgraded units onto your board, and you use that tempo as a wave and you ride it into a level 9 and level 10 much earlier in the rest of the lobby. He's playing it from a loose streak, and it's an 8th place for Aki. I'm not surprised.
No, that was very disappointing compared to what it could have been, but I mean, this is the double-edged sword that Emerici are wielding, more than willing to try different stuff than nearly anybody else is willing to in the tournament, but there are reasons why we're seeing so many of our teams sticking to what they know works very well. It's a risk that could really bite you.
Another pan on this carousel, a Zac with the tier as well, which would be very interesting for Yoroi. We see a bit of a Wild West showdown between both players. Yoroi wants to make it to Zac, and Shredden is ready to deny it.
Okay, let's take where we are. So, Wojtek, well, of course, at this point, Emerici, they're in trouble. They've lost 1 member without really getting too much of anything out of it. Shredden is gonna need to climb back up, and even Kedsman's not in a great spot. I mean, we can kind of ignore Wojtek for a while in that he's got 75 HP, so he shouldn't be running into any kind of trouble. But we see the other members of Fnatic finding Garen too. There's still, you know, we're not seeing any sign of Fnatic slowing down here at all.
Has been forced to go 8 immediately to even have a unit to be able to hold his Shiv appropriately. Does have the Morgana 3, does have a lot of prep stacks on most of his units outside of the Sejuani. Is this enough? He's gonna wait until the fight loads up to see who he's facing if he wants to give an extra life to Shredden. It will be Klamu playing this Urgot board with a Mordekaiser 3 and a Bastion emblem. I mean, this is a pretty insane setup from Klamu.
I don't think I've seen that one before. I mean, he's going to be an absolute unit. And we talked about it before. The Morgana board, great at offering through the trickle damage, though, I was about to put it squarely in his opponent's spot. It looks like actually the Morgana is able to strip out the backline and even knock the Morgana down. Sorry, the Morgana down.
It was more so the Poppy that was positioned in a way where she can target the Urgot and then the Vex back to back and pretty much solo carry that fight with the Radiant Vow along with the Bramble Vest. So the 2-tap on both the Urgot and the Vex, and Morgana slowly chipping in the damage over time, was enough to win that fight. Kesman looks kind of strong actually now with the prep stacks.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. If you can find the time to get those fully stacked up. Shredden here, holding tight for the time being. The 4-round win streak needs to make up for Aki being dropped out very, very early on. Still, the itemized Nefiri will go and might get caught on her opposite number. which means that she's burnt a lot of her time where she's teleported and ultimately just got a chaff unit. No, didn't even survive the experience. That's a lot of effort put into functionally trading off, you know, filler units for each other.
And those are just the rules of the animal kingdom. A bear is indeed stronger than a dog, and we saw it there as Tibbers came down and slashed that Nefiri to high heaven, at least for that fight. 1 copy or 2 copies off from Nefiri. You have a duplicator on the bench there for Shredden, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough. And Wojtek stuck on 8, rolling to 0, has not hit his Leona upgrade just yet. He has items on Silas still, so it's just not looking good for Medici.
No, and especially if the top end player is running out of gas already. Shredded down to 16. I guess really the question is, I don't know if we can check out Kesman for a second, because it feels like it's on Kesman to make up for what's happening towards the bottom of the table. We were close to Bastion 6. As you said, that Poppy is a menace, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh, we have Bastion 6. He was just prepping the Sejuani in this PV round to try to get that 1 extra stack. It's the 1 unit that is not fully prepped just yet, so he'll be able to do it again, either when he's trying to sack for a teammate, if he has only Medici players in his pool, or in the stage 5 PvP round at the very end. Arma Truck is on a roll down though. We should go to him to see if he's able to hit his Renekton and then finalize the game plan, and he has. Rapid Fire Emblem, QSS, Gunblade. The full strategy is now coming online, and it's 1 away from Draven 3 as well, so a huge cap will be reached by Arma Truck once he upgrades these 2 units.
Yeah, we've got the 2 Renektons. As I said, there's so much power. The Draven's not even itemized as of yet. However, it doesn't look like Arma Truck is invincible as of yet. The amp board just went through it. Of course, the big problem for the Rapid Fire Bastion board is the front line is not comparable when it comes to just standing up to damage. You've got to be doing the damage back yourself.
He was just sacking for his teammates for Yoroi, just to guarantee Yoroi would finish a little bit higher. He didn't place out most of those emblems or items on the Renekton just yet, so I think he's much stronger than that fight would show us to believe.
I wish we could say the same about Shredden. We're still, as you said, we've still got the... Okay. Oh. I see, right, we're trying for the Yumi 3. Very vague chance of being able to get that happen. We've got the duplicators. Oh, my apologies, didn't notice it.
And
2 on the board.
Classic 8 out of 9 performance here from Shredden. 3 HP, down 1 unit, had to sell. And he'll be facing, it looks like it's Wojtek, the strongest and healthiest player in the team for Medici. So I think Shredden just can accept his position in this 7th place, and this makes life very, very difficult. Wojtek and Kesman have to go 1st and 2nd to win this game 1 for Medici, and there are titanic players such as Clemu with the Urgot's game plan and Armor Truck with Renekton trying to fight for those spots as well.
Well, I mean, we've definitely seen already that Wojtek, having spent a lot of his money, is in decline in terms of power level, so it's got to be Kesman after losing the previous round. If you can somehow pull out something miraculous. I mean, this, yeah, the Bastion board certainly does have a good top end, but I don't know. I guess we shall find out. Certainly, Fnatic continuing to build up power. Clemu picks up the Varus 3 as well.
Wojtek removing items, trying to save Kesman from taking any additional damage because these 2 players have to go 1st and 2nd, so the HP has to math out in terms of how much HP is still left for the Fnatic players. We need wins pretty much every single fight for Medici whenever they face Fnatic players in what's left.
Yeah, Kesman and Wojtek will have to, I suspect, swap places overall. As at least, yeah, Kesman is kept nice and safe. Clemu goes down to 6 HP, so however unlikely it seems at this point, Medici, they've got to try and play for the line through the game. They've got to keep that possibility alive.
Guardbreaker's bigger Clemu, who's playing Executioner, so the extra crit chance when you can already crit is going to be massive. Can slot it into the Varus 3 he just hit last turn, or maybe even the Urgot can take this Guardbreaker.
Let's see where we are. Oh, right, okay.
Max.
Well, I mean, straightforward enough. I really like this board from Clemu, especially since it, initial idea for it just seems to come off from the Wandering Trainer coming in. We've got the combination, the Dynamo are able to push that up to 3. I mean, the Vex, especially with the third item coming in, should be a massive damage dealer.
This is the same exact board as the normal Vector Tech board, except you make up for the Jacks being gone by having a Bastion emblem from Carousel and the Exotech on the dummy, and then just have a free slot to slot in the Urgot to make use of the Boombot. So pretty easy little puzzle for Clemu to solve, but in the end we'll see if it's any match for the long crocodile, and the answer seems to be no. There's no stopping this rapid Renekton.
Yes, questions answered in space. So Clemu out, Kesman down to 9. I have to think, well, it's a real shame the way this game seems to be headed, because Fnatic's had this game seemingly locked down for quite some time, with Kesman not showing the same level of domination that would be remotely practical to get up to first place.
That being said, one last spike for Kesman has managed to go to 9 with just enough gold to slot in this Kabuko, giving Cyberboss to Poppy, which some would say is the main carry of this comp right now. The Radiant, Vow, the Oathbreaker on the Poppy 3, and the Bramble trying to hold on for dear life, but Renekton is coming. Watch out.
And he's not getting targeted by the Poppy either. We've got Stolen City, but of course Renekton has got the Quicksilver, which means he'll cut through in a hurry. Poppy is standing up remarkably well, but even she, the carrier, the bearer of the hammer, and Kesman gets hammered out of the game. Emerici have lost. It's 1-0 to the Fnatic.
That's going to be it. 3 players from Emerici in the bottom of the standings. Congrats to Bensak for completing his mission of trying to finish off in that top 4 with that Vanguard Marksman game plan. But especially props to someone like Yoroi, who stabilized on the AMP high-risk game plan, and Armatruck, who, we mentioned it, if you can find this rapid-fire line from a win streak where you're stable stage 2 and 3, or even when you're 100 HP coming to stage 4, the game becomes so much easier. You don't have to desperately roll to 0 on level 8 to try and find 1 copy of Renekton. Instead, you can go fast 9. He was pre-leveled to 9 coming into the end of stage 4. He could roll infinite gold. He hit absolutely everything, including the Draven 3, and he was just unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can praise Armatruk enough based on what we've seen coming out of this competition. It's obviously very much a team sport at this point, but there's still very possible for individual performances to stand out. Gentle friends, we may only have one more game left in the entirety of the closed qualifiers if we see more of that same kind of thing from Fnatic. We've got one more chance at least for Emerici to turn this one around and claim the 2nd seed coming out of this one and into the main event in August at the EWC. Stay tuned, we'll be back after a short break with game number 2.
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome back on the road to the Esports World Cup and to potentially the last game of the Open Qualifiers. Emerici, the self-styled pensioners, up against Fnatic. Ultimately, Emerici tried to play a more varied game than perhaps we've seen before. Unfortunately, it didn't all really come together in the way they could have hoped for.
I think the key there, or maybe what went wrong, is the fact that Aki picked a augment in birthday present where you have to ride the tempo wave. If at any point in time you are knocked off of that wave and you are not win streaking any longer, you cannot go level 8 in time, you cannot go level 9 in time, you're missing out on a lot of the value of that augment, which is backloaded into those 2-star 4 cost, 2-star 5 cost. He was knocked off the wave in stage 2. And that means that there was no wave, no momentum to ride with birthday present. He was playing down a prismatic augment essentially, and he played for what he could with level 8 board, playing around Divinity Core, and the unity was given, but in the end it was a very hard game for it to play out.
Yes, ultimately a bit of an unlucky wave as it's shown out, but I mean, certainly looking at the past games of Emerici, they very often were landing those 8th places in the game, but they tended to be trying to drive their opponents out of the game very quickly and make it so that getting first place was irrelevant because they were just hammering 3 different members of the opposing team very, very quickly, getting the win in. And it seems like in this instance, Team Fnatic just don't seem to be vulnerable to that kind of play, getting driven out and being beaten down before they really put their balls together.
I think that play just wasn't there in this game 1. I mean, Shredden was usually a player playing very high tempo in stage 3, but forward thinking, 0 gold, had no pressure on anyone basically, playing around in a Fury reroll where you want to spike earlier than 4-2. This is not a level 8 roll down comp. It's a comp where you spike on level 6, you hit into Fury 3, you have a duplicator, and you pressure the lobby with Spectral Cutlass where they're forced to misposition or they're forced to take infinite HP on all their fights in stage 4. He was caught between both game plans, ended up going for a vertical amp game plan instead at a later stage in Yoroi and with less gold in Yoroi, so he was caught in between both things and just couldn't execute on either one. In the end, it was a Yumi 3, but 2 was too late, and it was a 7th place for Shredden. So all in all, I think the macro strategy did not quite pan out for Emerici in this game, and they have to really find a more bulletproof game plan coming into game 2.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's still going to be very hard to tell how Emerici are going to be approached in this one. You said, both these teams are going to the EWC just in terms of what position. Well, I mean, I hope we get to see something, I'd like to see something more unusual actually pan out, whether or not it turns out to be the right strategy or not. In this case, it felt like a missed opportunity. And I think a large part of that, of course, is going to be how ridiculously dominant Armatrick was from the beginning of that game, completely bypassing most of the downsides of his own composition to just be able to, bring the entire team on his back and ultimately just ride over everybody. But let's go at it one more time. We've got Zach. He's telling us we need prismatics aplenty for second seed Emerici versus Fnatic Game 2.
Prismatic augments all around at 2-1, at 3-2, and at 4-2. And maybe Aki's thinking, you know what? I'm going to click birthday present again. What can go wrong?
I mean, logically speaking, the success rate probably is around 50% or so. So you do it twice, and that's 100% of the time.
Raven has been found by Armatruck, the player who we talked about being the hero player, the win-out player for this Fnatic squad. And what's a better hero trait than Cypher? You lose early, and then you come back stronger than anyone else in the lobby with all of your extra resources.
Now, it does seem to be very well suited to him as well. As we've got Shred in here with the full duplicator. Looks like he's going to have instead his eyes on at least Sebastian early on. Again, I think the argument could be made for Emerici that they tend to play these kind of much more unusual ways. That if you've got a core of the more meta compositions to anchor or maybe foundation your team, then you've got a lot more room to work with to try the more out there things on one or two players.
Could be the case. Also for Shredden, I think Duplicator here, it really should try and lead you into the path of playing Amp because of just how valuable gold-wise this Duplicator is in terms of finding a Samira 2 or a Zac 2 in stage 4. So despite having a good spot for Morgana reroll here, I imagine if he is given any kind of line where he wants to econ loss and just lose streak all of his stage 2 and 3, he might just go for it, considering he has a Duplicator.
And going long is certainly an excellent way to end up getting to those more expensive units more quickly. And at least gives us a pretty clear game plan going forwards. Of course, we keep your eyes for anyone else who does try for something wild like a Wandering Trainer, a Prismatic that has such massive variance as to how good it will be.
It's Kazman with a Kog'Maw 3, so he has picked up Build-A-Bud into Kog'Maw and is now going to be one of the stronger tempo players in this stage 2. I assume going to be playing around maybe Urgot in the late game, maybe just the Vanguard Marksman.
Oh, looks like we have got some Wandering Trainers coming through as well. But yeah, I'm excited to see what we'll eventually get out of all of this. Let's see, so Shred'em, we've got Divinicor, we've got the Rapid Fire and the Street Demons as well. So some good potential there, which will draw us out of our Bastion Morgana start. At least I'd assume so.
The caretaker's chosen for Armatrick here, so just a lot of extra items. Kazman, yeah, we saw him mentioned before. It is going to be Build-A-Bud. He's making 10 here, which is pretty big. And we'll have just that Vanguard Marksman board. Upper mobility for Void Tech, so playing for Econ. The Roy will have Shopping Spree, so just a ton of free rolls. I imagine he will try and go down the routes of playing for Amp yet again with so much extra Econ.
Oh, and a second trainer. Okay, Executioner, Strategist, and a Syndicate as well. A little bit awkward for Ben Sachs trying to work his way around, but certainly Strategist feels like the easiest to make something of.
Pretty bad trainers for both of the Wandering Trainer players. I can't imagine there's very easy or obvious games to be played from these spots.
No, but I mean, that's the choice you make when you go for the... you put that much randomness into your game, so... The moon looks like he's... might also be... Let's see, so this was... Before we saw Armatrick. I'm assuming that Klamu isn't planning on also going Cypher when Armatrick is already.
I mean, I think you have to, right? If you're a loose streak player with a loose streak augment.
Okay.
And there's a player like Kazman in the lobby where you know he's going to win all his fights in stage 2. you might as well get something from losing. And that's the case for the Fnatic squad.
Alright, we'll keep on glancing around. It looks like Bensak flowing a little bit with the idea of going at least, however, temporarily into the Syndicate side of things. The shopping spree on the other side. It looks like a lot of players are keeping, well, not necessarily keeping their cards close to the chest, but at least not spending out a lot of their early gold. Uri will just be sitting there on the shopping spree for the time being, happy enough to just gather as much resources as they can. And ideally, though I think perhaps not successfully, keep the loss streak intact.
So Thriller gets the win here. Now we're moving into the carousel. Cypher units on high demand counterfeit as we move in here and players start to maybe assemble not just 3, maybe 4. And we're getting once again unit overflow on the carousel. A pan on an Elise is a very attractive option for anyone who has first pick. It looks like the teammates have spoken. The spat is inside the pickup for Bensak, and Yoroi takes the pan. So triple prio on this huge carousel means that all the most appealing options have been scooped up early.
Yeah, and I really like this from Fnatic as well. You know, just so many more options. Gets, you know, particularly, let's see, so that was Yoroi and Bensak. Was it Bensak who got the other?
Bensak got the spatula, Yoroi got the pan, and Klimu got the tier.
Okay, so yes, we are working in the territory of trying to double up on these emblems. So we now have 2 Syndicate emblems in place. Fortunately, at least the 7 Syndicate, which is very oppressive, did get a little bit nerfed, but it's still a major factor. Bensak salvaging the game.
It's on the second tier of the kind of tier list for the verticals. Basically, you have the Giga win out, which is the 10 Street Demon, 10 Anima, obviously 10 Exotech. That is like the next level. That's the X tier. But then 7 Syndicate can be beaten by very strong capped out boards, so it's not an instant win by any means, but it is definitely a now very strong game plan. And this is part of why you pick up One Ring Trainer, because it opens you up to these Omega high rolls if you have pick prio on the carousels as well.
See how the rest of this works out. So Klimu, the Cypher and the shopping spree from before has managed to keep the loss streak intact for the time being. So Bensak still has quite a lot of work to do in terms of itemization for that Syndicate board yet to come, but I like the fact that he's managed to find a way into the game. Right now, we do have Kedsman up at the top as our undefeated player, with Armatruk just behind.
Battle the loose streakers here. Klimu on a 4 loss. Does want to hope to lose that fight. Aki is going to be on a Radiant Giant Slayer. He has settled for this for now off of the Pandoras, slamming it onto the Elise, and he will be our Tempo Elise player in this game number 2.
Yeah, the item set is real nice. So Armatruk, the second Cypher player on Fnatic in the game, will at least get a little bit of love there, but certainly not building up a ton of stacks so far. Tech we haven't seen too much of. The up of mobility has allowed him to at least put together a few extra units. I think at this point just sitting back and relaxing as the long game his strategy.
Look, there's Cypher in for so many different players. Rapid Fire +1 for Yoroi. So he'll be playing for Renekton. This is a comp that I think he played 2 times already across this weekend, so he has a lot of experience on it. We just saw how powerful it could be in the game 1, and also from what jungler in the series before that. So alongside Amp, one of the standout win-out comps in this format. If you can reach the Renekton stabilize on it, especially when you're on low HP.
I mean, Ryan certainly doesn't have the same position we saw from Armatruk before, where it was just dominating lobby, but perhaps all of those extra rerolls will help him stabilize a little later on and get up to 9, where it'll be a lot easier to get that Renekton online quickly. Aki, though, doing a good job for the Emirates squad, just behind Kedsman. As you noted, the 3 completed items. Got a chance to potentially slam an Ionic if you want to try and push forward more aggressively, but right now Kedsman is leading the field.
And not surprised, has found a Cho'Gath on stage 3 already, so has 4 Boombot online, has bought some more time on this front line with a Cho'Gath, and a Skarner too, so buying more than enough time for this Kog'Maw to do its thing. You have a Runons, you have the Shiv, which is so fantastic for getting that Shred online for the Boombot damage itself. Just a really strong board from Kezman here, and an Urgot game plan definitely seems to be in motion.
Yeah, I really like this as a general approach to the game. So, you know, the Boombot damage, just if you can keep the game going for as long as possible, around as long as possible. But Prismatic will be, of course, bear in mind it's Prismatic across the board this game, but this is an even stronger one. Of course, the black market in place. We've certainly seen plenty of people happy to take the blue buff, the blue battery rather. But in this case, this is the Boombot board we're looking at, so perhaps this will settle just for immediate power instead.
So all three of these options are fantastic. Binary, you can itemize so many more carries invested because you have such a strong board already. You just need gold to make it to 9. And 1 buff, 2 buff. Actually quite strong on Urgot. Urgot is actually very good with blue buff, as is the Vex. So they're 2 good items, and then you have the duplicator to try and guarantee one of the 2 star 5 costs, either Zac or Garen or Urgot or the Cho'Gath itself. But goes for Binary in the end, just trying to maximize the items he has on his carries coming to stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, it seems like Kezman is not going to be, we're not hoping to give up the top spot for quite some time. Clemu did break the loss streak, as you mentioned. We have got Cypher out the wazoo in this lobby, and so something is going to give. At least getting close to getting the 100 stacks for a little bit more of a reward, but it's all said and done. I mean, certainly looking at Clemu's items, we've got a blue buff already slammed, and potential for a second blue buff as well. So I think Clemu's got some good, you know, of course, good chances to get towards that amp later on if he wants.
Ooh, Wojtek got a little sneak peek at this shop. He finds an Annie on level 6. He's going into the amp line, so a fantastic pickup. We saw Shredden unfortunately get the win there against the other Cypher player. And this is really bad news because Shredden gave up on his Wandering Trainer, and he is playing essentially for probably just a Cypher cash out into a Spatula or a Spatula from Carousel to try and go for 10 Street Demon potentially on 9 with the emblem on the Wandering Trainer itself. So that's the game plan for Shredden. He's going to try and be the high risk win out player, as is Wojtek. High-end shopping into amp. If he manages to hit, we can see some pretty crazy board in stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy to be able to get through and start accessing the late lobby boards almost straight away. The only problem for Wojtek is moving down to 51 HP. We just have the Cypher still to be fully cashed out, but in Wojtek, you know, if we're talking about a win-out player, certainly seems to be in a great position to say get there ahead of the rest of the field. Check it in with Shredden, who now has got 2 full duplicators.
Shredden would love a Spatula, but he's not first pick, and it would obviously be denied in the case that one was offered here by either your boy or Clemu, as they understand that he would become the strongest player in the lobby once he goes level 9 if he has a Street Demon Spatula plus the emblem itself on the dummy.
Alright, so taking stock of where we are, Kezman still remains undefeated for Emerici up at the top of the table. Bensack rising up from the Fnatic side of things to try and change that, but we know across the board there's an enormous amount of power. I do like the choice to bring out the binary airdrop here for Kezman to extend this current power level. Having the Cho'Gath in place and an extra third item on him just makes him, at this point in the game, such an unbelievably beefy presence.
Kezman should be 100 streaking here. We're going to check out Clemu, who is still on the Cypher loss streak. 4 Cypher for now. Blue battery pickup as well. Bensack is going to be playing for these 5 or 7 Syndicate, currently on 5 Syndicate, and did go for Buried Treasures. So another player that will be extremely strong in stage 4. Once he hits 1 MF, he'll be able to slot in 7 Syndicates, and he'll have just a very strong presence across the board in stage 4 and 5.
Well, as you said, not ultimately going to be playing an unbeatable strategy, but the sooner it can be brought to bear, the better. I suppose we just don't necessarily give us time to bring, or I guess, not necessarily. The problem we've got is that whether or not we're going to be seeing the focus towards getting the 7 Syndicate online as soon as possible, or re-rolling this Twist of Fate to play a more traditional style.
Well, you can fit it on level 7, right? As long as you high roll an MF on 7. So I think that'll be the game plan. Just roll on 7 for 1 MF and then just roll as usual for TF and Draven, I assume.
I mean, the item set is looking pretty darn good. Up against Kesman in this round, it's only 5 syndicates so far, so this is lots weaker than it will be later on, but we get a little taste of what could be coming for us as we see Twisted can cut through a decent amount even in his current state.
Gonna go to Clemu, who is gonna be cashing out Cypher, as is Wojtek, I believe, and we'll see what the cash out will be for Clemu. He does go for just an anvil. Missed the rest of it. Oh, and it's gonna be an artifact potentially, or a support item.
Okay. I mean, Clemu's item set's already looking pretty decent. They've got a Warmogs to slam over onto the front line as well. Of course, that blue battery in place. Wojtek, though, is the one who's throwing the most attention. As we've got the Renekton in the shop, decides not to take it. But he's up to level 8, which, from as far as he's concerned, is level 9 when it comes to the units he's finding in the shop.
Trying to roll now a little bit early before your Roy, because your Roy has 26 free rolls to go down through on level 8. And your Roy's actually not playing. Yeah, your Roy's going to be the player playing into Renekton, and Clemu will be the player playing into Amp. And Renekton has been found. The rapid fires are now online. We're still missing a Zeri, but we have a Renekton pair already. The Zeri is now found. 6 rapid fire is ready to go. And I mean, just some scary boards being assembled here by all of our competitors. Samira pair for Wojtek.
That's crazy. So yeah, we've got the Annie with the blue up in place already. On the shopping spree, I believe we still have 15 rerolls left over, even with all of that stuff spammed. You're right though, this is the Renekton that we've been holding out for all this time, and it just absolutely blitzes the board.
And your Roy still has 26 rolls to use. This is not fair.
Ay, ay, ay. Definitely gonna have to try out some more of the shopping spree myself, but it's definitely going to be working better in the 4v4 format, where your team can make sure they're not punishing you too much for keeping this late game focus.
I don't think you want another emblem.
You're going to do it. You're going to do it. This is Wojtek we're with now, who is built up the amp board. Let's see. So he's going to want to try. He's looking to build a little bit more power. Remember, again, we're rolling for units at effectively level 9. So the 5 amp is online. We've got the 2-star, well, most of the 2-star frontline, and the 2-star Samira as well.
Ooh, and the Radiance IE is going to be so big on the Samira, plus what I imagine will be a Last Whisper here, and a Morello potentially on the Annie. This is a scary. I mean, everyone's board looks so scary. This is really the impact of having triple prismatic augments in the game of TFT. Everyone hits some absolute insanity as early as stage 4.
Oh boy, yeah, we've got the second rapid fire emblem in place there, but the Samira, the weakness of the rapid fire board is its front line, and Samira makes everybody into mush. That is terrifying.
Look at the point of stabilization for Clemu now, the other amp player who does not have high-end shopping, had a ton of rolls, but only level 8 rolls, the normal ones, and has not found a Samira at all. Does find a Zac though, with shopping speed and I guess a lot of extra rolls. We're gonna be at 20 blobs already. We're still in stage 4.
Yeah, and it's even going to split in with all the Warmogs as well, so there's a lot of extra time being used to stack up that Archangels on the Annie. I think Clemu should have, hopefully, enough time to eventually find what Samiras still remain after the shop has been pretty heavily looted.
Comes down to this upcoming carousel, right? So that's going to be really the answer. If we find either a Zac or a Samira, it's going to be a huge high roll for Clemu, and he likely will be first pick alongside Wojtek. Maybe not Wojtek. Wojtek is going to be very strong, so he might just be starting to win now.
Oh, very, very possible, and you're right. Absolutely does. With Shredden very close on HP as well. In fact, I've got 4 players are functioning on the same HP, and every single one of them wins. So Wojtek will be first to the ball, and there's the Samira.
And a Zac. I mean, Wojtek can't deny both. He can only deny the Samira, but that's a Zac too for Clemu with 20 blobs already.
Yeah, that's
the Cho'Gath.
Crazy.
Potentially for Kesman, but Shredden, I think, understands that the Cho'Gath the sword will not survive until the last pick, so he picks it up for himself. Kesman gets a tier, potentially for redemption for those bruisers and that front line.
All right, let's diagnose where we stand, David. I mean, I know this is being an all-prismatic lobby. We're completely out of whack of what we should reasonably be getting at this point. But Emerici, they need to be able to win this game to keep the series going and still fight for second seed. How glass half full, half empty are you for their chances in this game?
I have to check everyone's spot. Can we go to Shredden and check out where he is at right now? Because his game plan was potentially trying to high roll a Street Demon +1. He hasn't found one. He's playing just a normal game of Street Demon. If he somehow is able to either go for Grand 3 with the duplicators or a spatula and finding a Street Demon spatula, which is why he has an open rod on his item bench, then he can also become the win-out player. So there's just so many high rolls that are waiting to be locked down for this Emerici squad. Even looking at Kesman, right? He is level 8, 50. He is not using his gold yet. He's trying to go 9 to find the Urgot and using this HP as a buffer to do so.
A very volatile lobby. In fact, we're talking about the HP differential before. Aki and Armor Trick have started to drop down as well. We've got 40, 30 HP across most of the remaining players. So, as you said, we've got all these possibilities stacked up. Shredden, again with the double duplicators, but you point out Klamu picking up the third Zac, rather, the go to Zac 2-star is absolutely titanic. Yes, nearly 5,500 HP from just a 19 blobs. I don't know how you ever get past him without proper backline access.
There's just no Samira yet. That's the biggest problem for Klamu, and he doesn't want to roll an 8 any further because his chances of finding one when there's 5 removed from the pool, Shredden has 1 and Wojtek has 4, are very, very low. So it all comes down to him finding the Samira. The Zac can hold on for as long as he wants. There's just not going to be enough damage behind him.
Does get away with it this time around. I think it feels like it's so dependent on the Annie being able to get her cast off because the rest of the board just really is here to enable her. So level 8, 40 gold. We'll keep an eye on if this gets any further. Wojtek though, with the 5 amp, with a Samira too, and we even got Samira has been kept on the bench by him.
And I mean, that's important to do because I think the only other player that can really contest him to win out this entire lobby, outside of some insane high rolls, are the Renekton player, Yoroi, and Klamu himself playing the amp line. Kesman should be ready to roll down here on level 9, I imagine. On 5-1, he might decide to be patient and wait till 5-2, but with this amount of gold, I think 5-1 might be the time. Maybe not. He's going to see his matchmaking pool. He has Wojtek, Bensak, and Armor Truck, so has to decide still.
It was a big decision. I mean, Kesman has been, again, with the binary airdrop from before, the coronation as well should provide a little bit more bodies on the board. Looks like we're creeping up to look for, I think not going level 9 this round at least, going to tank some of the HP to get ourselves a better roll down.
A good decision. Faces Wojtek, one of his teammates, a very strong teammate in that as well. A teammate who has removed items off of Samira, so Wojtek understands that he's probably the strongest player in the lobby. He will try and sack some of his items and allow his teammates to get some extra lives. Can this Rengar do it? Oh my god, he solos the back line. A massive win for Shredden here.
Who needs a buff, David? This kitty. I mean, you know, with admittedly quite a lot of backup, is still getting the job done.
We'll go to Kesman now because he's definitely rolling. At this point in time, we'll see if he finds the Urgots. He can hold Samiras here as well. Or maybe let's Shredden go and try and find some of those Samiras.
Well,
Urgot is the key game plan. Garen is really important, of course, for the Boombot mod. Once you're at Sync's Boombot, there's a Cho'Gath too, so relevant as well.
Oh, I have a feeling we're not going to see that Urgot. It's going to sell up a decent amount to try and find it, but no, it's still not forthcoming. So Kesman goes down to 0. Doesn't have the Garen in as of yet for him to be ticking through either. So we just have to see if Kesman can get a little bit luckier in the shops yet to come. Bensak on the other side, though. Remember that we've had this Syndicate 7 brewing for a while. I believe that's online, so we've seen the misfortune. And we will see, when the Twisted Fate casts, he makes an absolute mess of everything, and the misfortune as well.
That being said, no Braum 3 yet for Bensek. That's the big spike he's hoping to get. We see one Brand on the bench for Bensek, trying to deny the Brand 3 from Shredden. How much more will happen on this board for now? Let's check out Clamu. 11 HP for the lowest player in the lobby. Has he hit a Samira? He has. At least one copy. So Zach is going to do most of the defense on this board, and Annie, with 5 amp now online thanks to the Samira, will be trying to win outs. And every player that goes down from Fnatic, with Brand especially, that's one more Brand that goes back into the pool, and you open up the 3-star Brand game plan for Shredden, who's at 25 HP, is still fairly healthy.
Do want to point out as well, going across the field, Uroi picks up Renekton 2. That's our rapid fire player with 2 rapid fire emblems. We'll see if Clamu gets this one done. It's looking like the raw strategic value of the board is good enough. Aki down to 8. Down to 4. Wojtek down to 8. We've got so many players on low HP. And again, if Fnatic win here, the series is done. And there's a Boombot emblem on the carousel.
Kesman is 3rd pick though. The good thing is that this forces Fnatic to potentially pick a substandard item to deny Kesman from having another Boombot emblem. Aki does not really care, it seems like, what he's going for. Gets the IE in the end. Bensek has denied the Kesman. He doesn't. Yoroi does in the end as well. So no Boombot for Kesman.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to step in and take that bullet. The 6 Boombot is so ludicrously strong. We're waiting to at least see what the slightly less scary version of the Boombot board ends up being. There's a Misfortune 2 coming in. Of course, she's going to be hatted with the, we've got the 4 Dynamo board under the 3 Syndicate, which is going to be one of the reasons why that Syndicate 7 board is taking a little bit longer to come online.
Trying to get the perfect items onto this MF. Radiant GS alongside 2 IEs. Wojtek is in the pool here for Aki. No removers left. Aki have to hope that he hits Bensek instead. He hits Shredden, who is the highest HP player currently on Emerici, and who is sitting on 5 brands for now, with, I assume, 2 duplicators still left on his bench.
That's the 2 Samiras just hang out there as well. But in this case, Aki, able to move through this one pretty comfortably, keep himself alive, keeping an eye on the right-hand side, because I think we might be at elimination station for some of these friends.
Look at the HP totals. Everyone is under 20 HP. Wojtek has now gone down. Matchmaking is everything at this point in time. Kesman is down to 2 HP. He hasn't been able to find the Urgot upgrade despite greeting so much to go 9. And he only has 4 Boombot in for now still.
Yeah, I mean, a different world we could be living in if he could have gotten access to that Boombot emblem, but it's pretty much run out of gas. I think the choice of the binary airdrop, it seemed to work so well for so long, but the game has been strung out. She said, HP across the field is mine.
Oh no.
Up against Shredden.
This means that there's a guarantee one more player from Emerici will be going down in this fight, and maybe Aki will be going down as well in his fight. If that is the case, it could be GG after this round if there's 3 players from Emerici in the bottom 4 of the standings. Kesman takes down Shredden. The brand 3 game plan has evaporated, and Arma Truck goes down, Shredden goes down, and Aki, I believe, also lost. He also goes down, and that's going to be it. 3 players from Emerici, Shredden, Aki, and Simply Wojtek land themselves in the bottom 4. Fnatic wins game 2. Fnatic wins the series 2-0. Another clean sweep from the French squad.
And hey, it's the way which they like to approach the 4v4 experience. Absolute domination whenever it's at all available. Honestly, one of the big things from this close qualifier event, of course, is just to kind of see what kind of field of teams EMEA is looking to put out here against, the entire world once it comes to the EWC main event. And from what we've been seeing so far, I'm pretty optimistic.
These are the 3 teams that have qualified directly to the main event at EWC later on in August. Team Aegis from France The most dominant team in this tournament did not lose a single series to get their spot. Team Fnatic, who we just saw winning this final matchup between Emerici, also from France. And then finally, our pensioners, Team Emerici from Poland, who played very innovative TFT. Didn't quite have it on lockdown today, but still very impressive from all three teams in this 4v4 format.
I do think Emerici do win, at least on having the best logo. But as we said, coming into this one, seeing the Polish squad come in and making it to the final three, even if they weren't able to get over that very final hurdle to maybe the most optimistic possible, I think they're going to be following in some very big shoes. Zero Tenacity, of course, part of the previous EWC, did very well for themselves compared to the rest of the EMEA field. So I'm really happy to see a Polish squad back there again.
Shout out as well to Alcatia and Mouse Esports, who locked in their spots in the global qualifier next weekend in that 4th and 5th place position. And shout out to the teams who couldn't make it any further. Team Secret, Gamex Esports, and Movistar Koi. They had a really big run in the open qualifiers to make it this far. They had a lot of prep, a lot of scrims throughout the last few weeks to come in the hottest form possible. It just wasn't quite enough. The standard was just too high when it came to strategy and team play in this 4v4 format. But still, a shout out to all 8 teams who competed this weekend because they played some fantastic TFT.
And just to give you a little bit of a preview, because of course the global qualifiers have been ongoing over the recent times as to what will be coming up next week. We've got Rock Esports and Zeta Division from APAC coming in, Alpha Gaming and Ninjas and Pajamas coming in from the Chinese side of things, and yet to be revealed the last couple of teams, because of course the Americas final part of their qualifier is coming up a little bit later on today. So she said that's going to be an incredibly tough field to get through, but I think you're right, it's a proving ground of fire for us squads to show that they've got what it takes to hang with the best at the EWC.
That's going to be it from us, Peter. It's been an absolute pleasure casting alongside you this weekend. For me personally, I think for most of our competitors in TFT and the entire ecosystem, 4v4 is the most fun format. It's just the most complex. It's the most demanding in terms of, the best strategies, the most complex lines, and really finding any way to min-max and find an advantage. And we saw a lot of that this weekend. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast it, and I've been enlightened so many different times. I'll be taking a lot of these lessons that I've learned into my own solo queue games across these next few weeks.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for everyone who has been with us the whole time. Again, in a few hours' time, we will be back, I believe, on all of the same channels with the Americans qualifiers. Do you want to take a moment just to give a shout out to our production crew and observers who've been doing an incredible job of bringing everything online today. And I've not said anything silly during the entire duration of the broadcast. They would do anything like that. But again, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this event over the last 3 days. Again, do stick around, or at least come back in a few hours for the Americas qualifier, and then of course the closed qualifier in a week's time from now. That's going to be even more absolutely insane. Looking forward eventually to the main EWC event. Thank you guys so much for watching us. Again, a few hours away, this channel will be back live again, so please do come back and join us for the Americas qualifiers. But for now, from myself and David, we'll see you down the line.